All right. Good morning, everybody. Today's date is January 30th, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing in our Albany and Buffalo offices. This meeting is also being live streamed on the authority's YouTube channel, where you can find the recordings of all of our past meetings as well. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, Commissioner John Maya, staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Kearney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates are February 20th, which is a Thursday, and March 12th, and April 2nd. While in the meeting rooms, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. But we do have a couple of interpreters, so they will be pulled for certain items. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes has a quick note about our backlog committee, an update on its operations, and just a few notices for applications that are pending.
Good morning, everyone. The first announcement I'd like to make is regarding our backlog committee. Currently, we are reviewing applications and we're moving through them quite quickly. We have noticed an issue regarding failure to comply applications. So please note that we are updating our deficiency letters to give a firm deadline as to when you have to submit those deficiencies. Please submit them by the deadline. Or the application, unfortunately, will need to be disapproved, which means that your clients will lose their temps and they'll have to ask for reconsideration and submit those completed items. We all know that reconsideration can take a couple of weeks. So we want to keep your clients in business. So if you get those letters, please respond them quickly. Also, the municipal space application program, we have received a few applications. New York City Department of Transportation is currently approving the municipal space applications. Just please note when you're downloading the application, read it carefully. Please make sure that the applications are complete. We are not allowing applications to be accepted if there are items missing. Please note that we have over 3,000 applications that are expected, and this is for the New York City area alone. And we're not getting many more staff members to review those applications. So we do need your help to move through them quickly. We streamline the process to make sure that we are getting all the items. We'll review them quickly and hopefully have conditional approvals. Just please note that there's only a few items that are conditional, not like your regular application. You're going to be submitting photos and insurance information as conditional items. Those are the only two items. We're not sending deficiencies for missing items. Again, the applications will be rejected. Thank you and have a good day.
Ready to start? All right, so I know I said that Buffalo would be first, but I've confirmed that the people that need the interpreters online are here. So I'm going to call the ones that need the Amharic interpreter. I think is Miss Yalam is online. There's items, if you want me to call them together or one at a time. The first one is number 5, Freeland Liquor Inc. Is it Freeland Liquor Inc? You guys, again, they're all combined, so it's going to be 5, 6, and 7 if you want to pull them out. But it's Freeland Liquor Inc., 8 Wines and Liquors Inc., and Cathedral Wine and Liquor Inc. And so again, our interpreter is on the video, so it's going to be a little difficult. What we're going to have to do is you'll come up, introduce yourselves, stop, wait for the interpreter to interpret, and then say a little bit, stop, wait for the interpreter to interpret, pretty much. So if the interpreter can introduce herself.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Yadem Hidogo. I am interpreter for Tigrinya and Amharic, of course.
Chairwoman and Commissioners, we've asked for the interpreter, if you have questions of the licensees, that's primarily what the interpreter is for. We're gonna, I'm not gonna repeat what we've submitted a memo here, and we're gonna rely on that, but we're basically here, and I'd like to emphasize the fact that this is, you know.
If we could stop and just let her, if
All right.
she's able, I'm sorry. For you.
To whom can I talk? It is for the Tigrinya, who is the person.
The people are behind them, correct? I think Mr. Parisi, who's the individual that needs the interpreter?
I'm sorry.
Who's the individual that?
Yeah.
She.
Wait.
عندنا هذا اللي عند حديرا. Hello, يسمعني دلو؟
What is she has to interpret what he just said to them.
Yeah, but I couldn't hear.
You couldn't hear it?
I couldn't hear her. When I said good morning, she didn't answer to me.
Okay, so all right, so this is how it's gonna go. When we're speaking in English, you have to interpret that as well.
Okay.
So don't. That's how it works, right? So he just said a bunch of items saying that he doesn't want to go back to what he said last time, and he's here with his client. So you got to tell them what he just said. Can you just go again, sir? Because I don't know that she was capturing what you said.
Could you repeat for
Yes.
me?
My name is Guy Parisi, and I represent Freeland as well as 8 Wine. Mr. Roy is out of town and asked me to represent him as his client.
Who's out of town?
Leonard Alloy, the attorney for 8 Wine.
And then let the interpreter.
So you're here representing all 3 stores?
No, I'm only representing 2. Mr. Oxman is here representing Cathedral.
Cathedral.
የሚሉት ያሉትን ይሰማታል። እሳቸው ሪፕሬዘንት የሚያደርጉት ስለ ዋይን የመጠጥ ነው። ይሰማታል።
For expediency's sake, we can waive the interpreter as far as these proceed.
You can't waive it. If you ask for it, I can't waive it. That's
All
not
right.
how this works, sir. If you claim that your clients can't understand the proceedings and you ask for interpreter, I don't, it's not at my discretion to waive it.
All right. We will keep the
You don't need
conversation
it.
to a
Please
limit.
don't ask for it. Everybody in the room, please. We have 90 items today.
Counsel, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, let me introduce myself. I'm Mark Oxman. I am the attorney representing Cathedral. My office is in White Plains, New York, 120 Bloomingdale Road. And I will be brief.
እኚህኛው ደግሞ ጠበቃ ናቸው። ስለ ዋይን መጠጥ የሚወክሉ ናቸው።
In sum and substance,
Okay, just at least start telling me who's who here. Can we start there?
This is FREELAND.
So what's your name?
Very Masfin from FREELAND Liquors.
Okay.
If you could interpret, if you could actually just say if they can introduce themselves, the individuals.
Ezaveno,
very
Aster Hafta Selassie,
ይህቺ ደግሞ አስቴር
Aster Hafta Selassie, Ezaveno. Maaza Tsige,
Introduce yourself.
Maza, okay.
Tell them your name, state your name.
Tesfaye Haile, 8Y.
You are Esther. You are Esther, and you are Meta. You are Meta, and you are
very hummus.
Obelede. That's you.
No, I the same place that I represent. Just the manager. Yeah.
You are Masfin.
Yes.
Okay. So you're the owner, sir, and you're the owner.
My wife.
Who owns Freeland? You own Freeland.
FREELAND.
No, he doesn't know.
Either.
He's the manager.
I'm
of
the
Freeland.
manager.
Who owns Freeland?
of Valide.
And he's not here. He's out of the country. Yeah.
ይሰማችኋል? ባለቤቱ ማን ነው ነው የሚሏችሁ?
Sir, I thought that we talked about that last time. You were coming back with the owner of Freeland. He is supposedly the accused of Verli. So just bringing him doesn't help your case at all. You know that, right?
Well,
ይሰማችኋል? ባለቤቱ ካልመጣ በስተቀር ምንም አይነት እርዳታ አታገኙም። ስለዚህ ሰውየውን ባለቤት የሆነውን ሰውዬ አምጡ ነው የሚላችሁ።
ባለቤት በሀገር ነው ያለው። አሁን እሱ የሚመጣው በትሪማንስ ምናምን ነው የሚመጣው።
The owner of
ማናጀር ነኝ።
The outer classification is that this guy is a fan of Freeland.
If you can go ahead.
now
Of Freeland.
ሊንገርሽ መጀመሪያ ሊንገርሽ ያን
እሺ
እኔን እሱን የሚያካሄድ ነው ለእኔን ወክሎ ነው የሄደ። እሱ ግን ከሶስት ማነት በኋላ ነው የሚመጣው። እዚህ የለም ሀገር ነው ያለው።
okay
ኢትዮጵያ ነው ያለው።
what he said was the owner is in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and he will be returned back in 3 months, maybe after 3 months.
He'll be back in 3
So
months.
he
3 months.
talked to him, he to represent to him.
What do you want to do?
And just if you're gonna okay, well, just let them know we're going on a break to talk to our council.
you gonna tell him?
Yeah, if you could interpret that, we're going to go on brief break to talk with council.
Okay. ትንሽ እረፍት እንውሰድና ከአማካሪው ጋር እንነጋገር ነው የሚለው።
Thank you. All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
All right, so let me just take this one at a time here. For Freeland Liquor, you know that the fact pattern presented is that the gentleman standing behind you is availing that store.
Those are the charges.
So the owner of the store needs to be here to tell us that he's not failing to continue this no contest conversation. So I'm going to adjourn this one. I'm going to adjourn it at best March 12th. He's got to come here or his store is going to get canceled. Okay?
Yeah, all right.
Can you interpret that to the best of
Yes.
your ability?
ኦኬ የሚለው ያለው ይሰማችኋል? አዎ የሚለው ያለው ምንድን ነው? ሰውየው እዛ አልወደኩ ነው የሚለው እናንተ ደግሞ ሪፕሬዘንት የሚያደርገው ያ መጠጥ ቤቱ ደግሞ አልወደቀም ነው የሚለው። ስለዚህ could you repeat that day? March
12th.
Okay. እና ቀጠሮ ሁለተኛ ቀጠሮ ለመጋቢት 12 ታካይ
እሺ እሺ
They said yes. Okay.
Can I be heard briefly?
Yes, I haven't done the other two yet. So do you want the other two to be heard?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm representing Cathedral Wine and Liquor Incorporated. The owner of that establishment is Miyaza Teja. She is present, and I am hoping to have a resolution as to that entity today. My client has a store which is being leased in New York City, and the landlord is threatening to evict her in the event that we do not have full certification from the State Liquor Authority as to her license to conduct business. Therefore, it's essential.
What's the nature of the eviction? Because the lease goes to 2026, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're going to.
How's he going to evict her?
No, their first lease expired, and they're on a month-to-month as we speak.
Yeah, my facts are that the lease expired in 2022 and the landlord said that they have no contact with the owner. And this investigation was started. And everybody who works there says that this guy who is the manager of Freeland also owns this store. That's the facts that we have.
That's not quite accurate.
Can we have the interpreter just?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. የሚላችሁ ያለው ምንድነው? ውላችሁ የኪራይ ውላችሁ የተቋረጠው በ2022 ነው። እና ከዛ ጊዜ ጀምሮ ነው ያለውና ክርክሩን የተጀመረው ከዛ ጊዜ ጀምሮ ነው ያለው ክትትሉ ማለት ነው። እና ያንን ደግሞ የሚያይ ያለውና ባለቤት የሆነው የዛኛውን የፍሪላንድ መጠጥ ቤት ባለቤት ነው የሚለው። እየሰማችሁኝ ነው?
Yes.
እየሰማችሁኝ ነው ወይ?
ሰማንሽ።
ኦኬ።
ባለቤቷ እዚህ መጥታለች። መዓዛ ነች። ይህችዋ ነች ባለቤቷ። ይህችዋ ያለች ይሄ ራሷ
This is not what this process is, okay?
The
He interprets what's said for them and then back. It's not for a dialogue between them. Okay. Can you convey what
ምንድነው
he
ያልኩኝ?
said?
You guys realize that, I just want to point this out. You guys are the lawyers. The person who's accused of availing these stores is speaking on behalf of these stores, even in this proceeding. You realize that it's a problem, right? You guys seeing this is happening, right?
Yes.
So do you want to just adjourn all of this and like go have a conversation before you come back here? Because the way this is going, all of these stores are going to get canceled.
Well, and
Because the charges are availing, you're pleading no contest. That's not what I see here.
Well,
Do you understand what I'm
I
saying?
do understand what you're saying. One, there has been contact between the landlord and the owner through myself. Council have been speaking. We have a lease, and the lease will be entered into subject to my client being permitted to continue in business, and hopefully we can resolve that today. I have indicated that we are entering a no contest, and what we are asking,
How can we do that, counsel, without the owner of Freeland being present?
my client is present.
Well, this is Cathedral.
That's your client.
Yes.
How can we do that without considering the owner of Freeland? Because the cases are linked, aren't
No,
they?
I understand that they're connected.
Right.
And I understand what you're saying. I was hoping that they could be separated so that at least I could get a resolution on behalf of Cathedral.
How do we separate? The facts link them. How do we separate them?
All right, under the circumstances, we will abide by the March 12th date, and we appreciate your kind consideration.
Thank you.
Interpreter, let them know that they're all their cases are adjourned till March 12th. So
Okay.
They have to come back March 12th.
All right, thank you. የሚላችሁ ያለው ቀጠሮዋችሁ የሁላችሁም ማለት ነው የሁለታችሁም ለመጋቢት 12 ተቀጥረዋል። Does it has time?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're okay with that, right,
Yes,
Commissioners?
yes.
I'm sorry, rushed along it.
Thank you.
I need a better story, sir. Okay. I'm trying to help here.
Yeah, I'll contact council, maybe we can discuss it.
Okay.
All right, and thank you, Ms. Yalom, for dealing with us and bearing with us. Thank you. You can sign
You're
off.
welcome. Have a nice day.
You too.
You too.
All right, so next one that needs an interpreter is, this one needed the Tigrina. So this is 65 East Tremont Liquor, Inc. So this one had opposition last time. Is anyone here in opposition for East Tremont Liquor, Inc.?
I don't want to do this again. What number?
65. She's come, okay. Did she just get here? Oh, she just got here.
What happened?
The opposition just got here to this one that we're in.
Oh. 65? This is
Yeah.
a liquor store?
Yep, she's coming up.
Okay, just give him a moment.
And if the interpreter, if you can introduce yourself and then to the individual and stuff like that.
I'll
then-
do it.
Yeah.
This is a liquor store, right?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi, my name is Sega Tekle, and I'm here to interpret for Tigrinya.
Okay, my name is Lula.
Lola.
Lula. Lula Gavramedhan.
Robert Romano
Gavramedhan.
for East Tremont Liquor Incorporated. And we'll let the opposition go.
All right.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
So
Fine.
I don't know if you heard my speech. So we have an interpreter. The applicant needs an interpreter. She's there. So if you can do short, like sentences, pause, let her interpret, and then you can go on afterwards. Okay?
Okay,
Yeah. So thank you.
sounds good. Hola.
Hola, do you represent a store?
Yes, I'm down 535 Luna Wine and Liquor, 535 East Tremont.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't seem to have your numbers here. Did you submit your numbers?
Not really. I just have the message for my neighbor.
Okay, so when you receive a letter from us
Yes.
to get your sales numbers,
Mhm.
that's not an optional exercise. You need to submit those numbers.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to interpret
I think it's better. My English is not too good.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
well, she's not a Spanish interpreter.
She's not.
No, I'm
the
not.
interpreter?
Yeah, it just
not
take it
Spanish.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so why don't you go,
Okay.
sir?
Hi. Okay. I see you're trying to open another store around us, and mean to open another business next or very close to our business is like killing our business. I don't think it's enough customer for having another liquor store over there, and probably someone is going to be out of business. I don't want to be one of them.
Okay, sir, so what we do here is we assess whether her application meets the standard of public convenience and advantage. That's the legal term. Under that, legal term, protecting existing businesses is actually not part of the consideration. However, we do consider whether there is increased demand and increased population in the area. So do you have any comments on that? You can frame your protests around number of people, drinking adults in the area, or a number of customers that are in the area based on that, whether there is a need for more supply.
I mean, I believe that what we have is already enough for people getting to supporting the area.
Okay.
I don't think it's
should I go ahead and interpret?
Yes.
Okay. All right. سلام تسمعني دلقي؟
سمعك لهم.
أوه. أنتي بلالو سي أب ناتي كبابي كال دكان كم تناتي نخت كفت سي ناتي تكالسي خجود أويو نخلته زخون نخلته بيزنس زخون أخل سبسية لنيوزيل زلو نسخة أنتي علىك مرد أتا نخم موزي ببرسن أنتي علىك إلى تحت الله.
Okay.
So, sir, can you tell me what your numbers are, like sort of roughly? You don't have to give me your actual sales numbers, but just
Yeah, you can have
it's
my
going up and
number.
down?
It's no problem. 917.
No, not your phone number.
Oh, my
your
phone.
sales numbers.
The sales number. Oh, they should submit that. I spoke to my accountant yesterday, and she told me that she's gonna send it, everything.
I know, but we're hearing the item now, so her sending it at this point is not relevant.
Oh, okay.
Can you just sort of roughly tell me what has happened since 22 to 23, 23 to 24, whether it was gross, going up or down?
Okay, can I
Really?
interpret that?
Really, I don't want to give numbers that I exactly don't have
Right,
it.
but you know whether in 22 to 23, did you go up in sales or go down in sales?
It's going down.
It's going down, and from
Yes.
23 to 24, is
Yes.
it going up or down?
Yes,
It's going down.
yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, you can interpret that. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, if you can.
أنتي تحت الله سي بناتك قصرتات كتبن لك عداقة خاسي قوديلو دو أي قودلن كاب عسران سلستن عسران أربعة كما يالو إلى تحت الله قوديلو إيو يبلالو قوديلو انتخوينو قصرتات برقص كتبن لك إلى تحت الله.
Okay. And you own a bulletproof store, right?
I own the stuff, yeah. But it's
Your
my-
store is bulletproof.
Yes,
Okay. And all the stores in the surrounding area are bulletproof.
I really don't know it.
Okay. According to my record, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stores, all the close to 7 stores are all bulletproof. Okay. Do you have anything else to say?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can you try to interpret?
Okay, sure. أنتي إلو حكيتاتو سي إتنات تكالسي كاب تأيت زكالا خلالو ودو إلى ويلو ويلو أبت خبابي خازر لخ خم أودي كلو إلاتو لأن زفلتو خم ويلوا.
Thank Thank you. And next for the opposition.
Okay.
Good morning, my honest lady and gentlemen. My name is Nicole. I represent the B&N Wines and Liquors.
I'm sorry, which one?
B&N
Okay.
Wines and Liquors.
You can move that down closer.
Okay,
if you
yeah,
want
you're
to.
gonna just speak into
Okay.
the mic. Okay.
Yeah, we just started business since 2021 October, and compared 2022 to 2023, the sales amount is dropped down 9.3%. So compared to 2023 to 2024, the sales amount is dropped 9%. Maybe you see it's not much different, but actually due to the high, inflation, all the price going up, so that you see our amount maybe not much different, but actually the business slowed down. So in the year so we also have GrabHub, Uber Eats and DoorDash, but you can see they totally that compared with 2 years ago in the pandemic, it's totally that, no business at all. So now, so far, it's more hard for us to survive because there's a bus station in front of our store. So people cannot park, because a little spot over the parking. So people cannot park in the street. Even they double park, they will get a ticket. So I know this is illegal, right? They shouldn't do that, but they really affect our business.
Is that your store or is that her store? Because
My store.
okay, so that's not relevant here. You have to tell me why her store is not in the public convenience and advantage, not whether your store is publicly convenient or.
I didn't get it.
Can we let the interpreter catch up right quick and then we'll.
Sure. Yeah, تبل زلا نساسي بتي نعيسي تي كل بس تكاليسي كله تي مخسرين عزلنا تي توت ناس بتعمي يقنسوا كاب عسران سلسن عسران أربعة ندور الخير الله حيث تبل زلا سي مجمريا تي ماكينة مؤمت إذ نبرة كدمي لاي أوتوبوس تنسبوروا مسيوم قبوت أو كبولي كلون يوم إلى اختزارب كلا تطوع بيلاتا مو تسوي تزارب يوزن لخسي مستنحنا زتحا حزا يكونن تبلالا.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Okay. So why I'm telling this? Just because we don't have any customer that they can pass by and stop to buy liquor and then left. So far, most of our customer is from our neighbor, the local. So since the market is just like of a fixed side, if there's another more liquor to come out, liquor stores to come out, so I don't think it can create many, employment opportunity or can improve the government tax renewal. So that's really competitive. For us, it's very competitive to survive. My husband and I was working in the store most of the time, and we only have one employee only because we can't afford more, since it's a very small business. And of course, we also have a loan since we opened in 2021. We still need to pay for the loan when we open the business. So we have 3 young kids to raise. Yeah, I can see it's really hard for us to survive if there more store will be in this Instruments Avenue. Yeah.
If you can please interpret.
Sure. تبر زلاسي إذا نحنا تكالسي كابت كبابينا زلو زنبر سبيو نحنا أتوت هجي خاني أتوتنا بالتعمي قودي له زلو بقو مخنيات كمان حدا سرحتينيات رأينا زلنا أتوت سلزي بلنا سلستنا أشتغل لونا بتعمي خبيد لنا زلو أتوتنا بكمت أن لعلي وريدو سلزلو
All right. Thank
so
you.
yeah, my last my final one to say that please take a good consideration of it. Your decisions will help all of us and the owners on the East Tremont, because all our families member who, they
I
really
already
rely
told
on
you,
us.
this is not the purpose of this exercise. Your protecting your business, unfortunately, is not the standard we go on. You can argue why her store doesn't add to public convenience and advantage, which I think you said that sales are going down, there's no increased demand, and that the traffic situation on your street, which is the same street where everybody's store is, it's not because of the way the traffic flow is, there's no parking or there's not accessible necessarily. It's only the walking traffic. That's what you said, right? So I think that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning again, Robert Romano. I'd just like to point out to the two stores that spoke before us, the second store obviously did not submit numbers, so at this point that would consider the testimony to really be hearsay. With regard to B&N, the numbers that I show would show that in 2024, they would be doing a total of 1.283, which would be their largest sales year to date. I do see that trend going up. In fact, of the 7 stores, closest stores, 5 of them reported, and of those 5, 4 of those stores actually show strong sales growth. And the 2 non-responsive, I believe, should be looked at in our favor. Tremont Avenue, East Tremont Avenue is one of the busiest streets in New York City, probably in the country, in terms of pedestrian traffic. That is where 95% of her business would be coming from. In terms of traffic, you're spreading out the sales. The store, the number 1 store, and I had to redo this several times.
You might want to give.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. You're
There's a
right.
lot for her.
No,
to
you're
do.
right. I'm sorry. Would you like to interpret?
Yes, yes. Okay. ንሱ ዝብል ዘሎ ሲ ኣነ በትናተይ ዝረኸብክዎ ፀብፃባት ግን እወ ብሓቂ እቲ እታ መገዲ እቲኣ ብጣዕሚ ብዙሕ ትራፊክ ኣለዋ፣ ብዙሕ ምንቅስቃሳት ኣለዋ፣ ግን እቲ እቶት ወሪ ከም ዝወረደስ ኣነ ከምኡ ኣይርእን እየ ዘለኹ ኢሉ ስለዚ ሲ እቲ ዘሎ ሓላፊ መገዲ ኮነ ብኡ ዝንቀሳቀስ ዘሎ ሲ ብዙሕ ሰብ ስለ ዝኾነ ሲ ነቲ ዕዳጋስ ዝጥዕም እዩ ዝብል ዘለዎ ሓፂር።
So my client.
All right, Mr. Ronaldo, let me just respond to what you just said.
Sure.
I don't know how you're looking at the numbers, but from what I'm just looking straight at these numbers, I don't know why we can,
Because if you take.
It's not. The numbers are not looking higher to me. 1, 2, 3, and he just showed you his numbers are going down. So 6 out of 7 stores have declining sales. I'm telling you, that's my interpretation.
Right, I respectfully take a different opinion of that. When I did.
We actually just interpret what just happened.
Okay, all right. እንታይ ኢሉ ሲ እንታይ ትብሎላስ በቲ ንስኻ ዝበልካኒ ሲ ኣይሰማማዕኒ ኣነ ብዝሪኦ ዘለኹ ሲ ዕዳጋስ ይወርድ ከም ዘሎ እየ ዝፈልጥ እቲ እቶት ሲ ይወርድ እዩ ዘሎ እምበር ከም ንስኻ ትብሎ ዘለኻ ሲ ይውስኽ ኣይኮነን ዘሎ።
For example, the first store, which again, I had to redo that several times. It's estimated at 2024 of doing $6.078 million in sales.
Ooh.
The first store, SJS NYC Inc., is looking, and if you take 2024.
I don't understand why that is.
I'll explain. If you take 2024 and you go through 524, divide it by 5 and multiply it by 14, you get 6.078.
No one here, I mean, that's what the commissioner has decided.
Okay, but
But
regardless.
you can't now start stating that as a fact for this whole room.
Okay, but then I would like to see the figures for 2023, the first 5 months. If you take those first 5
But
months.
I don't agree that we're multiplying by 14
Okay,
without
but even
taking into consideration of increased expenses, right? So
Well, if we're gonna do that, if we're gonna start, let me say something, Mr. Mayor, very quickly. If we're gonna start looking at expenses and tax returns, this is not gonna be an easy process.
Right.
A business can claim 1,001 things as deductions. I don't think that's a road we wanna go down. I happen to agree with you, okay? Let's take, I think it's SJS.
Yeah.
In 2023, they reported sales, gross sales of 5,785,000, and I think it's 597.
87, yep.
Right, 87, okay. For 2024, through May of 2024, they reported gross sales of $2,170,804,000. So this is a normal standard business practice to make a projection. How have the monthly sales been? Divide that by 12. Here we divide by 14 because we give account for this holiday bump, and we have a projection. It's not science, it's not, we can't say to the penny that that's what's going to be made. But I will agree with you, and this is a formula and a process that I take because I do not consider it
Science.
Arbitrary and capricious. My colleagues are not bound to do anything I do. They can do whatever they want to do. Okay, quite frankly, I concern myself with my approach and my decisions. Based on that, I've done that for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores gave us numbers. One shows a negative.
Sorry to interrupt. Can we just
Oh,
let?
I keep forgetting.
She has a lot to catch up on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Okay, so ትብል ዘላሲ ዝብል ዘሎ ሕጂ ክዛረብ ዝፀንሐሲ እዚ ትብሎ ዘለኻሲ ቅቡል ኣይኮነን ገምጋም እዩ እሞ በቲ ገምጋም ትብሎ ዘለኻ ንስኻሲ ብኡ ትክክል እዚኡ ኣታዊኦም ክትብልሲ ኣይከኣልን እዩ ዝተጠቀምካሉ ኣተሓሳስባ ይርዳእኒ እዩ ግን ትክክል
And then
ኣይኮነን
they said, well, you're not accounting for the holiday bump.
ግምት
So
እዩ
now I'm accounting for it.
Then why not 13 months? Why 14?
To make it 13 months. I don't think it would make a difference.
Do you actually think that people do double business?
I am told that they do double business. That's what I've heard since the time I've been here.
Right.
That during the holiday season, business can almost double. That's what I've heard.
It does.
Yeah, but then it's November and December.
Right. Well, again.
No, I'm just asking you.
Again.
Is that reasonable?
I think it could be reasonable based on the representations that people who are in this industry, attorneys that practice in this industry, have represented to me as I sit here. Okay, this is not a perfect science, but it is also not arbitrary and capricious. It is based on math.
She needs to interpret.
I just want to finish with this, okay? For BNN, the one that's here that we do have numbers for, in 2023, you reported gross sales of $1,186,159. Yeah.
ገና እውን ብኡ እዮም ዝካትዑ ዘለዉ እቲ ቁፅርታት ብኸመይ ከም ዝረኸብካ ይርዳእኒ እዩ ግን ትክክል እቶት መዐቀንስ ኣይኮነን እዮም ዝብልዎ ዘለዉ ግምት እምበር ትክክል ኣይኮነን እቲ ንስኻ በፂሕካዮ ዘለካ ቁፅርታት ብኸመይ ከም ዝበፅሕካዮ እቲ ዝተጠቀምካሉ ኣገማምታ ርዳእኒ እዩ ግን ትክክል ኣይኮነን እዮም ዝብሉ ዘለዉ
For 2024, through May of 2024, you reported gross sales of $458,447. When I take that number, divide it by 5, and then multiply it by 14, I get exactly what Mr. Romano said, $1,283,651. So an increase of almost $100,000 projected. Anything could happen. There could be a fire. We could, God forbid, have another pandemic. There is no guarantee, but that is the projection based on standard business projection models. So
all of the stores show progress or projected to make progress. And if the decision should be in the future, don't use 14 months, just use 13 or go back to 12, I'm happy to do that, you know? But I don't see the point of going all the way back to, in some cases, I've heard 2018, 2019, to know where businesses are going to likely be in this market in 2024. So that's just my approach. No one else is married to it. And based on what I've seen, I would vote to approve. I have one question for you before I turn to my colleagues. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. ደጋጊሞም ዝብል ዘሎ እዚ ጌርካዮ ዘለካ እትበፅሕካዮ ዘለካ ቁፅርታት ብከመይ ከም ዝበፅሕካዮ ብደንብ ርዳእኒ እዩ ኢሉ መጀመርያ 5 ይምቀል ድሓር 14 ይርዱ ግን ኩሉ ግዜ ግምት ደኣምበር ትክክለኛ ቁፅሪ ኣይኮነን ሕጂ ነዚ ኩሉ ዝተዛረብካዮ ሰሚዐ ናተይ ሓሳቡን ክዛረብ ይብላል
My one question is that I understand that she works at a jewelry store, but will operate this store on a full-time basis. And that she's going to be the manager. She's not planning to hire a manager.
Correct.
How is that going to work?
She
The
owns
jewelry
the jewelry
store.
store, right?
We let
The
the question be answered.
Okay. All right. እንታይ ይብላ ኣሎሲ በቲ ንስኻ ነገርካና በቲ ንሕና ዝርዳእና ዘሎሲ ኣብ ሓደ እንዳ ወርቂ ዓይነት እያ ትሰርሕ ሕጂ ግን ነዚ ትካል እዚ ከም ኣካይዲት ኮይና ከም ማናጀር ኮይና ከተካይዶ እዩ እቲ ሓሳብ ዘሎ ከመይ ገይራ ከምኡ ክትገብር ትኽእል ኣብ ክልቲኢኹም ኢላ ትሰርሕ ማለት እዩ
The jewelry store that she works at is the situs, is the premise where the liquor store will be. There no longer will be a jewelry store.
And she will not be doing jewelry.
She will not be doing jewelry.
It's cleared out. You can see it in the photos.
I'm sorry, did she own the jewelry? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay,
So, and she has her finger on the pulse of
Yes,
the
yes.
neighborhood.
I got you.
Okay. እቲ ናይ እንዳወርቂ ትሰርሖ ዝነበረት ናታ እዩ ነይሩ እሱ እውን ክትገድፎ እያ ማለት እዩ ኣብቲ ክትሰርሕ
Do the members have any other questions or?
Not.
No.
No, so the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon, if you want to let her know that the commissioners are about to vote. If you want to enter.
ሕጂ እቶም ኣብኡ ዘለዉ ብድምፂ ከድምፁ እዮም እንታይ ከም ዝሓስቡ እቲ ውሳኔ ማለት እዩ
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. Based on the record before me and my summation of it, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
For some of the financial reasons stated by Commissioner De Leon, and also because of this, the applicant's management expertise, and the fact that there's a large volume, a relatively large volume store nearby, suggesting that maybe some competition is in order, and also she's trying to improve the neighborhood. I think with all these bulletproof stores, the fact that
This
she
is also bulletproof.
That's
no?
right. With all these bulletproof stores, you're willing to take a risk on a new business venture. So, and with your management experience, I definitely feel that you're bringing public convenience and advantage and are helping that entire area in some fashion. So I vote to approve.
Chair.
All right. So I just want to clarify that when you say members club, it doesn't mean that it's closed to the public. It's for it's like a loyalty program.
Interpreter.
Can I interpret first? Okay. እዚኦም ክልተ ሕጂ ዝተዛረቡ ይድግፉ ክኦም ዘለዉ ነቲ እሳ ትገብሮ ዘላ ነቲ ከባቢ መምሕያሽ እውን ስለ ትደሊ ዘላ እዞም ክልተ ንሕና ንድግፎ ኢና ኢሎም ኣሎ እዞም ክልተ ዝተዛረቡ
Is that open? It's open to the public, no fees.
No.
Yeah, no, it's not a private member club.
Well, you called it a members club in their material. Someone wrote that.
There's no members club whatsoever. It might have been a sales incentive, perhaps they meant,
Like a loyalty program
Yeah,
type
I did
thing?
not authorize, I did not
Okay,
sign
you
that
also committed to 15% New York products.
to New York.
Is that still
yes,
true?
yes.
Okay, so you were willing to hold to that?
Yes.
All right, would you guys agree to 15% New York products?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna vote to approve. This is a bulletproof location, which is very rare that we would approve another bulletproof store. 15% New York products.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I guess she understood that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can sign off.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I don't know if Miss Yalom is still there, or she. Hopefully, it's her name is still there.
Thank you.
Yes, I am
Can you
here.
sign off? Yeah, can you sign off?
Okay,
Thank you so much. We're good.
you're welcome.
All right. Next is in Buffalo. Getting mixed. All right.
Which
Now it's
number are
Buffalo.
we?
Number 8, Liquid Events LLC. This one had a new supplemental that was uploaded.
Good morning, my name is Tracy John. I'm here from Evans Fox. I have both principals, Anthony Marsaki and Joe Pelosi here today. John Pelosi, I apologize. My understanding is that this was referred to the authority because Mr. Marsaki had a prior license and would like to provide some information about that, and we're willing to answer any questions. So the previous business he had back in between 2015 and 2017 period, it was a large music venue that had occupancy for about 1,300 people at a time. So it was a large concert venue. They operated with many managers, many employees. Apparently there were some incidents in the area. Mr. Marsaki clarifies that there was never any incidents inside his venue. They were out in the city public parking lots up to a mile away in the area in a time when when Rochester was experiencing a lot of violence downtown. He does admit that he walked away from the license, stopped operating, and essentially a new operator came in and they did an abandonment proceeding, and his license was basically canceled in association with the abandonment proceeding. Today they're here looking to do an off-site catering. It's a very different type of business. It's a very small business with active owner-operators. It'll be on-site during the events. They're going to have, go and do small things like corporate parties, weddings, baby showers, things like that. So it'll be him, each of the principals going in on an event. They may or may not have a handful of employees depending on the size of the event, but it's a completely different business model than the large concert venue. Won't have security guards, won't have entertainment, won't have any of those issues that occurred in the past license. So he'd like to answer any concerns that the commissioners have about that.
So I just have questions about the photos you submitted, Ms. Zhang. Do you have new photos as far as the location being set up as a catering facility as opposed to, the pictures I have, there's like a mic and it looks more like a party space to me, but it could be before renovation or something.
Yes, we can supply new photos. Essentially, this is off-site catering. So they use the space to do some cooking. They don't have any customers there. It literally is just used as a place to store their the things that they would bring to any of the off-site events, and they cook and prepare food there. So they don't, no customers are ever in there, only the owners to store food and prepare it.
I see.
This is an off-site, this is off-site.
Right, and they have operated on one-day permits at other events with no problems, right?
Yes, they have.
They've already done that, right? Okay. All right.
Yes, they've been operating for quite some time. There hasn't been any incident. I think they've been operating for over a year without any issues with any of their events that they have done.
Okay. And one of you is a DJ, so do you also promote your DJ skills at these events? Is that sort of part of the package?
Yes, on occasion, that does happen. There's a package deal, correct.
Okay, got it. All right.
If I may, Mr. Marsaki, both the principals are here today. And again, for the reasons that we've cited, we believe that they can be a responsible operator on the proposed license that's before you today. But they understand if the commissioners had any concerns, and the only way to get the license would be to remove Mr. Marsaki from the business and proceed with just John Pelosi. They would be willing to do so if that's the only way that they could get the license today.
Is Mr. Marzulli the 58-year-old?
I'm 51.
He's 51?
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, all right. I didn't have the name written down, but I have the age. Yeah.
Do the members have any questions?
I'm ready if everybody else is.
Is everyone ready? If so, Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. I mean, there is a history here. It's dated, I'll grant you that, but it's not good. I accept the fact that you're proposing a different model of business. I'm a little concerned about representations that were not made on the application that should have been included, but they weren't. And the investment here is only $25,000 for 12 employees, but you're telling me that you may not use all 12 employees at all times? Is that what you said?
That is correct. This is an off-site catering, so if it's a large event like a sit-down wedding, they may have more employees, and if they're doing an event for 10 people that's just a barbecue. So it'll be, have the employees necessary depending on what they've been hired to do.
Okay. Okay, based on that representation and the other representations made, I will vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm going to vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 32 UB Mobile number 7 Inc.
Again, my name is Tracy Jong. I am here on behalf of this business. The principal is not appearing today. I would like, we had entered.
32.
32.
Many months ago, they had negotiated a conditional no contest plea. I'm here today, asking if we can agree to a alternative penalty, cancellation or revocation of the license and taking the bond.
You want revoke and bond? I've never heard that before.
Yes, this business was sold, I believe, many months ago, maybe more than a year ago.
My understanding is that this licensee has another establishment. If we revoke and bond, he loses that one as well. I just want to be clear what you're asking for.
Then I will withdraw that request. Then we'll ask for approval on the conditional no contest. He had an offer of $10,500.
I can do cancel and bond.
And just to let you know, if he can't pay the $10,500, then that will also lead to revocation and bond claims. So just want to make that clear as well. And just to make, if he can't pay it, that will lead to the same outcome.
Well, she asked for cancel and bond.
Yeah. But then
Yes, I was just proactively asking for that, but we don't want to lose any other license that they have.
Which is what cancel and bond would get you.
So
I should be getting paid here.
There's a future. Gotta wait 2 years.
2 years.
I'm making an announcement now. Okay.
All right, so we'll ask for no contest
What do you
plea that
wanna
we've
do?
already negotiated.
She's asking for cancel and bond.
Oh, we give it
No,
out. That's what she wants.
I'm withdrawing the request for cancel and bond. We don't want to lose our other license.
No,
So-
no. You said, well, if you ask for revoke and bond, you will lose the other license.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond will not.
That's what I was originally looking for.
Okay, so then we're gonna give you cancel and bond. So
Okay,
you don't
long-
lose the other license, but you don't have to pay the 10,000.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner De Leon,
Cancel and bond.
Commissioner Meyer,
Cancel and bond.
and Chair.
Cancel and bond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 52 OSWEGO Seafood Company LLC.
Good morning,
52.
Sean Cathcart.
Sir, are you for serving food now?
Yes,
Okay, what kind of food?
sandwiches, deli, that kind of thing.
Okay, are you doing, third-party promoted events at your location? Meaning like you give the rights to someone else and they do ticketed events and promote them? No, right? Okay. All right. Do you have questions? Do you have questions? No. Okay, go ahead.
All right, is everyone's ready?
5-2.
Mr. Meyer, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay, yeah, there's some history at the location, but this applicant does not appear to be connected with that history. The city does not oppose. There's a significant investment in the venture. I see no reason not to approve the application, so I approve it.
And Commissioner Maya?
Approve.
And Chair.
I'm gonna vote to approve as well, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next is 36 CR Liquors, Inc.
Chairman, Commissioners, my name's Chester McKenna. I'm a consultant that handled this liquor license application. With me today is the licensee, what's your first name? Chandrika Zadid, and her husband, Rasik Zadid.
Good morning.
Hold on 1 second,
Board, we have opposition for this.
Yes.
Tell him that he
All right, and we have opposition, you said? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes, we have opposition.
Okay, yeah, if they can come up and start. It's 36.
Good morning, members. Jacob Pierkowski here on behalf of the opposition. I'm joined by three of the four closest stores. I have Tiffany Treadwell of Crimson Spirits LLC, Jack Wright of J&T Wright Inc., and Sonu Singh of Sehaj Enterprises Inc. This application is really quite simple. If Ms. Treadwell looks out of the front of her store, she can see the back of the proposed premises of the applicant. We're talking a distance of less than 3/4 of a mile. It's about a 3-minute drive, and we're in Steuben County in Painted Post, New York. Now, I anticipate that the applicant's going to try to differentiate Painted Post, New York from ERWIN, New York. So just so the board's aware, ERWIN, New York is a town of about 8,000 people, which contains the village of Painted Post, which is about 1,700 people. Simple reality here is Painted Post and Corning are losing population. The largest employer in the region, Corning Glass, has laid off about 1,500 people in the last year, company-wide, and about 200 people locally. Sales from the two of the four closest stores are going down, and I'll let each of the applicants here, or each of the licensees here, tell you about the last quarter they had last year, because if you note in the gross sales figures that the board was provided with, everything ends in August of '24. In addition to the layoffs from the largest employer in the area, We've had 2 banks in the region close and a coffee shop. Local businesses are struggling. To add a 5th liquor store into this area is only going to cause undue competition and will cannibalize the existing business. There's not new development. There's not an influx of population. There's nothing here that warrants another store. When you look at the geographic location of the Corning Irwin Painted Post area, it's divided by 3 rivers, right? And functionally, everything runs along the Tioga and the Chemung River. Those 2 rivers are dotted with liquor stores, all right? And just so the board's aware, if you were to drive the 4 existing stores, it would take you 14 minutes to hit all of the stores. From Ms. Treadwell's store to Mr. Wright's store is only a 5-minute drive. From Mr. Wright's store to the 3rd closest store, who's not here, who I don't represent, is a 3-minute drive. And from the 3rd closest store to Mr. Singh's store is a 2-minute drive. The area is inundated. There's really no reason for this additional store to come in. I understand that they're going to explain that they're in a Walmart plaza, but the reality is we're talking maybe a 10 or 12-minute walk from Ms. Treadwell's store to the proposed premises. The town of Painted Post, where this proposed applicant is looking to operate, and again, they're going to tell you they're in Irwin, but their address is Painted Post, is only 1.3 square miles. We don't need 2 liquor stores in a town of 1.3 square miles. Some of my clients here may have just something brief to say if they may, but that's all that I have, unless there's questions. Just introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Treadwell from Crimson Spirits. In addition to what Jake has said, there's also a 5th store that is in South Corning that if you take that store and my store kind of bookend the area, and it is less than 5 miles from that furthest store out to mine. It's 4.7 miles, and there are now existing 5 liquor stores in our area. Population's down. My sales have been going down, and the proximity to this new proposed store is so close, and you can literally see the plaza in the back of that building standing at my front door on my sidewalk. Thank you.
Good morning, members. Jack Wright, J&T Wright Incorporated. To piggyback up what Jake and Tiffany said, the last quarter numbers, which you don't have from this past winter, also follow that same pattern you're seeing from 22 to 23 to 24. It was usually the slowest and softest last quarter I've had in a long, long time. You know, for me, I'm a data and just numbers guy. And if you look at the data and the numbers in this case, it's pretty clear what's going on here and what the answer to this particular question is. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, members. We're all set.
Thank you.
This is Chester McKenna again, and I just want to talk about public interest and how this serves the public interest. Again, it is not in Painted Post in the town of Irwin, which has a population of over 8,000 people. It will be the only liquor store in Irwin, and it's located in a major plaza that was built and has 2 major chain stores in it. It's the Walmart store, and the next closest Walmart store is 17 miles away in Orsets. So a lot of people come to this plaza to go to the Walmart store and the Home Depot, which is located right in this plaza. So you're not only going to get they're getting a lot of population come from Pennsylvania and from Steuben County to go to these stores because that's it's in the interest because they can shop there and then go right to the liquor store and pick up their liquor products. They're also going to be selling premium wines there from Spain, Italy, France, Chile, and Argentina.
As well as the domestic product.
Yeah, you would like to speak?
Yes. Good morning, and thank you for having us here. Respected board members and staff members, we are applying for new application at these locations, as my consultant already provided you the details. Our main focus is to have the new store open in this location is because, first of all, is I'm sure you are aware, and images for the store and the parking spot information is already provided to you by a consultant last week. And if you can see, this is humongous area. Parking lot is ample parking. We are not focusing only in the local public, as our earlier was presented to you guys, but we also looking into the people that who coming for the shopping. Our main area of focus on this one is because people coming from all over the place. As you see, Walmart and Home Depot are the biggest store around, and parking spot is ample. We have publicly, as you mentioned in one of the case earlier, that we're more focusing on public interest, and this is what the baseline that we are proposing for the new store. As we were looking into the data where Nelson, 2021 data sheet shows that 55%
The members ready?
of
Excuse me, I'm
people-
sorry. I think the members are actually ready.
I have a question.
Yeah.
For you, ma'am.
Please.
This is a store that's a 4,993 square feet with 3,400 square feet for retail, right?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, and you're proposing to have 3 employees, and the rent is from $5,659 going up to $6,491 a month. That's also correct, right?
Yes. That is correct.
Okay, how do you do that with an investment of less than $25,000?
No,
Well, the investment is strictly of, she's gonna have, only employees are gonna be herself and her son and.
My son and his wife, they will be the managing, full-time managing this particular store in this business.
And
When she's not, she'll be there almost every
we
day.
do have the money in the bank for Morgan Stanley, 370K. And
I saw that you had a significant amount of money, 336,000 available, but that the investment was only 25,000, and that caught my eye based on the size.
I think there
based
might be
on-
a mistake.
if I may, that caught my eye based on the size of the store.
Yeah, it's
and,
not possible.
if I may, and the fact that I'm increasingly seeing applications that show only $25,000 or less in terms of investment. So I was curious about it. You're telling me that the employees are going to be family. They're still employees. They're going to get paid, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We can raise that value because he has a lot of money that he can invest, that she can invest in the business.
Yeah, clearly, the money there to invest is there. What concerned me was the declaration that it was going to be less than 25,000.
There's not gonna be much renovation as far as all the putting in is a counter and with counters inside and.
The shelf and
the
stuff,
shelving,
what
that's it.
necessity to start in the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we can do more modification as we grow in the business. What I mentioned earlier, sir, is that our focus is to have publicly convenience for everybody who comes from far away, and that's the only prime location. We already provided all these details to you in this package.
Thank you.
This
Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're good. I think the members, Commissioner.
Yeah. Well.
Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I know there's opposition, everybody knows how I kind of do my math, and we had submissions from 4 stores, 1 gave us no response, 3 that did give us response, including, I think, the Crimson, which is one of the persons in opposition. I show a projection of increase in sales for 2024, and I show an increase for the other 2 also projected. And I accept the representations and the answer to my question. So with that said, I am going to vote to approve.
Mr. Maya
I vote to approve as well.
and Chair.
I'm gonna vote to deny. I don't find public convenience at advantage. This store is essentially the sum of the closest 2 stores in size. I just don't think there is public convenience and advantage.
But the application.
But it's approved.
Yep. But the application's
Thank
approved.
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Next is number 39, Silo Brunch Bar LLC. There was a new supplemental that was added to the share drive the other day.
Share drive. 39.
Good afternoon, members. Derek Federico.
Erickson Hill.
All right. What's the business model here, sir?
Business model is, it's a brunch bar. Okay, we open at 8, we close at 3. It's a full.
You
3
could,
p.m.
sorry, the door was slamming. You
okay.
close at what time?
3 p.m. So we open at 8 o'clock in the morning, we close at 3 p.m. It's a full service menu, largely surrounding around high-end brunch items.
It's
we
like
don't
a
have
boozy brunch kind of place?
light boozy, okay? It's champagne cocktails and coffee drinks, okay? The alcohol consumption.
Go ahead.
The alcohol consumption is about 15% on average during the week, and it rises up to about 20% of the average check on the weekends. The community has adopted very strongly the model. We have an hour to 2 hour wait on the weekends at our prime times. I have support from the town, from the town supervisor, from the police department, from the county executive, all of whom have dined there. It's in a commercial area. I don't think there's any opposition at this point in time. The other owner, Peter Cousin, is not involved in the operation. I'm the sole member of the LLC, Silo Brunch Bar LLC.
Okay. So it's recorded music, DJ music, live music, acoustic music?
Yes, mostly piped in music.
Okay. And are you going to do like private events, meaning you close the whole establishment for one customer?
In theory, yes, we have not done that to date. We've been a responsible operator since you gave us our temporary approximately 15 months ago. We've not had occasion to do that because there's too much incidental demand, just transactional business.
Okay, so if you were to do private events, generally we give 1 a month, 2 a month. What's your thought on that?
How about 1 a quarter? It's really going to be limited. Can we do that?
Oh, no,
I'll do that.
if you were to do, I was going to do 1 a month because that's
Okay.
probably.
That's fine. To be consistent.
Yeah, just holidays. Some people ask for 2 months so that during the holidays they can do every weekend, but if you don't want that, that's fine.
We don't want that.
All right.
Thank you.
So, look, there are brunch locations like this, especially those ones in the city that turn into like a boozy dance party and people are throwing up on the street on a Sunday outside. Like, I mean, you can shake your head, but this has happened. And it took a long time for us to close down a business. So just, you're here, we are not in the same room, but looking at each other and saying that we're not going to create and allow that situation to happen, right?
No, we will not. The police chief is there every weekend with his family having breakfast. So I think.
Well, I don't know if he drinks, but
Okay.
I hope he's not drinking enough to be then driving home. But whatever, we're not going to create that scenario here. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. It's only a $5,000 investment?
That was the original investment, yes. It was a vacant restaurant. It was vacant for 8 years. It was foreclosed on by the town. We bought it from the town. So it was already built out as a restaurant. We just remodeled it.
For $5,000? That's pretty good.
We stretch a penny.
There was an issue regarding the lease. I see that's been resolved. You said this gentleman, Peter, is no longer involved.
He's not involved in the operation. He's a co-owner of the building, the physical building.
Yeah.
He
Has he given
co-owns it with me.
Right. Has he given us an affidavit saying he's not going to be involved?
I think it's more than I don't think.
More importantly, has the proposed licensee given us an affidavit saying he's not going to be involved?
Yes. I've given a couple statements to that effect.
All right. Thank you.
Do the members have any other questions, or?
I do not have a question.
You're ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya,
Approve.
and Chair.
I vote to approve. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you all.
Next is ADG and ADH. This is Sunset Event Center LLC. It's a request for reconsideration.
Good morning, members. My name is Allie Colvin.
The G and H, yep. ADG and H, yep. Sorry, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. My name is Allie Colvin. I'm attorney of record for Sunset Event Center. I have here with me Principal Anthony Tardabone. As you mentioned, excuse me, as you mentioned, this is a request for a reconsideration. This goes back to a purported disapproval of February 2024. On that date, the item was heard, the applicant was not present. And a few days later, the applicant received a preliminary disapproval. Following that date, the applicant did not receive any reasons for disapproval. That being said, we were able to surmise what these reasons, or I should say, likely the sole reason was. And what we've surmised is that the sole reason for disapproval was likely due to opposition by the city of Auburn. I'm happy to say that since then, myself and the applicant, we've met with the city of Auburn, and one item you will see in your packet is a letter from the city of Auburn stating they no longer have any opposition.
All right, let me just stop you right there. Let's vote on reconsideration.
On the request for reconsideration, Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to grant reconsideration.
Commissioner Maya,
I vote to grant it.
Yes, I'm gonna vote to grant reconsideration. All right, sorry, you can go ahead.
That's okay, thank you. So now that reconsideration is granted, we do hope to move forward swiftly with this application. As I've noted, this actually has been sitting quite in limbo for almost a period of a year now. The applicant is ready and willing to, well, we were actually hoping as soon as today, since we're here physically in Buffalo, to perhaps give a temporary retail permit application and check to really resume operations as soon as possible. Unfortunately, my client has missed the busiest time of the year, which is the holidays. We are in disclosure.
What are your hours?
We're like 11 to 11.
And what's the method of operation? What is Sunset Event Center?
It's a restaurant.
Okay. Is it mostly private parties?
No, there are private parties, but the space is quite large. So a private party can be going on in the banquet room, and the restaurant can also be open for business.
Are you going to want to do a bunch of private parties?
So I think, as I understand it from the applicant, he may do private parties, like I said, in one room, but he does anticipate that the rest of the restaurant will be open at that time.
Okay, so no, you're not going to close the whole thing?
No.
No.
Okay.
The city doesn't
And
want
there's-
any outdoor.
And there's no outdoor service, is that okay?
Yes.
Correct, no outdoor service.
Okay. And you're not going to do any ticketed events?
No.
Meaning third-party promoters, it's solely a restaurant?
Correct.
Okay, and what kind of music is it?
Certainly background recorded, I believe inclusive with our application, which I did not submit, but I believe inclusive with the application was also live music.
What kind of live music?
Bands.
Yeah, bands.
What kind of bands? Is it like
It'll be a mixture,
Like,
right?
like an acoustic band or like rock and roll band, like heavy metal band? What kind of band?
We would probably draw the line at heavy metal, but acoustic, and there would probably be some larger bands as well, like a rock band, I guess you would call it.
So like, it would be amplified music, right? Is there a stage?
There's no stage.
There's a small stage in the bar,
Oh, there's a small stage in the
like
bar.
an acoustical stage.
A small acoustical stage.
So you're not doing ticketed events. You're doing dinner entertainment with the band.
Correct.
Correct.
And you're not going to have a band come and sell tickets and say, come see this band here and get food along the way, right?
Correct.
It's okay if that's the plan. I'm just asking you what the plan is so that I frame your method of operation around that. Like, I just don't want to, on the other side, get caught, because obviously the city is opining here, supporting you at the business plan that you presented to them. So I just want to make sure we're framing that.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. But no, to answer your question, there's no plan, and it's not part of our application to do ticketed events.
Okay, so is midnight across the board going to be sufficient time for you?
Yes.
Okay, and if you need more hours with the town's, support, we will give you more hours in the future if that's what you need. But you'll come back here for that, okay? Is that okay?
Let me just consult with my client for just a sec, so that means that they're going to hold you to midnight.
You want to state the
If you wanted
conditions
to.
first, and I'll.
Donald.
That's okay?
The boozy
Okay.
bar,
Midnight's okay.
I forgot to put limitations on it.
But they are going to be, yes.
Ask them if they will agree to 12 private events. And
would
they said they
kind of-
close at 3, so I don't know what you want to do. You want to do midnight?
I'm gonna have to come back.
Okay, you can ask them to come back, but you can also ask them if they will agree to this.
Want me to see if they can come back now?
Why don't you, call them and see if they're still there.
All right.
It's closed, doesn't mean that's closed.
Don't let me forget that if we have the conversation about it, I need to put the conditions on. Because otherwise he gets no private events. I'm trying to help him. Sorry, what did you say?
I believe your last question was
Yeah,
midnight across the board,
is that
and the
okay?
answer is yes, that's fine, yes.
Okay, all right, we're good. All right, go ahead.
You want to state the conditions, and I'll just.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions. The first thing is, because we agreed to reconsider this without the disapproval, we're not going to send you the disapproval, obviously, because that's now moot. Is that okay? Yes? Can I get a yes?
Can we hear the conditions? I want to make sure I understand first.
Fair enough. You're smart. All right, so here are the conditions. Midnight across the board. No private parties, no third-party promoters, no outdoor service, recorded music, live music, and that's it.
Does that encompass everything for you?
We can have live music, right?
Yes, you can have
Right.
live music.
Yeah.
Yes, that's all acceptable.
Yes, and no ticketed events. I think we agreed on that.
You request a
Correct.
DJ?
She said they said only live music.
Okay. If it's
Does it
just
say
live
DJ?
music, it doesn't mean
You know what?
DJs.
You know what,
DJ is a-
I apologize.
Nah,
I'm looking
not
at the
in-
method-
Wasn't it in the paperwork?
Yes, it was, and I apologize. Recorded DJ, jukebox, and live music and dancing is in there as well. That was all in the submitted method of operation.
There's a difference with the State Liquor Authority between DJs and live music, just to let you know.
Yep, I understand, and I apologize that I didn't recite it all, but the method of operation submitted was recorded, DJ, jukebox, live music, and we didn't cover it yet, but dancing.
Well, that's not helpful. All right.
And the only thing was, they didn't want out this before you met.
Right.
Yeah, no outdoor. All right, sir, it's hard, just in the context of how we operate here, it's hard for me to believe that this is a restaurant that's closing at 11 p.m. when you're requesting DJ and dancing. So what's the answer here? Is this a restaurant or is this more like a tavern nightclub?
We
Because you
usually
can
do,
be a tavern nightclub. I just need to know.
we usually do our bands from 7 to 10. So I don't foresee this being a problem to be closed by 12.
Okay, but when you do the bands, is all the tables cleared away and then now customers are up dancing like it's a bar? And you're not serving, meals, so to speak?
There's a specific area for the bands to be, right?
Right.
Yeah, so like I said, this is a large format space. So there's a specific area where the bands can be, where there won't necessarily be sit-down tables at all times. But again, it's a quite a large space with different rooms.
So there's a designated dance floor area in front of the stage for the dancing to happen?
Correct.
And you're not
Yes.
moving the tables and all of that?
No, it just stays as it is,
Yeah,
right?
stays as it is.
Correct.
Okay. As long as you're not moving the tables, I'm not against people dancing. I love dancing. I just, it's just hard to be both things because then the allegations on the other side is you're a nightclub, and then I have to defend against that.
We understand that. I do truly believe that the method of operation is consistent here. And like I said, I didn't make the original application, but I think the addition and inclusion of dancing is just to be sure that he really is compliant, because truly when and if these bands do play and there is dancing, we want to make sure we're compliant in that respect.
Okay. All right, so let me start again. Midnight across the board, no private parties, no ticketed events, no third-party promoter. Music methods are recorded music, live band, DJ, jukebox, and patron are allowed to dance, no outdoor service.
That's
Is that
all
okay?
correct. Yes.
Okay, and so with those conditions, would you agree to, I don't even want to say waive, but your disapproval is moot, so we're not going to send you the disapproval.
I am inclined to say yes, but could you tell me a little bit about, because this one is novel for me.
You don't lose anything.
Tell me-
You don't lose anything. It's us that lose a right to give you a disapproval letter, which now is moot.
We can still do it. It just will take more
I know,
time.
I'm just trying to not do it, Donald. She doesn't need it.
It's not that I'm confused. My question was going to be, can you tell us a little bit about if we were to, let's say, waive disapproval, what would be the next step for the applicant?
There's nothing. You're just going to get your license because we decided to reconsider here and your application is now approved.
Okay.
So you don't need a piece of paper that says you were disapproved before. It would be in the record that you were disapproved and then reconsidered.
Right, it's not
And
waiving
reconsider.
disapproval. You're not waiving disapproval, you were disapproved, and now you've reconsidered and it's been granted. The physical decision is what we're talking about here.
Yes.
I see. So we'll move right from here to conditional letter of approval for the OP?
Yes. Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
You're just going to
then
get the approval now and you can go file for your temporary permit right now.
That would be excellent. So yes, to answer your question, I don't know how you want me to say it on the record, but we would waive the disapproval, however you'd like me to put it on the
Yeah,
record.
the written decision.
Just the written disapproval decision.
Yes.
Yes, we would waive the written disapproval decision.
All right, thank you for doing that. All right.
Did you state
This
the
is
hours?
approved.
Stated the hours.
Yes, a midnight across the board.
Okay. I also vote to approve with the conditions and adopt the conditions that the chair put on the record.
Commissioner Meyer,
I approve with Chair Fan's conditions.
thank you.
And so just so we're clear, the waiver is not a condition. It's just something that you're agreeing to after you've received your approval, right?
Oh, yes.
Condition. It's not a condition at all.
It's not a condition.
It's not a condition. We should have just said it at the end after all.
What?
that. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And if you wanted to apply for the temporary so that you can get up and operating, you can go ahead and complete the application, drop the check off at the front window. They'll be able to assist and we'll turn that around for you. And then you'll get a conditional letter and then you can get your license once you meet the conditions, okay?
That would be wonderful. And do we have Chair Fans on the record? Or
Yeah,
did
she-
you go first? I apologize.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, everybody.
She's good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can you
Have a
come?
good
Can
day.
you come back, the lawyer?
I'll give some cards out. Have a great
you.
day. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Next in Buffalo is 16716 Legends LLC. This is 716 Legends LLC. There was a new supplemental
Yeah,
added
this one I
to the
read. That's the one
drive.
I did read it. Yes, I did.
What number, I'm sorry?
16.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. My name is David Ezak. I'm the representative for 716 Legends LLC, and this is Dennis Crazen. Yeah. How you doing, guys?
Can I just talk to counsel for one moment?
Okay. We're going to go off the record for a brief conference with counsel. We'll be back shortly. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council. Again, the number is 716 Legends LLC.
All right, go ahead. Do you guys have do you want to introduce yourselves first?
Yes, once again, my name is David Dezak. I'm the representative for 716 Legends LLC. This is Dennis Krazak, the owner.
Okay. You've been operating under a temp since January of 24?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and you're aware that there's been an enormous amount of police activity and 311 calls surrounding the business?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you have any explanation for what has happened? Because
Yes. Actually, of those 311 calls, I have a report from the Buffalo PD. Out of 34 of those calls, 10 were loud noise. They were checked by the officers. No reports. 8 of them was a direct patrol, officers patrolling the area. 2 were for an alarm heard when they first purchased the business. And there's 2 domestics, no complaint, no report.
That's the apartment upstairs, so it's not the bar.
There's an apartment upstairs that was in. 2 calls of threats, no reports. 2 fights, no report. 1 hang up, no report. 1 was for a loose animal, dog on the street. Said Larceny business was quiet. They were broken into. And they had a call for a drunk. Police department came and said that it was a neighbor who was not affiliated with the business. 1 call for an ambulance.
do you have residents in your building?
He has an apartment upstairs.
He has an apartment upstairs, so he lives upstairs?
No, with
No,
tenant.
the landlord that rents me the bar also rents an apartment upstairs.
And it's just your bar and 1 tenant upstairs, and it's a standalone building?
Yes, 2-story.
Okay. And is that tenant the one that is calling for these?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
So it's other neighbors that are writing to us saying they're not happy with this establishment?
Yes, some neighbors are, Chairman. However,
If I may explain, please, if it's okay. So I started the bar, working at the bar January 26th of 2024. I reached out to the councilman right away, Brian Bowman, and introduced myself. We were supposed to have a face-to-face meeting, but he chose to do a phone call instead last minute, which I was fine with. Introduced myself, told him that I plan on introducing myself to neighbors as well. And I said, if you have any questions, if you get any complaints, please let me know right away so I can address them. The first contact I received from Brian Bowman about any complaints was late June, early July of 2024. So no issues before that. We've had no fights at the bar. There was 1 fight, I believe, outside of the bar. One of them was a bar patron that we kicked out, and the other one was a neighbor from across down the street. But that was down the street from the bar, had nothing to do with the bar. So when I heard from Brian Bowman in July, I right away told him over our phone conversation what my intent was to remedy the couple complaints he had about loud noise and about the parking situation, and he agreed that was satisfactory. So I posted on our group, on our Facebook page. I printed out signs, put them on the door saying, if you're outside smoking, smoke, come right back in, don't be loud outside. We started locking the door in the back where people are going out in the back smoking at 9, 10 o'clock at night, so the neighbors are not being disturbed. And I heard nothing from him again. The next thing that happened is the city told me now I need a special use permit, which I applied for. And I had a meeting on September 3rd with the city of Buffalo, Planning and Zoning Board. And that is the first time that I heard of all these major problems all of a sudden that Brian Bowman is alleging. I went to that meeting. The lady that was the head of the meeting, she read off of a letter from the councilman, allegations of loud noise, being a nuisance to the neighborhood, urinating on neighbor's lawn, and I was kind of shocked, and because he didn't communicate any of that to me. The next day after that meeting, which was on September 3rd, I walked the entire neighborhood, and so 2 blocks that way, 2 blocks that way, 2 blocks that way, and 2 blocks that way. So roughly a 400 feet radius. All the neighbors that are in a close proximity of the bar. And I had a yellow pad, and I wrote down everyone's complaints, if they had any. A lot of neighbors said we don't have no problem. The ones that are further away, the ones that were closer to the bar, they had some concerns and complaints, which I wrote down. To give you examples, almost every neighbor that had a complained about vehicles driving fast up and down the street and running the stop sign, which I agree is an issue, and loud music from the cars that are coming in the area. Some of those cars, which I've proved through surveillance, are not our patrons. They're just neighborhood people that are playing very loud music in their cars. There's a car club on our street, down the street from the bar, on the Ryman, I'm sorry, on Benzinger, I apologize, on Benzinger, towards the dead end part. They're called the Mopar Club, so they're all driving these very loud SRT8s, very loud music. I've asked that club to keep it down because I'm getting blamed for it in my business. They said they would, but I don't think they've complied. They still drive fast up and down the street and peel out their tires at that stop sign or run the stop sign completely. So once I heard all the neighbors' complaints, I did what the lady told me from the from the zoning board and gave every neighbor my phone number. And that's when I started getting text messages and communication from neighbors as to what the issues were. I was addressing those issues. We have a security guard there with a body-worn camera Thursday, Friday, Saturday nights. He would walk up to cars and tell them, turn the music down. People would come to the bar, they would park, and they would hang out in their car, finish their cigarette or their cigar or whatever, you know, or hang out with their friend and chat for a minute, and they would play their music, and that was bothering the neighbors. So once we started addressing that, the councilman completely ignored me. I sent him 7, 8 emails asking for a community meeting, which what that lady said to do. He's never responded, said the community doesn't want a meeting, they just don't want you there, which is false because I have a petition that's signed from all the neighbors in my radius that said that they wouldn't sign it until I showed like a month and a half later. So I was approved by the zoning board. I was denied.
Do we have that petition, sir?
Yes, I sent it to you guys, yes. About how many people total?
But it doesn't address the.
55 people total signed it.
What about allegations
No,
of weapons?
No, I just want to add one more thing.
What
So
about the?
I'm sorry.
What about the complaints surrounding weapons and domestic incidents?
There was
in
two
the record?
domestic. There was 2 domestic incidents upstairs with the tenant upstairs. I have no control over that, obviously.
Okay.
And then weapons, I don't see anything in the police reports about weapons, so I don't know where that's coming from.
Okay.
There's no police call for weapons. There's no weapons found ever. And our security guard, his name is Remix, he pats everybody down. He looks inside the girls' purses. We don't allow anyone to bring any weapons in the bar. There's not a single police call here on the log. And we have the log all the way from 2007, and there's shootings, stabbings, fights, I mean, crazy stuff. None of that is happening while I've owned it, because I paid for an armed security guard with a body-worn camera, a lot of money. I spent $30,000 just on security last year to make sure that we have 0 issues. I have other businesses. This isn't my only business, so I made sure that it's very...
What are your other businesses, sir?
I own a company called Harrisville Consulting Group. It's call center, debt collections. And I own United Motors LLC, which is a car lot.
Okay.
So I have other business I have to protect, right? So I made sure there's no fights, there's nobody getting hurt in the bar, there's no one ever gotten hurt there, thank God. There's been no fights. You know, I've gone above and beyond to make the neighbors happy. I have text messages from the neighbors telling me, yes, you've made a huge improvement in the last 30 days, from September to October. I have neighbors that are texting me saying, when is the bar gonna open again? The people that talked against me at the Common Council Board meeting are the ones that signed the petition saying it's okay for me to get my permit. So I won the neighbors back by doing exactly what they asked. Walk up to every car, tell them to shut the music off, deny people entrance that don't want to listen. You know, if they don't want to turn off their music, we tell them you can't come into the bar.
May I ask your counsel a question? Sir? Is it Mr. Dezek? Am I saying your name correctly? Dezek?
Yes.
Why did he need a special use permit in that area? Just, I don't know that answer at all. It's not a test question. I need, why is that?
City of Buffalo requires them now.
Any
For
business in
what?
the City of Buffalo.
Did you get the special use permit?
No, I was
Have you
denied.
received it as of today?
No, I was denied the special use permit. I think they're waiting the outcome of this decision today, and then I have to meet with the community police officer. They're gonna put some restrictions on me, like they don't want me to be open at 2, 3 in the morning, I guess, which I'm okay with.
All right, so, sir, let me interrupt you, sir, to counsel. So what is this, like in the nature of what I just learning in New York City is like a community board? They impose restrictions?
It's not a community board, it's actually City Hall.
Right, okay, so what do they do?
And if you go online yourself, the City of Buffalo, and you look this up, a screen will come up explaining what it is and who needs to have it. Mostly all businesses today opening up in Buffalo need a special use permit, especially if they're going to be involved with, now this is only the cities, not the suburbs.
Right.
Especially if they're going to be involved with alcohol.
All right, so just, I don't know this answer. Does he need the special use permit before this board acts? Tell me how that
No,
works,
they've had-
because,
I've had people who applied for the special permit, didn't receive it yet. There was no issues, and they even were granted, their liquor license.
okay, but then it would be subject to, what happens if this board permits this business to continue? And then
I
the
will still
special
get-
use- and then the special use permit is not granted, then what happens? I'm asking counsel. Mr.
If-
Dudzik.
Yes, if for some reason they flat out denied it, they could
Yes.
stop him from doing business.
Okay.
But I am working with the
All right.
community officer, and I'm gonna follow all their restrictions to be able to open again.
He's done everything they've asked so far.
Are the commissioners, members ready?
It's really tough. You did a good job.
If I can add something else before you guys make a decision, please, that would be
Yeah,
important.
I would like you to. What? Go ahead.
So I want to add that there's only 2 neighbors that are doing all this, a guy named Charlie and a guy named Brian. That is it, 2 neighbors. And, it's racially motivated. They don't like the black people coming to
All
my
right,
bar.
let me interrupt you. One last question for council. So this commissioner understands, if he is approved and the special use permit is not, he's closed, right?
Yeah, the city will give him time on it. I
We
mean,
would never do it that way.
Yeah, they would not do it that way.
We would not do it that way because
We can make it a condition.
First, yeah.
if they're gonna put our condition on it, then we have to put that on.
Right. So, okay, that's where I'm going. So when do you next go back to Buffalo to see if you get the special use permit so you could come in front of this board and say, I got the special use permit?
They can't. They're waiting to get the license so that they can go there and say, we have the license.
Yeah, they're
So they
saying they
have
don't
to-
have a license.
Okay,
so
no,
they're
that's,
not gonna
yes,
give you a
okay.
special use permit because you have
Okay,
no
so
license.
Chair Fan just mentioned that you'd have to have the license to go back to the
That's what they
board,
just said.
correct? Yes.
Yes.
So now I'm asking council, if you go back to the Buffalo with an approval from this board and Buffalo rejects you, you don't get the special use permit, are you saying you're out of business?
Yes.
Okay.
What,
It's kind of an odd way to do it.
No, but we
What's
would never
that?
do it that way.
if we may, if he is approved, once he's approved, can I just email that to the authority, the copy of the letter from the city?
No, no,
Other
that's
than
not how
have
it
to
works,
come here
because
again?
if they put our conditions on it, then it will have to apply to the license as well. So we would generally not do it. If there's a special use permit that the city is requiring, you would need to do that first and then come here with it. It's the logical way we've been doing anything that involves the municipalities.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
They're
So-
the municipality and we, work for the state. So let me tell you this. This is the problem with operating on a temp. There is a lot in the record about how this location, it's a nuisance to the community. And so based on the record that I have in front of me, I'm not comfortable issuing this license, so my vote is no.
Commissioner De Leon?
Okay. There is an extensive record in this case. The city of Buffalo, the Lovejoy District, the council member denied the special use permit. The police have reported to 45 calls of noise. There is weapons and domestic incidents reports, which I understand you say are not related to your business. However, since May 2024, during the time that you've had this temporary license, there have been 33 complaints called into 311 involving all kinds of parking disputes, quality of life issues. You have the protests of your neighbors. You have neighbors coalitions and a council member who oppose your application. There is allegedly a video of noise and threatening actions being made by you and your agent towards others. The petition of support that you cite does not proactively make a position on the business getting the special use permit that you spoke of. There's also discussion of assaults and threats. You just told us that you invested $30,000 in security, but your application said your investment was less than $25,000, although you have access to $167,000 in the bank. And then finally, the text messages that you say that you've been getting from your neighbors kind of corroborate that there is an ongoing problem, albeit that you may be addressing it. I wanted to make a full record for the reason that I'm agreeing with the chair and voting to deny this application.
Commissioner Maya?
I will just make this statement. Initially, the question being, is there good cause to deny this? I was having troubles with approving this. You did a great job explaining yourself, sir, today. Assuming that what you told me is correct, if I were to take it as true, you did a remarkable job of explaining yourself. But the problem that I have is where my inquiry went. You don't have Buffalo right now. We don't have it. And that's my basis for denial at this point.
Okay.
All right. It's been denied.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
if there is a change in situation, meaning that if Buffalo comes through with the permit, you can certainly then are in a different position and have a basis to ask for reconsideration of your license.
Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
I just want to point out, unfortunately, that because this application is denied, your temporary permit is now rescinded.
Okay, thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So to bring up 39 Silo Brunch Bar LLC, to bring back the whole thing about stipulations.
Yes.
They're an hour away. They said they can turn around and come back if you want them to.
No, why don't you just ask them if they will?
So to put on the record, right now as it stands, I looked back. They did put on their method of operation 6 to 8 private events per year. I know you want to expand that to 12.
Okay,
I'm sure
so
they're-
then just get 6 to 8.
But and right now they're at 4 a.m. There's no limitations on
Okay,
their hours.
that's fine.
Is that okay?
That's fine.
And you
Yeah.
want, but you want to give them 12 events, or you want to
Yeah.
limit it, keep it at 6 to 8?
Thought that was discussed. But
I mean, we had a conversation about it, so
They
I think
seemed
he
okay with
wanted,
it, right?
yeah, so give
That
them the
gives them
12.
more.
Yeah, give them
Is
the,
there
they're
any
not gonna
other-
agree to less. They're not gonna, if I'm going the other way, I think we need them in the room.
My only issue was probably the 12 a.m. restriction. That
Why don't
what
you
they-
just recall the item now and we put it on the record, and then you let them know?
All right. Are you going to restrict the hours though?
No, I'm not gonna restrict the hours. No, I don't need to do that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So again, back on the record is 39 Silo Brunch Bar LLC to revisit the vote. So to put on the record stipulations.
So I failed to, when we voted to approve, to increase the number of private events from the applied for 6 to 8 a year to 12 a year, and there is no hour restriction, even though their claimed hours are 8 to 3 p.m. But the whole clarification is just because their private events will now go to 12, and the commissioner should vote to approve or not.
You okay with that, Commissioner De Leon?
I approve and adopt those conditions.
And Commissioner Maya?
Approve and adopt.
Okay. Thank you. I'll let them know that you don't have to turn around.
Yes, no, they're fine.
So next in Buffalo is 13 Best Value Wine and Liquors, Inc.
Good afternoon, Board. Barry Donahue, attorney with Kelly Costoni, the principal for the applicant. Since we filed their application, there's been a little more information that would be useful to the board in making its decision. In particular, there's an abandoned mall across the street, used to be called the West Seneca Mall. That was purchased a month ago by 2 investors for $22 million. And there are news reports where the supervisor for the town of West Seneca has indicated that a premier retail center will be going in across the street. The applicant has information that that's going to be a Costco. And if it is a Costco, their investigation of the store in Rochester, which is the next closest store about an hour away, next closest Costco, indicates their traffic is about 2.7 million customers per year. To the extent that this one would be the Costco Buffalo, they estimate about 3 million customers would be going into that store across the street from our store. So the increase in traffic that will be generated by whatever goes in there will be significant. The applicant is also very close to an interstate, the closest of all the stores that reported numbers. This store is literally right off the thruway, as the Costco or whatever goes in there will also be. The town supervisor has indicated that they hope that this purchaser who purchased it, like I said, for $22 million will act very quickly. They think there's going to be significant retail activity across the street within a year. So we submit that as additional justification for the application. And I have the principal here if the board has any questions.
Do you have any of that in writing? Because we certainly do not consider future potential economic development as part of the decision here. I mean, you're coming in telling me something got sold and something is supposed to happen. Like, that's not.
It has been mentioned in many media sources.
Okay, did you guys submit any of that?
We tried to submit. We did come in a little bit late.
I did try and submit on Tuesday, but it was late.
Do you want us to review that and you come back again? Because if you've got something in writing, I want to see it.
I'm happy to do that. And could I also supply the board with the deed? Because literally the property was purchased about a month ago.
That's fine. You just have to submit it when the deadline happens.
Okay. Yeah,
if
we're
it's
happy to
important enough. I mean, you guys are going. You doubled in size in 2019, and then you're asking to double again, and everyone else is doing, dropping numbers. So I think seeing your documents in writing will be helpful for your public convenience and advantage argument. So
I just want to mention, we've never doubled in size. We've always been granted 2,000 square foot retail, and we've been operating for the last 11 years with 2,000 square feet retail, both at Southwestern and
Okay, my
at-
record is that you were at 2,500 and you went to 4,000 square feet, and now you're going from 4,000 square feet to 6,000 square feet.
That was when you moved. When you moved to this location, the previous location was 2,500 square feet.
Yeah, 2,500 to 4,000, 4,000 to 6,000. That's what I have.
But the retail didn't change, and we've been operating at a total square footage of 2,833, with only 2,000 of that is retail. So our retail is not.
Right now, your store is 4,000 square feet. Are you telling me that's not accurate?
That is not accurate. That was what we.
Okay, so you need to make a request for what we have on our record and make sure you clarified that as well.
Yes, I will.
What we have is 2,563 was requested to add to 4,000 in 2019. And I'll take your word for it. If you tell me that's not right, that's fine too. But you should always request our materials before you come here so that we're all on the same page.
Understood.
But why don't you submit your supplemental again, make a request. Our FOIL queue is relatively responsive at this point. And if you need another 3 weeks, you can go to the March meeting. Just let us know, okay?
Right now we're at, right now where are we at? I'm sorry.
Right now, I'm adjourning this to February 20th unless they need March.
February 20th would be good. Thank you.
It's a Thursday.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
220.
Yep, and Commissioner Maya.
220.
Okay. All right. Next is 59, LUXOR SIPS LLC.
25.
59.
59.
Hello, my name is Katrina Martin. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm here with our principal, LUXOR LLC, Woods and Wine DBA in relation.
I'm sorry, you're a registered nurse?
I'm
Did
a
you just say-
registered nurse. Yes,
Okay, but
Yes.
you're representing her.
yes.
Okay.
I also do community consulting. I also do community development. I completed a program at the University of Buffalo. So these are some of the things that I've been doing within the community and within my career. Also, as a registered nurse, I was a member of the Western New York HERDS team. And so we actually did the COVID-19 compliance observations and surveys that either put those facilities in the clear or either resulted into a fine and or corrective plan of action for those facilities. So my career and my education is aligned with compliance. And I think that is one of our major issues that we have, is ensuring that we understand rules, regulations, and that we stay in compliance, and that we have a plan to stay in compliance. And that's where I come in, the plan to stay in compliance. Investing about 40 hours a month into making sure that we do that.
All right, who's investing 40 hours a month?
I'm investing 40 hours a month into making sure that
You're
LUXOR
investing?
as far as the investment of time, and of course they're paying. And so that's coming at a cost of $2,000 a month to them for me to help ensure that they stay in compliance with the city.
Oh, okay.
With the city's stipulations. In addition, which there are none at this point, in addition to staying in compliance with the SLA and protecting our community, actually work in trauma. So when things like people being out trying to enjoy themselves in activities don't go correctly, then they're coming to see me. And so I would not put my reputation on the line. And I know how to address these issues because I've proven so far throughout a career that I can do that.
All right, how do you plan on doing that?
I plan on doing that by, number one, after the incident happened at LUXOR's, I worked with the business to increase the feasibility of the business, making sure that we secured the business economically, looking at other ways to drive our revenue, so we are not 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes over our closing time. We're also going to address that by looking at a short order menu. After a certain time, there won't be things that we prepare that a consumer would not be able to consume in a reasonable amount of time and make it out so they could drive home and make it home, safely. Because that is our number one concern. Improving our security, having a security guard there on those high volume nights. Establishing a better relationship with with our government officials. And so acting as the government liaison, which I have a wonderful relationship with all of our community members, all 9 council members. In addition to the mayor of Buffalo, in addition to our acting mayor, Chris Scanlon, right now at this time, in addition to our former police commissioner even. And I understand where there is responsibility, there is accountability. And so we are adding on accountability measures. I'm going to be checking to ensure that we, are closed in time. I'm going to be checking and training and teaching the staff, more so leaning into even the bar, knowing how to cut people off and being confident with that. Prior to myself going to college, I was actually worked at 2 bars. So I understand the concept of keeping them together.
Can I say a few things? Okay.
Sure.
First of all, some of the things that are being proposed, it's my understanding that they were conditions that should have been followed when the license was issued to begin with. What we have here are Buffalo PD talking about shots being fired at the location, that the location has been filled well over capacity, which is a serious, serious danger to the public. We have fights. On May 26, 2024, a patron was shot and killed right outside the place for an incident that started inside. And that happened at 2:32 a.m. And the real concern here is that it's operating more like a nightclub with promotions. And there's been no removal application filed. These are the concerns that we have as an agency. Now, it appears to me you're going to be a consultant, but you're not going to be on premise, are you? You're not going to be working there.
Yes, I am going to be on premise. I'm going to be working there approximately about 10 hours a week.
About 10 hours a week?
About 10 hours a week because we have like a 4-day open, schedule. So to be there for 2 to 3 hours, leading in, popping up sporadically. That is the reason why I work with them on developing the business plan and changing the location.
Can I ask you something? The owner of the establishment, have they ever run another restaurant? Is this the first time that they're in this business?
No, this is a business that has been here for, I think, around 30 years, and it has been multiple and different kind of restaurant spaces. It was the 31 Club.
Well, I understand that, but the license...
He's asking about the licensee's experience.
The licensee, the license was issued, I believe, August 2nd, 2022.
Okay, you're speaking about the LUXOR location. Okay.
Right. So my concern is that we have someone who's just starting out in this business. Running this kind of business is a tough business, and you can learn the hard way or you can learn the easy way. It sounds to me like someone who's going to be there on a more ongoing basis, which has the background and the experience, a professional manager, so to speak, as opposed to a consultant that's only going to come in once in a while, might be the solution. Because the allegations, hold on. The allegations here are very, very serious. Please address that.
I have hired Tara Funderburg, the owner.
Okay.
I've hired Kevin Keller, who has over 10 years experience running establishments in the downtown Buffalo area, and as well as in the suburbs. He's ran Bella Chow, Vice,
So where's he today? Why is he not here today?
Yeah, he'd be a good person, huh?
Because I didn't know that he needed to come in today. He's the manager.
And so what I'm doing is I'm strengthening the manager. I'm acting as a support and a resource for the manager. I don't take the
I
place.
understand, but I'm not sure yet what your experience is in this particular area. I know you're a Jane of all trades, and I really appreciate that. But somebody died at this location, ma'am, and this is actually an enforcement application. This is an enforcement determination. This is actually not a licensing application. So we're still trying to see what the owner of the location should be responsible for here. And she came and told us last time that she was moving the location. And so our question was, where is the removal application, right?
You do have the removal application. I did call in and check on January.
21st?
Excuse me?
Okay, so that was filed, the removal was filed. Do you have a temp now?
Not been issued yet.
Okay, so you have not gotten the temp for the new location.
No, I
So
haven't.
at the new location, you're gonna be working with Kevin Keller.
Yes, ma'am.
And is your husband still gonna be involved?
He's my husband, so I mean, he's involved as far as to the capacity that he is my husband. I'm still the
Okay,
owner.
meaning
I'm the
what?
sole
Meaning he's on
responsibility.
site managing? Because I see him, he's in the room, and no offense to you, sir, I'm just trying to understand who's actually operating this place? Because
I am
now we have a
operating-
registered nurse saying she's gonna be helping run this place, which I highly respect. I just
Yes.
want to
So
understand
if I
who's
may,
managing this place.
okay, if I may, I have hired Kevin Keller to be the general manager. He does daily operations and managing. All I am is the owner. So I pay the bills, I pay the staff, things of that nature. I have Katrina Martin, who is handling compliance, security, making sure that staff is trained properly, that everyone knows exactly what their role is in the building and how things need to be run.
Okay, and Katrina said that she's gonna be on site 10 hours a week, and she's working for you 40 hours per week? Is that what you said,
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Per month. I said 10 hours a week.
40, oh, okay.
40
So
hours.
10 hours, so you're doing the 10 hours per week as a consultant to
Yes.
make sure that she's in compliance. How
Yep.
many hours a week is Kevin Keller working?
Kevin Keller is on salary, so he is there however many hours he needs to be.
And
Whenever
how
we're
much is he getting paid?
He is getting paid, well, if we did it hourly, he's probably at about $18 an hour.
What's minimum wage? Is it more?
15.
No, it just went up.
Is it
It just went up. It just went up.
Like $37,000 a year.
Okay.
Excuse me?
So this guy's got 10 years' experience and he's getting paid minimum wage?
He has over 10 years' experience. This is what he asked to be paid.
Is he
said
managing
this is
another
what he would do.
restaurant?
At the time, no, he isn't.
What do you mean at the time? It's now, right?
He's managing the Woods and Wine.
So
My
he's
location.
also managing another location and doing this
No.
double duty?
No,
No,
he is managing my location only.
he's gonna be
full-time.
on site every hour when you're open.
Yes,
Okay, and then at the new location, you plan to be open until 11 on Friday and Saturday and 10 PM from Sunday to Thursday, is that right?
no, that's not correct.
Well, that's
That's the
offer.
agreement, that's the offer that's in writing. And then there is no promoters, no dancing.
So
Ma'am,
if I
just-
may,
You
I've
just
gone
said,
through,
if I just point something out, I believe you said he was gonna be there on Saturdays and when you needed him, and now you're saying he's gonna be there all the time.
no, I never said that he was gonna be there on Saturdays. I said that he was gonna be there all the time. Whenever we are open, is
What I
what I
heard.
said.
That's not what I heard, but I could be wrong. Okay.
You
Okay.
misheard. But if I may explain something to you, I've gone through getting all of my new licenses and permits for my new location, which is at 25 North Johnson Park. I do not have any stipulations or restrictions on my license. I have a dance license. I'm licensed for live music.
Okay, so so last time you were here, which was just 3 weeks ago, it wasn't that long ago, we told you that your license was gonna get canceled and for you to come back with your counsel who made the offer that you would close no later than 11 on Friday and Saturday and 10 p.m. on Sunday to Thursday. If that's no longer your offer.
If I may correct you, my representative never offered that. That's the offer that was given from your attorney to myself. David Yana, I'm not sure of his last name. That's the offer that he emailed me.
And you signed
All
it.
right, so that's when you accept a conditional no contest, it doesn't matter who suggested, that's the offer that you're making to this board. So you're saying that you do not agree to that anymore?
I did not say that I did not agree to that. What I'm explaining to you is when I came in and spoke to you on January, when I came in and spoke to you on January 8th, the words that you said to me were that you did not want to put those hours on me at a new location. So all I'm doing is reiterating what you said to me at the last meeting, which was January 8th. You spoke and said, I don't want to put these early closing hours on you if you're going to be in a
Yeah,
new
but you
location.
hired a manager and you didn't bring him, like, I mean, you're not convincing us. I guess that's what I'm saying, is that, like, it's just not.
I didn't bring him,
It's
however,
not clear.
I did submit his resume to you along with 30 other supplemental pieces of paper. I'm not sure if they actually gave them to you. I did call the office to make sure that they were received, and they said they were received.
All right, so what hours do you want?
I would like to be able to close at midnight Sunday through Thursday, and 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday. That's the hours that I've agreed to with the city as well.
I just wanted to let the members know the removal application that came in. The applicant is applying for dancing, DJ, recorded, and live music.
And all of those things have gone through the Common Council of the City of Buffalo, and I have been approved through them for everything. I have the full support of the police at the moment, my council member, which is Mitch Nowakowski, the neighbors in the community, as well as Judge McLeod and Crystal Peoples Clubs.
All right. So let's just take the conditions out. Let's just take the fine.
Yeah.
The removal will come to board. We can't have that conversation right now because I don't have those documents.
Want the temporary to come to the board or just?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Just taught me something.
Can I say?
Taught me something.
I'm sorry, can I say one thing to the
Yeah,
board?
but if we cancel her, right, then the removal goes away, right?
She can. No, yes. But no, I understand that. But you can decide that when you remove it.
I mean, you could
Yes.
limit the hours right now on our current location, but then when the removal gets to
Denied
you,
removal here.
but then
Right.
when the removal gets to you, we can revisit those hours.
Yeah.
Then.
I have a credibility problem. I just don't believe anything that I've heard. I've heard so many different angst.
Me too.
She has to pay that fine before the removal can come anyway.
She wrote
So you're
that.
saying,
Right there, that she get, it doesn't matter, she signed it.
All right, let's
Give
have
us a
a
second.
conversation.
We're going off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back shortly.
Go ahead, Sharon.
It was a cop.
All right, we're back on the record after a brief conference with council.
All right, so I understand that we're not going to be able to negotiate the conditions here today because you're telling us that you have approval from the city, which I appreciate, and I think we should have that conversation when the removal application comes in. So
For the
since you submit
record,
a CNC, however, we're not going to change what's in the record here. So we're just going to vote on the disciplinary today, and then we will talk about the removal when licensing is done reviewing it, and then it will come to this board. And at that time, I encourage you to bring the manager and your consultant.
Okay,
go
for the
ahead.
record,
What was
hello?
The members are, we've been discussing this
We're ready
issue
to
for a
vote now.
while. The members are
Yes,
ready
I would just like to
to,
know for the record, did you receive the items that I sent in?
Yes.
There were
Yes.
33
Yes.
attachments? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
yes. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, the record here is pretty serious, and my concerns have not been alleviated by our discussion. I am going to accept the conditions in the offer. No closing later than 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, no later than 10 p.m. all other nights. Dancing and promoters are prohibited. Music shall conform to existing license conditions. And I think the penalty, considering that someone has died, is much too low. I will accept $15,000.
Commissioner Maya.
I will accept the conditional no contest as stated.
And Chair.
You're at 15,000.
No, I'm accepting their offer as stated because I understand that they'll be coming back on a removal. Okay, so to put that on the record, I'll thank you, council. The conditional no contest that I see is $8,500 civil penalty. Licensee agrees to close no later than 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday nights, no later than 10 on all other nights. Dancing and promoters are prohibited. Music shall conform to existing license conditions. And I'm just noting for my own record-keeping purposes that they will have a removal, and some of these times might be revisited in some future application.
All right, you're at 8,500.
85, yes.
And Chair.
You're at 15,000.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna land in the middle here, 11,750. If the commissioners will agree with me.
I'll go to that.
I just want a confirmation that your location at Main Street is actually closed and that these conditions are essentially moot, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, so we're splitting the baby.
Yes.
What was that, 11,700?
Yeah,
11,750.
11,750.
So that is a counteroffer. So you can accept the counteroffer right now, which would be $11,750 with the stipulations that was stated on the record and your CNC offer. Or you can reject it and go to hearing. Either you can accept it now or you can wait for a letter. It's up to you.
Can we counter for 10,000?
No, it's not a negotiation.
All right.
So you'll wait for the letter?
Can we have 1 second?
Sure.
We'll accept it now.
All right, so you're gonna accept 11,750, and the removal application will come to full board for the temporary permit. So we'll try to get that on as soon as we can. And at that time, when you know that that item is on, please make sure that you're submitting all the approvals and conversations you've had with the city about your hours and conditions, because it would be really helpful to see that at the time. And bring your manager. Thank you. And you're certainly allowed to and encouraged to open now for food. If you have your new location ready to go, you can open for just food.
Thank you.
But obviously stay in compliance.
But if you close your current location, put that license in safekeeping.
I'm sorry?
Said if you can open for food at the other location, but if you plan on closing your current location, in the meantime, you got to put your license in safekeeping, just to let you know.
The license has been in safekeeping for over a month now.
Okay.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How long do I have to pay the fine?
You'll get a letter, and then you have 28 days from that letter.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And so that one, can I have one question, answer one question on the record? So does the entire fine have to be paid off before the restaurant can serve liquor?
So technically right now, so before the new restaurant?
Mhm.
That's.
The removal application we're
Yes.
speaking about.
For the Johnson.
I mean, there's no such requirement, but the way this timing is gonna work out, I don't think you will get on a full board for February 20th. So I'm pretty sure by the time March comes around, your 28 days would have run out. It's not a rule, it's just the facts of the calendar. Your 28 days to pay would have expired before we hear your removal application.
And
Is
if
it
you don't,
possible?
and if you don't pay that
Look,
fine.
I mean, I understand what your concern is. We're taking the fine because we expect to be able to approve your removal. But right now, I don't have the application in front of me, so I can't give you the hours you want.
Okay, when I spoke to the secretary, she said that the application had been,
I understand, but this is about the enforcement. This is about the incidents that happened before. This is not your removal application, and we can't negotiate those at the same time. It's just, we don't have it in front of us, so.
I was told that you guys did have it, is what I was
I know,
saying.
we physically have it, but it's not on the calendar, because you'd see this room here. There are people that have licensing application in before you. You filed it on
I understand
January
that as well.
21st, that temp.
9 days ago, we reviewed the temp within 10 days.
Yeah, we review it quickly, but it's unlikely that it will get here for another 2 to 3 months.
You're looking at March, probably mid-March.
And that's us trying to rush it for you, ma'am. Like, we're doing the best we can here, so.
Okay, I was
think
just under
we-
the impression that, when we spoke on January 8th, that you said that we were doing both today.
We voted on 11,750. That's
No,
the
that you were
penalty
doing-
for the
that you were
prior
doing the
incident.
removal as well as the penalty.
All
When
right,
we were
we've
here
spent a lot
on
of time,
January
so.
8th, You said
All
that you
right.
were doing both.
What,
All right.
the votes,
No.
yes, we need to move on. I'm sorry. We need to move on. You'll get a letter with the penalty. If you have any questions, you can contact the SLA outside the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, and just make sure we have the documents from Buffalo.
All right.
That's what she asked you about the 30 documents that you received. That's what we're trying to make sure that you have. Those are the documents from Buffalo. So
We've
you
got it.
acknowledge it. You have
All
them.
right.
We have them now, but when the removal application comes here, you'll probably have to resubmit them because that's a whole different matter.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donald. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. So that's it in Buffalo. Thank you, Nicole.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to apologize to people in Albany because we've had an interpreter sitting here for an hour and a half, a Spanish interpreter, that we'll have to move to. I apologize. Yes. If the Spanish interpreter can come here, come up.
What's the item number?
Garcia, what was that?
What's the item number?
So the first item that needs an interpreter is number 2, 3 Stars Restaurant, Inc.
Gracias. Thomas E. Berg from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. And with me are the licensee and his daughter, the manager of the establishment. Give me your name.
Jennifer Garcia.
Henry Contreras.
Okay. So when we were here last time, you asked that they get a letter from the town saying the town approved of these changes in their method of operation. So Mr. Raya, the town clerk of the town of Huntington, informed me that the town does not give out written consent. They only put it in writing if they oppose the changes. And the
All right,
best I
so-
could get from him was an email that said there are no current cases against them. And if
All
I
right,
could,
so I believe we have in our possession from Andrew Raya, that's who.
yes, that's the town clerk.
Right. Okay.
And Commissioner Meyer did ask at the last meeting if they had to choose between a DJ and a 4 AM closing, which would they take? They would definitely take the 4 AM closing. That would save their business. They can do without music. I remind you that it is a commercial area. It's a standalone building. Not really going to disturb anyone.
So there were 2 arrests made in 23.
Right, there has been no incident since then, and there has been an inspection by
Wait,
enforcement.
23 is not like a million years ago.
Well,
So
it's
what
still-
happened at those 2 events?
They operated with a DJ and after hours, the thing that they needed to keep them in business. They thought they could just do it.
I'm asking you about the arrests. What happened what happened? When the police had to arrest people from within the establishment, what happened?
Was there an arrest? I think-
What day?
Once in 2017 and 2 in 2023.
I don't study in 2000. I started later.
Okay, but you don't remember an arrest in 2017?
Y en el 2017 se recuerdan de algún arresto.
Council, we have a letter from the town as well. Did you request under FOIA for information that we have in our records?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you did not receive this from us, the supplemental document that's in here?
At that time, no, I didn't.
It's not at the time, no. We got this since our last board meeting. Did you
No, I
ask
didn't do a FOIL.
Okay. So just for everybody in the room, every time you should ask for FOIL, you should make that standard practice because we have things in our possession that you should see, but it's,
Well, it's usually in the memorandum, if there were derelictions, if there were
no, it's
violations.
not. If we get supplemental information, then it's in our records. And you have to not assume that we didn't get additional information because you should have been prepared to know that there were arrests. You're asking for a change of method of operation. You're asking for longer hours. And I'm asking you about 2 arrests in 23 and you seem to not know what I'm talking about.
No, and they don't seem to know either. So how could I know?
All right.
Okay, look.
I mean, generally, when there's an arrest, there's a violation, right?
Yeah. Our information is that the licensee has on multiple occasions been found to be operating outside of his method of operation, okay? Maximum occupancy thing, all kinds of stuff. Then the representation that was made was a letter from the landlord saying that the town approved, which of course struck us all as,
I
all
mean,
right, that's
yeah.
weird. Why is
With
it the
the
town
landlord,
sending the
yeah.
wrong letter?
The landlord has an agenda, yes.
Turns out the town sends a letter, okay? And it doesn't exactly approve. It points to things that go back to, a while, but it has clearly an issue with that location.
But
Perhaps with these licensees.
But it doesn't disapprove, does it, sir?
Okay, it's not a ringing endorsement.
No, it's not. No, it's
a
not.
ringing- and
No, it's not.
You know the letter.
I know it. I know it's an email.
Right,
And
right.
it does say that, I mean, the only thing in their favor is that there are no open cases against them. And all I can say is there hasn't been any issue since the last issue, which is about a year ago. And,
All right, so have you seen the letter from the town where they mention arrests?
no, I saw an email where they,
All right, do you want to see that before we continue here?
no, it's okay.
Okay, so then, All right, go ahead. That's just fine.
Can I just try to clarify something?
She wants to see the letter. No, no.
What I asked. I'm seeing. I don't have, so just show me. I don't know if I'm missing something before I ask him. This is.
For arrests
Look at
made
the
at the
original
property.
application.
Okay,
One in
okay,
2007.
okay.
Okay. I'm like, I'm ready.
I don't have to ask.
Counselor, who did the original application?
Pardon?
Did you do the original application?
No, I just did the change of method of operation.
Right, that kind of explains.
All right. What do you want to do now?
I mean, if we're ready to vote, I'm going to vote to deny. Based on the record I have.
All right, go ahead.
You ready?
Yeah.
Members ready to vote?
Okay, you're asking for a change in method of operation when essentially you've been operating outside your method of operation to begin with. I'm really concerned about the representation and the way this was done, that the landlord says that the town approved. It just did not pass the smell test with me to begin with. And now, when we get the letter from the town, we know why. It's certainly not a ringing endorsement. Those things are a concern for me. And respectfully, based on those things, I'm going to have to deny the application.
Commissioner Maya.
I'm having difficulty with this one.
license 750, pero 500 quiero que... Tienes 6. 3 más, tú tienes restricciones. Si tienes 2 o 1.
I am, difficulty I'm having is, I don't have a difficulty denying it and keeping the hours to 12 a.m. for most days. I would have changed the hours. I'm gonna go along with Commissioner De Leon, so I'm gonna deny it.
Chair.
All right, well, it's been denied. I'm gonna vote to deny as well. I would say that you should take a look at what the town sent us. And also.
I believe I have that email. I see what they said. They reference things that happened in the past. And then they say we have no active case.
23 is not like to full board standard, is not like really in the past. So, you know, maybe you can have a better explanation of what happened there and ask for reconsideration. But for now, this is denied.
Okay, thank you.
Or limit your request and file again.
Limited to?
He seemed to suggest that he would be willing to do shorter hours or DJ or one or the other, whatever you grasp
No
from this
DJ,
conversation.
no DJ. Shorter
I
hours?
would- You can certainly apply for again.
Well, what would be reasonable? I don't want their expense to do it.
Negotiating this right here, sir. You've been here long enough to know how to do your job. Again, I am not getting paid. I seems.
I'm not gonna answer your question. I'm gonna say that if you have some idea about these arrests that seem to be concerning everybody, this happened, or this didn't happen, or I don't find anything from the police or something.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Next application that needs a Spanish interpreter is 55, 51st Grocery Corp. That's 55.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Gene Anton for the applicant.
Yeah, it's another one of these less than 25,000.
Let's go.
Anything you wanted to say, Councilor?
I'm sorry?
Anything you wanted to say?
I think I sent a supplemental letter. There's no connection with the previous licensee. He lives in the neighborhood. He has friends and family in the neighborhood. They introduced him to the landlord. He's been operating over a year, incident-free.
Okay. All right, I mean, my colleagues are ready to vote.
I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Yes.
and Chair.
I'm gonna
Great.
vote to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day. Thanks.
All right, one more with a Spanish interpreter is 51 El Rey de Oros Court. And there is a supplemental for this in the shared drive that came in the other day.
Hola,
What number is it?
51.
me llamo Leslie. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Leslie Duarte. Soy la dueña del restaurante El Rey de Oros.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Duarte.
Leslie Duarte.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie Duarte.
Soy la propietaria del Rey de Oros.
I am the owner of the property Rey de Oros.
Ask her if she has a representing lawyer.
¿Tú tienes un representante, un abogado?
Sí, pero no pudo venir hoy.
Yes, but he cannot come.
And she wishes to proceed without her lawyer.
¿Tú quieres continuar sin tu abogado?
Sí.
Yes.
Did she say she had a lawyer? I'm
Yes.
sorry, I was reading something. Do you think she might want to come back with her lawyer?
¿Tú crees que quieres regresar mejor con tu abogado?
Bueno, es que mi abogado me dijo que no necesita el estar acá, que porque yo soy la dueña, yo tengo que estar acá yo.
My lawyer told me that he don't have to be here because I'm the owner, so I am the one who had to be here.
Okay. Do you,
Se supone que él les mandó todo a ellos.
You know, I assume that he sent you everything to you.
yes.
I have a lot of questions. If you wanted to have your lawyer here, I could ask your lawyer. I'll leave it at that.
Yo tengo preguntas aquí de que quiero hacerle a tu abogado.
Perfecto. Entonces será venir con él.
Perfect. So then I had to come back again with him.
Yes, do you want to come back or do you want to answer the questions? I mean, you certainly can answer the questions. It's just,
También puedo contestar
yeah,
las
she wants to.
preguntas.
¿Tú
All
quieres
right.
regresar
You want to
con
have
él?
her come back?
¿O quieres
Pero-
contestar
It's fine.
las
I'm
preguntas?
fine.
Pero yo puedo
Puedes
contestar
preguntar las
las
preguntas, si
Yeah.
eso es lo que ella dijo.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. All right.
I'd like you to come back, please.
Ok, si él cree que es
quiere
mejor,
que mejor
es
que
mejor.
regreses.
What date?
February 20th.
February 20th.
En
Yeah,
febrero
thank you.
20 tienes que regresar con él.
¿Qué día
Yes.
es?
I'm great with that, thanks.
Febrero 20.
One more, I'm sorry. Hold on, one more. You're good.
Oh,
Gracias.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
80A La PILITA Deli Grocery Corp. Inc.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mayra Pérez, la dueña de la PILITA Deli Grocery, y él es mi papá, me acompaña, el Manny y el paciente.
Good afternoon, my name is Pelita
La Mayra Pérez, la dueña de la
Mayra
PILITA.
Pérez, the owner of Pelita.
La PILITA Deli Grocery.
I'm sorry, La Pelita Deli Grocery, and he is my father.
Okay, who's on the license?
¿Quién tiene la licencia?
Yo. ¿Quién está llevando el caso?
La licencia. ¿quién
Está
tiene
mi
la licencia?
nombre.
Okay. ¿Cómo te llamas?
Mayra Pérez.
Oh, Mayra Pérez.
Who's that?
Es mi.
She.
Oh,
Soy
that's
yo.
you?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
El abogado. ¿Puedo decir? Le puedo decir que el abogado falleció y después de eso, el que llevaba el caso son los trabajadores de él, pero él no pudo estar presente porque dice que no era necesario, pero a mí me gustaría responder todo lo que tenga que ver.
So
My lawyer passed away, and then who
I'm sorry.
get in charge of my case was his people, but they came here.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't ask that question, but I appreciate the answer. She's asking the question, we asked the other person. So you were the sole principal on the previous license? You were licensed at this location before?
¿Tú tenías licencia
Sí,
en ese
nosotros
lugar
estábamos,
anteriormente?
antes estaba bajo la Lomita
Yes, before was under La Lomita.
y después se cambió la corporación a la Pilita.
And then after, it changed the corporation
La Pilita Deli Grocery.
to PILITA Deli Grocery.
Why?
¿Por qué?
Después de que el abogado falleció, estuvo un lío de que dicen que no encontraban el récord. Cuando él nos habló, él nos dijo que ya nos habían aprobado la licencia.
Okay. After the lawyer passed away,
dice que hubo un enredo de la aplicación. Ya nosotros nos la habían aprobado cuando él estaba.
he had problems with the application.
Y que se había perdido el número de caso y que teníamos que someter una nueva aplicación.
The case number was lost, and then I had to submit another application.
Fue un lío muy grande.
Was a big problem.
De hecho, me mandaron una carta para reconsideración. No sé si lo tienen.
I received a letter for consideration. I don't know if you have it.
We did.
Why didn't you die there for just a moment?
You want to ask? Go ahead.
I want to know.
We don't want to know. No.
What do you think?
I'm good.
All right, go ahead.
All right. We had a positive, the SLA was there, and we had positive results determined that no alcohol was being sold. That was an issue for us because of the previous availing at the location. Being that you passed that test, I'm going to vote to approve.
For the reasons stated by Commissioner.
Thank you.
I vote to approve also.
No, she said thank you.
All right, I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Thank you to everyone.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So, wait, hold on. So everyone voted to approve.
Yes.
Todos votaron.
It's fine, doesn't need to come.
Okay, it has been approved. Now you can-
Voy a
Okay.
recibir la licencia en el correo o yo la tengo que recoger en algún sitio.
I will receive the license in my mail, or I had to pick it up in somewhere.
You will get a letter.
Vas a recibir una carta.
Ok, muchas gracias.
You will submit the conditions, and then we will email the license certificate to you.
Perfect.
Okay?
Tú vas a ver las condiciones, entonces te van a enviar la licencia.
Muchas gracias. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. That's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. You sure that's it?
Should be.
She's gonna leave.
Does anyone else need a Spanish interpreter here in Albany? Not you. Not you. Not you. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, sorry for the long wait.
All right. Now Albany. First is 53. I can hear myself. 53 King's Mall Wine and Liquor Inc.
Good afternoon, Board. Lorenzo Angelino here with the petitioner or with the applicants, and then you can just.
All right, there's opposition in this room. Is there any opposition up in Albany?
Yes, there is.
There is.
Okay, all right, the applicants can put your name on the record, and then we've got to, yeah, she's opposition. Yeah, you can come up.
My name is Pradeep Singh.
Okay.
Sana Singh.
All right, thank you for coming. All right, guys, I hate to do this. Everybody spends so much time attending these events, and I really hate putting time limit, but I've been here since 2018. We've never started Albany at 1:30, so it concerns me that I'm not going to make my 6 p.m. event tonight. So 3 minutes, please, each person.
Yeah, opposition. Are you on your own, or are you just?
I am.
Okay, that's fine. Don't start in Albany for opposition.
Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Adam Bro. I'm an attorney with the law firm Myers and Myers. I represent Myron Liquor and Wine in opposition to the application for a liquor store.
All right, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you. So essentially, there are 5 main reasons why this particular application should be denied. The first of which is that there are 8 stores within 3 miles of the proposed premises. My client's store, Myron Liquor and Wine, is 1,617 feet from the proposed premises. Fitz's liquor store, which is the second closest, is 1,996 feet away. There are 6 other stores within 3 miles, and 4 of the 8 closest within 3 miles, 4 of the 8 have opened since 2011. That's the first main reason. The second main reason is that in 2015, nearly a decade ago, there was also an application for a liquor store to be opened farther away from the proposed premises to my clients and to Fitz's, and it was denied because of proximity issues. So it stands to reason that when there were fewer stores back then and the store was farther away, it was still denied that this application should also be denied. The third main reason is that my client's sales, as well as the sales of the other stores in opposition, have been declining steadily over the last 5 years. If you look from 2020 all the way till today, sales have declined every single year consistently. Number 4, the flat or stagnant population of both the city and the county. In my letter, I state census data that states that essentially there has been no change in population whatsoever. So there isn't a need for an additional resource of this kind for the public. Number 5, the same or similar products can be obtained from other stores in the area, and if not now, certainly in the future. They're not going to be providing any unique products as far as we can tell. As far as where this location is, where this premise is being proposed is located, it's in a mall where, as far as my understanding is concerned, you don't have direct access from the outside to the store. You have to go into the mall and go through the mall to get to the store, whereas the stores that are around now have direct access from parking lots to the stores themselves. And in fact, there's a couple of merchants.
Hey guys, can we just stop the talking in the room, because we can't hear him if you're talking as well, because it's coming through a speaker. It's already hard to hear. So please, if you want to have conversation, please go outside. All right, go ahead, sir.
And the last point I was going to make is that there were 2 restaurants in the mall in which the proposed premises would be located that are no longer there. So there was less of a need for people to go to that particular mall. So in sum, 5 main reasons: 8 stores within 3 miles, 4 of which have opened since 2011. There is a denial in 2015 for a store that was farther away, let alone closer than this one. Stagnant sales, if not declining sales, stagnant population, and the availability for the same type of products at these other stores. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do any of your store owners want to speak, sir?
He already walked away.
Well, she's a store owner, I assume, and
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Margaret Clark. I own Fitz's Liquor Store, which he was just talking about. I'm the second closest to this proposed site. I'm less than 4/10 of a mile. I can see their parking lot from our parking lot. I think there are actually 9 of us in a 2.5 mile radius, actually. That's what I found. But, and one was just open last year. Our sales have consistently gone down since 2020. It's 20% decrease since 2020. I mean, it's not a little bit.
What about since before 2020? What was your number in 19?
We were down 120,000 since 2018 and 19. So we're still down even without the pandemic.
Comparing to 18, 19.
Right, 120,000.
Okay.
Yeah. So 6.7% down from 2019.
Okay.
Still, it's just it would be detrimental to us.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
was there any store owners in Albany?
No, I think they were just represented by that guy.
Okay. The applicant.
Really fast.
All right. Sorry. Sorry. Basically the applicants here, we're opening up in a mall, and just to describe the area just slightly, this is kind of like the commercial area, or commercial center. It's filled with kind of big box stores and malls in the area, so it's a heavily commercial area. The mall that they're looking to open the store in has the anchor stores of like Marshall's, Home Goods, Men's Warehouse, bigger stores, and it also does have a few restaurants and services. I know the Olive Garden's right there. There's a new sushi restaurant that just moved in. So this mall is on the northbound side of 9W, which is also called Ulster Avenue. And then the other two closest stores are on the southbound side. They're across in other plazas and other malls. So if you could, I just picture it, I guess it's just, there's a number of malls and plazas on the northbound side, a number of malls and plazas on the southbound side. The place is developing. They just opened a new, across the street, the LL Bean, a very large store just opened up. It's new, it's in a growth phase there. I did look at the census records for the town of Ulster, which is this is the town of Ulster. And there is, from the last census to this census, there was a 2.8% increase. Not speaking of the whole county, but this particular town, this particular area does have a growth. It is the shopping area for also the city of Kingston, because the city doesn't have the space for these large box stores. You know, this is lined with Home Depot, Lowe's, a mall, the Target, Super Walmart, all that type of stuff is right on this strip. So it's not desolate by any means. It's very full of a lot of stores.
Can I ask you a question? Is the mall like the 1980s and 70s mall where you're inside of a building, you don't go outside, or is it a drive up to the store? You're calling it a mall. I want to know what a mall means to you.
Yeah, so the mall it's kind of glass in the front and a hallway that connects. So it's not like you're in the middle and there's stores on both sides. It's like a glassway hall that connects all the front.
I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got it.
And all the stores. And so there's ample parking, of course. It's got some
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, wait.
No, we're trying to understand if it's a strip mall or a mall in a building where you have to get out of your car and go inside of a building and then go to space U.
Right. So it's like a strip mall. So it's, I guess, consider like a covered walkway, because you go if you park, you could see the store through glass. So the whole front is glass, like a glass walkway. You go into the walkway and then there's all the stores.
All right, let me ask you this so I just know and we can end this. You've heard of the Mall of America like everybody has, that big giant mall that's somewhere in Minnesota,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Is it a mall like that or is it a drive up?
No, not at all. It's not a mall like that.
Thank you.
Can I just say something? Olive Garden went out of there like 2 years ago. They're not there anymore. There's just a Japanese restaurant there, that's all. Olive Garden left a couple years ago.
Okay, but it's a strip mall, right?
It's a strip mall, and an enclosed hallway in front, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Because that's not what the other lawyer said, so thanks for picking it up. I was looking at it too. All right, go ahead. What are you doing differently? What are you doing differently? What products are you carrying that's different?
So the other main store, the grocery store in that particular, I guess we'll call it a mall, strip mall, whatever, is an independent, like organic. It's called Mother Earth's. So they are going to try to play off of that and stock a significant amount of organic beverages and sustainable. Because those are the customers that go to that mall. It would be kind of like partnering with them, not partnering, but playing off the same customers that enter into this mall for that. They also will be specializing in Southeast Asian alcohol. She's done some research on that, and especially the whiskeys, which they've done some research about, some award-winning stuff. And things that you can't find locally in the area. So those are their two uniqueness that they're planning on doing with this store.
All right. Do the members have any questions?
Counselor, the applicant also owns a grocery store?
They have a small grocery store, gas station like grocery.
And he's also a taxi driver?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
No longer.
And where's the grocery store located in relation to the proposed liquor store?
It's in Roscoe, New York. That's in Sullivan County.
Okay, totally.
2 hours.
How far is
It's
that?
about an hour and a half, hour 40 minutes.
Okay. And you live in Sullivan County or you live in Ulster County?
No, we live in Orange County. We live in Marlboro. We've had the gas station for about 5 years. We do have employees. It's a well-run business. And as far as Kingston would go, it would be myself, really. Hopefully would want to hire someone, but I would be the one to do it all there.
The members ready to vote?
Not yet.
Yeah. I don't know if you believe the organic, sustainable, and Southeast Asian products, and you can
What about the
limit it.
distance?
It does, but no, even you're showing down numbers, so.
Can I just add that we have an extensive organic section?
Can you actually come up, because if you, but
Yeah, no, it's okay, ma'am. We get it. We get it.
Yeah, we have both an extensive organic selection and Southeast Asian section, a huge amount.
Okay.
And I know that Myron does also.
Okay.
Yeah, that was.
There's no demand. I mean, it's very close to within 1 mile.
Okay, I'm ready.
all right, the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay. As I look at the figures, particularly the two people that came in, the two entities that came in protest, I see a significant projected decrease in sales for 2024. For Myron, I would estimate over $1 million. And for Fritz, I would say in the vicinity of $200,000 or something. And that's the formula that everybody's aware of that I use. There's a third entity that we got figures from, and they also would be projected for 2024 to be showing a decline of about $100,000. And then also the proposed location is in close proximity. So I'm just not seeing with these figures that there is a demand. And, for those reasons, respectfully, I would have to deny the applications.
Commissioner Maya.
I would approve the application as being within a mall/strip plaza. Sounds convenient for all those stores. I counted at least 20 stores. I think there were at least 20 stores that I saw. I think there's many more. If the public convenience and advantage would be that, and if one of these stores has to close, they're in such proximity that the public convenience and advantage would remain. So I would approve.
And Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm not gonna find public convenience advantage. The two closest store are both within 1 mile and doing significantly declining numbers. So you guys are probably qualified applicants since your history with our agency. So I encourage you to find a different location and apply again.
All right, thank you.
For now, this is good.
Next in Albany. Next in Albany is number 60, BAUSPO Inc.
Number, I'm sorry.
60, 60.
60?
Yep. Can you put your names on the record? I'm sorry.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Adam Bro. I'm an attorney with the law firm Myers & Myers. I represent the licensee BAUSPO Inc. And to my right is the licensee's principal, Mark Travis. Good afternoon.
All right, what happened here, sir?
So, Your Honor, basically what happened was this individual who went to the police is well known on Caroline Street in Saratoga Springs for being belligerent, for being threatening, for loitering both inside and outside of premises that are licensed by this board, by this authority. on this particular night, this individual, just an hour before the incident that underlies this matter, threatened the life and safety of both the security officer who was involved, as well as that security guard's wife and children. This is not nearly the first time that this individual has had an encounter with my client. My client has been licensed for over 31 years, and this is the first incident relating to this licensee. But however, as much as this is an isolated incident, this incident did not occur in a vacuum. As I said, this individual was belligerent and threatening that particular night. He is also well known throughout the merchant community. And while we understand the emotional aspect of this and why the security officer took matters the way he did, we also recognize that the matter could have been handled a different way. And so as a result, that's why we are offering a conditional no contest plea rather than fighting the charges, even though the occurrence itself did not happen in or on the premises.
It's fine. So I'm
Has
gonna-
the security guard, is he still there? Has the security guard received any additional training or?
Yes,
remedial-
yes, he has. Yes, he has received both immediately after the incident as well as formal training that was accelerated from his annual schedule. He was formally trained by a gentleman by the name of Jack Geary of K&S Security, who used to be the head of security at what used to be called the Knickerbocker Arena, which now is the MVP Arena, the 17,500 seat capacity arena just down the road from here.
Thank you.
And not only did the security guard receive additional training, but so did most, if not all, of the staff at this point.
Okay, I have a question. And maybe whoever can answer it, including your principal counsel.
Sure.
Let me ask counsel, did they say the last name? You should not? Never mind, I will withdraw my question. Okay.
Ready when you guys are.
Did they say the first name? Okay, all right, no question, I'm good.
All right, members ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon?
I certainly appreciate the remedial actions taken here and the stellar record of the licensee. I'm going to recommend a letter of warning.
Yeah.
Maya?
Letter of
Maya?
warning.
And Chair.
All right, thanks for coming in. Obviously, the commissioners are sympathetic towards the incident, and you've been licensed since '93 with no record, so we want to honor that and letter of warning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
So I'm calling the next one just to explain what's going on. And I'm kind of peeved at what's going on with it. 50 Route 7 Wine and Liquor LLC. So the applicant and the attorney for the applicant's not there, but the opposition is here. Opposition's there. They want to come in. Mr. Romano represents the opposition. So the applicant's attorney has court and they had to leave. And the attorney expects to come back within an hour, and the applicant left to have lunch during that time. But the opposition has been sitting around waiting this entire time.
So is he coming back or not coming back?
He says he's coming back. He said it should take an hour, but he didn't give us a definite time.
No issue.
So call the other items in Albany and see.
I just know the opposition was very upset in Albany, and they think that their time was
being
held because the attorney just left, and so did the applicant.
Well,
but if you want to wait, we can. They have agreed to wait a little bit longer, though.
okay, I mean, we can also hear them first, but they want to have a conversation. They've got to wait for the applicant to come back.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay. They're still out there, right? They're
The
still out
opposition
there.
in Albany would like to wait. For
Okay.
the,
Okay.
For the,
But the applicant and attorney still isn't
All
there,
right, I'm
correct?
sorry.
Correct.
All right.
So I
All
just
right,
wish
let's
they had.
fly through the other Albany items and we'll revisit.
Mr. Roper, there's no way you can.
What's that? I have other items, Mr. Romano. Next is 79 M&J Wins Inc.
All right, let's get through this, guys. Let's go.
Hi, I'm James Winsman.
Eileen Winsman.
All right, M&J Wins, this is you? You
Yes.
guys are the licensees?
I am on the license. This is my wife.
Okay, and she's the manager?
Yes.
Okay. You know, in our reports, it appears that your location has a lot of fights and disturbances. You know, in the record that we have, there are at least 16 incidents since 2002 till May of 2024. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So what are you doing differently at your location that will give us the confidence that this is going to change?
Well, I have security guards. I have two at the time. They're both licensed. I believe in the one referral you have that one wasn't licensed. I was charged with having an unlicensed security guard. I sent in paperwork to show that they were both licensed.
Yeah, I understand, but you know, it's
And
unusual to have, you know, 16 incidents on record with the police.
I mean, I'm there we're not hands off or hands on. I'm there, or my wife is there every weekend. We don't condone any violence there or any problems. If there is a problem there, those people are barred for life. And I honestly, I thought I had a good relationship with the police department. Apparently I don't.
Yeah, but what are you doing to fix that? Because, you know, you in 2023 had 14 police incidents. That's pretty
14?
significant. You know, there are.
I'm unaware of 14 since 2023.
Okay, so we have a report. Would it be helpful if you saw the documents that we have so that we know that what we're talking about here?
Yes.
Because it's not helpful to have a conversation if you don't have the information.
Right. When I spoke to the investigator, he called me about my payroll for the licensed security guards. He said there was 3 referrals. That's all I knew about.
There is a problem there, sir. I mean, these are 16 allegations. First of all, in 2018, it was the focal point of police attention. From April of 2022 through May 25th, 2024, that is a short period of time. 16 incidents, and we're all talking altercations, inside, large groups fighting, that kind of stuff. There is a problem that we need you to identify and address beyond just saying that you're going to get a security guard.
No,
There is
we have to.
either too much alcohol is being served or I don't know what it is, but you got to come to us with some kind of a plan to address this.
Okay, I understand that. But 99% of our issues are outside. Several of those issues those people weren't even allowed in our place. They weren't even on the premise. But I'm not sure even what instances you're talking about. But we share the parking lot with 2 other licensed premises, and I'm not here throwing anyone under the bus, but some of the instances aren't even, with my business. And
All right, well, maybe everybody has to talk and come up with a way to have people clear out once they leave the premises. I don't know, but we want to work with you, okay? Yeah, you've been around a long time. But you got to tell us something because this is really concerning. It has to be concerning to us.
It is.
It's
concerning
too much
for me too.
too soon. All right, well, come up with a plan. Would you like time to come back with some kind of a plan?
Sure. I would like to come back. If I could just get a list of the instances that you're talking about in particular.
You certainly should.
All right, so Paula, just because they're not represented, can you just print out the supplemental document that we have or just give him the enforcement file so that he at least gets the incident dates? Paula? Yeah, she's right there. Can you just print out the file for them for item 79?
Sure.
Thank you very much, Paula. All right, she's gonna give you the file. You're gonna come back. We're gonna hold this over to 2:20. And
Okay.
try to have a security plan. You know, there are lots of fights and issues here, so.
I understand.
That's it. All right, thank you.
Commissioner
All right,
Daniel,
thank you.
you're okay with that? And
220.
Commissioner Maya?
Thank you.
Okay. Next is 38 Whiskey Coop LLC.
What number?
38.
I'm Cheryl Chafe.
Are you the applicant?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm the applicant, the business owner.
Is there opposition there?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Adam Alamo.
My name is Mike Alamo.
Okay.
We're the opposition.
Are you guys store owners? What stores do you own?
Correct. We own Alamo's Wine and Liquor. It's a family-owned business.
You guys are together?
Correct.
He's my son.
Okay. Is there any other protests in the room?
No.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, if the opposition wants to speak, just
Yes. Thank you for giving us the chance to speak. So, we own Alamo's Wine and Liquor. It's a small family-owned business, and the reason for why we're opposing is for multitudes of reasons. The main being is that we have been serving the downtown community for several years, even from the height of the pandemic, and we continue to do so. We serve a wide variety of wine and liquors, and we're open 7 days. And I think the board has kind of a general idea of our annual sales, since we generally have a form that we have to fill out whenever an applicant is looking to open in our vicinity. And unfortunately, our sales have not been well. We are already struggling as it is with the current situation of the liquor stores in place. And so, however, even we have been still doing enough to survive as it is. And so we feel that the addition of another liquor store in an already oversaturated market would be detrimental to our livelihood. Just to kind of give you a brief perspective, and within a maybe 4-minute driving and even walking distance, we're talking about 7 liquor stores already in the downtown Syracuse area, and that's excluding the immediate adjacent vicinity. These liquor stores all vary in size, one of which being a huge liquor store, Liquor Warehouse, which is about maybe like a 4-minute drive, 10 to 12-minute walking distance. This is a big liquor store that occupies almost a city block. It's 2 stories and sells a wide variety of wines and liquors. And as it is, we're struggling to survive with the income that we have. And I think the main reason for why we're still able to do business is because it's family operated. And as a matter of fact, the reason for why we're here is because we think this is very important. And right now, my mother is actually helping run the store, who's battling with cancer, just because we unfortunately don't have enough finances to hire someone.
How far is this? This is on the same street? It's across the street from you?
Right across the street, less than 150 feet away.
Cross street, exactly.
Right, and you're a relatively small store.
Yes. The issue is that, this I feel like will create a dangerous precedent, in the sense that if this license was approved, then what's to stop more liquor stores from coming in? And as a matter of fact, there's another application that is looking to open a block away on top of this new application. And as it is, this application, the proposed liquor store for this application is right across the street from us. And like I said, we're already suffering from the oversaturation in the area. So having another liquor store right across the street from us will be very detrimental. Now, I understand that the applicant states that they're looking to open a more unique whiskey type liquor store. However, my understanding is the liquor license that would be issued would not impede the applicant from selling wine and other liquors. Therefore, who's to, let's say, stop this applicant from having a full-fledged liquor store? I understand she states that her space is small. However, we've been in this area for a long time, so we know the general building that this applicant is in. the building allows the applicant for more expansion in the space. And to my understanding, the applicant owns seven bars, 3 of which are in the area, bar, restaurant, they cater, they serve liquor. And actually 3 of these bars are immediately adjacent to this liquor store, to this proposed new liquor store. And to my understanding, bars are not allowed to purchase from liquor stores. So this also kind of creates a legal and ethical dilemma of, you know, if this applicant has a liquor license, what's to stop them from, you know, using
All right,
the
so
liquor
let
store?
me allow the, okay, great, thank you. So let me just allow the record to also reflect that there is an additional store, which is the 3rd closest within 1 mile of this location, that was issued on December 30, 24.
Yes, ma'am.
So we just recently added a store already.
Yes, ma'am.
One
And
more
as you
coming
can
up.
see,
It's called
our
City
business
Liquor.
has
No, it's
been
not on there.
increasing.
It's another store that we issued recently.
And if you look on the file, every year our business has been decreasing because more and more liquor stores are coming in. At this point, we feel like we've already invested a lot of money into our store.
Yes, okay,
This is
sir,
our livelihood.
I understand it was a long wait, but I do mean it about the 3 minutes, because there's about 200 people in this room.
He may not have been in
So-
the room when we did it, but yeah.
Okay, so there are 2 other protests. Let me just allow the record to also reflect that. Gary Decker's store, which is now the 4th closest, and also 825 Corporation, which is the now 6th closest. And just on our list, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stores within 1.1 miles.
It's 2 Scambri.
And then there's also another one that's looking to
Yeah, I know,
reapply for license.
that's only under application and not approved yet,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I get that, I heard you. Okay, go ahead.
So this is, what
Yeah,
the
no,
other thing that I
no,
was
we're
saying.
done, we're done, we're done.
Oh,
Yeah, we have to move
Thank
on
you.
to the applicant.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay,
I have a statement prepared that I'd like to read.
so do you have a partner? Do you have a partner here or no?
No, I'm here alone today.
Okay, great.
Okay. So I have owned and operated the Hotspot, which is a restaurant on Armory Square since 2018. When we opened, Armory Square, downtown Syracuse, was a vibrant community of thriving bars, restaurants, and retail shops. Many did not survive COVID. By the end of 2021, we were one of only 2 open storefronts left on our block of Walton. At least 3 shops, 1 salon, and 4 restaurants closed on our block alone and never reopened. All that remained of this vital neighborhood was my restaurant and the owners of the bodega that are here today. If you walked Walton at night at this time, it was dark and dangerous. Crime increased, it fueled rumors and decreased sales for those of us that remained. And it was a cyclical slope. We struggled to pull Armory out of it. So it was a hard time for everyone who remained, and I think that business owners who struggled through this time will carry that with them. In 2023, we opened Tallman Cocktail Club, and in 2024, we opened the Whiskey Coop restaurant. These moves were essential to promote a healthier downtown and improve our own business. Armory is just starting to recover from COVID losses, and we're extremely sensitive to the needs of our community in this regard. I am not looking to close another business on Armory or the neighboring community, and I am very aware of the challenges and burdens we all face as business owners in this community. It is in everyone's best interest if this community thrives with an array of concepts who draw on varying customer bases. We are not proposing another wine and liquor store. Our space is less than 100 square feet. We will have room for 1 shelf of booze. That will necessarily have to be a very focused product list. In addition to our small size, our specialty store distinguishes itself from other liquor stores through several key factors. First, product focus. While other wine and liquor stores offer a wide range of alcoholic beverages, including wine and spirits, our store will exclusively focus on whiskey and the ingredients for the classic whiskey cocktails that we serve in our restaurant. Purchases will be complemented by recipe cards, teaching consumers how to recreate cocktails at home that they may have loved in our restaurant. This niche specialization allows us to curate a very narrow and unique selection of SKUs. Furthermore, our direct relationship with many New York State distillers allows us to further distinguish our selections from other stores. All of my restaurants support New York State businesses specifically, We are proud sponsors of the New York Brewers Association. We exclusively source our beef from New York State farms. We feature different New York State distillery every month for what we call our Flight of the Month. And we have spent a decade cultivating relationships with manufacturers of New York State products. We aim to continue this focus on New York products in this bottle shop.
Would you agree to only selling New York products?
Well, we would have to be able to sell vermouths and amaros, which come from other countries, in order to actually let people recreate the cocktails we serve in the restaurant. But we do focus on New York State liquor or New York State whiskeys in the restaurant. Other wine and liquor stores cater to a diverse customer base seeking various types of alcohol to fill a shopping need. In contrast, our store is targeting a customer base that we already have, that is already shopping with us.
May I interrupt for a second? Not exactly, I don't like holding anybody to what they have to sell. What are you intending to put on the shelves the first day?
We will have basically vermouths, amaros, various whiskeys and bourbons, primarily focused on New York State. We've got great relationships with a lot of New York State distillers who a lot of my competitors don't carry their products because they self-distribute.
All right, next question. Are you going to be selling brown liquor, like whiskeys? Is that it?
Whiskeys will be a major focus, and then other key ingredients in whiskey cocktails.
So it's like a whiskey kind of liquor store?
Yeah, like a build your own whiskey cocktail at home type store. Here are the things you'd want in your whiskey cocktail.
All right, I want you to put this on the record. Describe Armory Square, because I'm sitting here in New York. Tell us about Armory Square.
So Armory Square is it's the historic downtown district of Syracuse. It suffered tremendously during COVID, and the revitalization of that neighborhood is a major focus of Mayor Benjamin Walsh's budget. They have a whole committee devoted to opening new businesses downtown, and I do have a letter of support for them for this project. It used to be full of breweries, bars, restaurants, and it is slowly rebuilding. Most of the buildings were built in the late 1800s. Beautiful old architecture, very nice neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do the members have any questions?
Is this retail space next to your restaurant or something?
Yes, it's right next to the restaurant.
Which is not the intent.
I will also point out that the opposition said that I have room to expand, and I do not. There is no room to expand
Yeah, go ahead.
at all. That's impossible. And with already 8 liquor licenses issued through New York State, we are well aware of the laws and regulations regarding them and would never do anything to jeopardize that license. Would you like me to read the letter from the mayor's downtown committee?
Is that with the supplemental material? Did you submit any of that already?
Well, I wasn't aware that my application was being protested, so I didn't submit anything until this morning.
No.
So for the record, what? Yeah, no.
I do know.
What, I'm sorry, was that letter of support from the mayor?
It was a letter of support from the mayor's downtown revitalization committee.
Of course.
That we don't have.
But we don't have in the record.
Letter she has that we don't have, she's asking.
I just found it in the email. I'm forwarding it to Donald right now.
Okay.
Let me just ask, may I ask the Alamo principal a question?
Yes.
I have a couple. How long have you been there? I'm just trying to get an idea of how long you've been to Armory Square. How long have you
Yes,
been
sir.
there?
So we have been operating this liquor store since 2019.
Okay, did you have any other businesses in Armory Square before that?
Yes, we have a grocery store in that area as well, and that has been in operation since, I believe, 2012. So we have
Where's the grocery store?
right
Just tell
across
me
the
where
street on 128 Walton Street,
Yeah,
right across the
okay.
street from the liquor store.
Okay, I know that. Okay, so is it, you agree it used to be a much busier locale, correct?
Yes, sir. There was a lot of foot traffic before.
So last
compared to
question,
now.
last question. Do you think you should be the only package store in Armory Square?
Yes, sir, because of the foot traffic and the very rapid decrease in foot traffic and the already so struggling nature of the business, we believe that we more than satisfy the current demand for the area. And there are multiple liquor stores within walking distance in Armory Square.
I'm not sure I'm going to agree with that statement because there's the neighborhoods are radically different, but I'll accept what you've just stated for purposes of.
And do you sell any of these New York-made distilled products?
Yes, we do.
They have a very limited selection of those products. Very limited.
This is her opinion, but we do sell wines. If she's claiming we are limited, hers is 100. If she's claiming it's 100 square feet, how is that going to offset it?
No, wait.
No, it's actually 83. It's 83.5 square feet. All right, let's vote.
83.5 square feet of what, shelving?
No, of the whole store.
It's close.
It's less than 10 by 10?
Yes.
Yes. It has room for one shelf.
Okay.
Your Honor, sir, I would just like to
Not,
reiterate
sir,
that.
we've heard enough discussion. I think the members,
Okay.
are the members ready to vote, or do you want?
I just want to say that the bar and the restaurant are in the same building as the liquor store, so she could potentially
Yeah.
expand her liquor store.
We know
I
that.
could not expand the liquor store.
Yes, okay.
You won't expand it, right?
All right.
I can't expand it.
All right,
There's, if you look at
all right,
the blueprints, there's no space.
No.
Okay, all right.
Something happens to a restaurant, you would, if this
Oh.
were to go, you're not going to expand it.
I'm not in the liquor store business. This is simply to supplement my restaurant.
No, but the point is you are applying for a liquor store.
Yeah, that is the point.
Right, but I have no intention to expand it. This is not.
She just said it. We just didn't know.
You can understand that would be a concern. You're a restaurant that wants to sell liquor, and that's incompatible for us.
We're promoting New York State whiskeys, whiskey knowledge, and support of New York State distilleries. We do that through our restaurant, and we want to do that through a bottle shop as well.
Thank
We've
you.
seen a
Thank
lot of
you.
demand for unique
you.
products that nobody else carries in the area.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon, if you're ready to vote.
Yeah. Okay, first I want you to know that this is a close call for me. It really is. But the proximity of all these liquor stores is just too close to each other. Even though the numbers, contrary to what was represented, do show a slight increase for your particular store projected for 2024, I just see that the area is completely saturated. And then there is a concern, that you're essentially a restaurant that wants to also operate as a liquor store. And that is a problem for me. It's a close call. Respectfully, I have to vote to deny.
Commissioner Maya.
I respectfully, Mr. De Leon, I understand where he is making a statement that you have a restaurant, and then you're going to have a liquor store. My understanding, however, is that you've got this little tiny liquor store that you're going to sell bottles. You're not selling them out of the restaurant. It's 83 square feet. It's 8 by 10 on a shelf. You've got about, I don't know how many shelves you could put, but you have a very small inventory. So I'm negating the competitive effects you have with Alamo, which I'm assuming to be more of a full service liquor store. I don't have any trouble with the location across the street, but you also stated it would never expand or, I don't know.
Correct. I will go on the record with that.
So you basically are selling whiskey related products in the main. You stated you might have other products, and they seem to be very specialty products. Sounds like a little bit of an uppity liquor store, if I can say it that way. So I will say yes, but I have to say to you that I understand. Well, people have heard me comment for the months I've been here, but I understand what Commissioner De Leon is saying. I will say yes to this small liquor store that doesn't seem to be in competition with too many other liquor stores.
Chair?
I'm gonna vote to deny. I don't find public convenience an advantage to have a 80+ square feet store. I don't want to start us on a trend here where we have to license really small stores that really does not provide any kind of customer space to shop. I believe that there is a store 150 feet away, and they are certainly capable of increasing their selection to accommodate for this need that is argued here. So I respectfully deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next in Albany is 80 Island Breeze Bar and Grill Corporation.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Sandra Gao, and I'm the owner of Island Breeze.
All right, so under your current license category, you understand that you are not allowed to do promoted parties with third-party promoters or ticketed events, anything like that. Are you aware of that?
Yes. I did not have a party. I had an event where I introduced all my meals. I have it right here written. Can I read it to you guys? Because I written it to you. Can I read it?
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, if it's short.
Yeah, it is short. Thank you. Okay, to whom it may concern, I am writing this letter in reference to a report about Island Breeze Bar and Grill located at 9517 Mandeville Street, Utica, New York. Police Department, and date June 10, 2024. There was an event advertised for customers to come at their beer and pay $15 with a live DJ from New York City. The purpose of the event was to introduce new food items and discuss dishes on Island Breeze menu and inform customers over 21 over the ability to order alcohol beverage with their meal. The event was advertised under the restaurant Facebook page as way of getting more than word of mouth. The theme of the beer referred to letting customers know to come as you are. We will serve you, letting them know that there is no dress code and it's based entirely.
Okay, is that the same promoted party called Bear As You Dare,
Yes.
where ladies were encouraged to wear your shortest shorts and mini skirts? Is that the same as the no dress code party you're talking about?
No, it was yes, the same dress code part. Like, okay, it was a Bear As You Dare, because what happened is that this summer it was so hot, and what happened, we have an outdoor and we have an indoor as well. So we were inside, and my DJ was my family member. It was a paid DJs. The $15 co-pay was for the food, like to cover the bills and stuff like that. So it was never like a party, a party where you have dances and stuff. I could show you, I have another thing I could show you on the TV station where our restaurant advertise our restaurant. It's not a club, it's a restaurant.
The restaurant is a club.
No, it's not a club. We have here on every Thanksgiving we give away food. We have here Lucky TREMONT. So inside lounge. It's not a club. It has all the desks and all the benches and stuff like that.
What's your just so we can define your place a little bit better? What's your food menu?
Music
like,
only.
like
Right here. Everything is right here. Everything is right here. Can you see it?
I can see it, but you may need to read.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, really? Item. Okay, you have your chicken dishes. You have jerk chicken, fried chicken, barbecue chicken. You have brown stew chicken, curry chicken, and baked chicken. Right here you have meat like oxtail, curry. Oh, everything is right here. Shrimp,
okay.
Seafood orders, everything is here.
Thank
Dining
you.
and takeout. We also have DoorDash deliveries as well.
Thank you.
So, to my understanding, I did not know
So-
I could. Go ahead.
So Bear As You Dare and ladies wear your shortest skirts or mini skirts is not the same as the party that you're talking about.
No, it's not a party, because what happened is that we didn't let them know that you're comfortable come inside Island Breeze as they please, wear whatever they want to come in.
So
You know,
I
it's
just
not
want
a,
to get
it's not
on
a
the
dress
record.
code.
So
Yes, go
are you
ahead.
aware that you're not allowed to use DJs in your establishment?
Okay, it was a D. Okay, I said DJ because my nephew is a DJ. But what happened that he comes in, and when the OSWEGO came up with the food, we do give him by this advertise it. So that was my mistake putting a DJ on there. I wasn't aware of anything. It's my first time having a liquor license. I never aware of the laws, and that's why I'm trying to read up on it now because I never aware of anything. And the reason why I came today without an attorney because I never know I had a violation, and the penalty that you guys charge. The attorney fee costs more, so if I came by myself.
Okay, I respect that, but just so you know, this is licensed as a restaurant, recorded
Yes, bar and
music,
grill.
jukebox, and no dancing, and no DJ, no promoted parties.
Okay.
Is that clear?
I'm
Now
very
we are
much
on the
clear.
same page, right? 'Cause
Yes,
you've
we
been
are.
licensed since 2019. I'm trying to take your word that you didn't know.
Thank you. I didn't know. I didn't know.
And
Sure.
we're gonna take a fine today, and these charges are relatively minor as compared to what could have happened.
Yes.
And so if you really want a DJ, ma'am, you can apply for a change of method of operation and change
Okay.
to use a DJ. You can apply for that.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Members ready to vote? Commissioner De Leon?
Yes. Okay, ma'am, an event that's advertised as Bear As You Dare and charges a $15 cover charge is going to turn into a party at some point. And it's
No, it
certainly-
wasn't a party.
and
because
it's-
they were all, I'm sorry.
I
They
understand.
were all seated. They were-
I
okay.
understand.
I understand what
I
you said. Okay,
understand.
go ahead. Yes.
And I think it's certainly going to draw in enough in terms of a cover charge to pay the $1,500 penalty that you have offered. So I will accept $1,500.
Commissioner Maya?
Okay.
And Chair?
1,500.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
You'll
right.
get a letter with instructions on how to pay it. All right.
Okay. Thank you so much. God bless.
Next is number 11, TIPSY CATSKILL LLC. Your opposition? All right. So the applicant's in Albany, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you can put your names on the record.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Yowie. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Tipsy CATSKILL, and with me is the principal and owner of the premise, Gert-Jan Meyer.
All right. And we have the opposition here. So I don't know if you heard, but we are limiting discussion on 3 minutes per person.
Is that the one that?
Okay.
No, this is something else. What is this?
11.
It's 11, Tipsy.
All right, go ahead.
Ready?
All right.
All right. Robert Romano. I'm here in opposition to Tipsy CATSKILL LLC. I'm here with the owners of Maruti Liquor Inc. and JMV Spirits LLC. I also represent Neo Infosys Incorporated. And we have, we're the second, third, and fourth closest stores. The current situation has 4 stores located within 1.14 miles of the proposed premise. The closest store relocated to where they are less than a year ago, almost exactly a year ago, but last February, and they added 1,400 square feet of retail to the area. If you look at the sales numbers, all sales numbers are down, some precipitously. All the surrounding stores have New York State products, organic, biodynamic, small batch distilleries, tastings, good customer relationships. There really wouldn't be anything new added, no public convenience or advantage being added by the approval of this applicant's store. Late in 2020, the closest store, Solo Vino CATSKILL LLC, applied for a license in town, and they were rejected by the board due to there already being 4 stores in the village of Catskill. That was the primary reason for denial back then. This forced them, in order to go into Catskill, forced them to purchase an existing store, which took about a year by the time that effectuated. And then they wanted to remove that store to the town of Catskill, which they did. That took another year, and that finally was approved and opened back in February 2024, less than a year ago. So I think it would be inherently unfair to just simply grant another license in the town when other stores had to go to great expense and time in order to achieve a location in Catskill due to the board's limitation at that time of 4 stores. And if you'd like to say anything about your stores?
My name is Srinivas Parvatini, representing JMB Spirits LLC. My question is again, Catskill is a small town, a fourth
Sorry, what
store
store
of.
are you?
I'm JMB Spirits LLC, DBA Catskill Liquors.
Second.
Oh, JMB, okay, got it.
I'm insisting the same thing. Already Catskill is a small town. A fourth store was approved last year. And now there's another applicant. There's too much of competition and you can see the revenue numbers coming down. And we carry all New York products, specialty products in the store.
I think this is the one where they try to add a new store. So it's not in your materials.
I don't see anyone.
I didn't add it
Oh,
because
okay,
it was
sorry.
late submission.
Okay,
Sorry.
gotcha.
I'm sorry, what is it? What's in it?
Oh, let me see if I can.
Is there a new store that just opened?
We have
Did you just say that?
a new store. Is there a new
The
store?
new store which was approved was last year, Bridge Street approved, which is Solo Vino.
Oh, so
That was the
that's what
removal.
you're talking about, the
Earlier,
removal.
they bought a, I mean, they were denied, I guess, and they bought a small store, Solo
I
Vino.
see, I
and moved
understand.
it, and they was
The
approved last
removal
year.
that went down
So
in size,
with
but
that store,
added
now it's,
square
there are
footage
four,
to it.
already 4 stores, fully operating stores. Not counting the other stores and their expansion in complete Green County.
But just on that
Just in
one store, it
Catskill.
increased the size 1,400 square feet.
Okay. But you didn't take the supplemental, or is that in
Say
here?
it was a news story that you.
No,
No,
it's a removal, but I see that guy's letter in here as well.
Oh, okay. No, I was thinking of something else then.
Is there a protest in person over there, up there in Albany, guys?
I don't believe so.
Paula, is there a protest or no protest up there?
No, there's not.
Okay. Got it. Do you have something to say, sir?
Yeah, I'm representing the Maruti Liquor Inc. Behalf of my mom because
I'm sorry, which store?
Maruti Liquor Inc.
Maruti. Okay.
Yeah, on behalf of for my mom because we have expedited like death in our family, so she could not come in.
Okay.
So I'm the one who came in. So drastically, she bought a liquor store in 2022, and since then our number is very very low, coming down in terms of like competitions. And if you approve the new store, it would be much.
What is your store? I'm sorry.
Maruti Liquor Inc.
Wine cellar?
The wine cellar, yes, under DBA wine cellar.
Okay.
So if we will approve that, it's gonna hurt us more and more in
Yes.
terms of the sales.
Okay, so
But you
these
say your
two,
sales have been coming down?
Coming down, yes, since she bought it like 2022.
Why are they coming down in the last couple of years?
Because of probably the one new store opened last year also.
Who's managing the store?
She's managing the store, but if she needed, I go help her out too.
She really is. Her mother 10 days ago, so she went to India.
She went back to the India.
Okay, so your mom is not able to attend to the day-to-day management?
Not today, only today.
She does.
How about in 23?
23, yes, she does.
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Applicant?
I'd just like to make a few points about this location in this store. One, currently there is no liquor store within the village of Catskill. The 4 closest stores are within the town of Catskill, but there is no store within the village. The residents of the village have expressed a need and a desire for a liquor store located within the village that they can walk to from their residence. That previously was in place when Solo Vino was on Main Street, but when Solo Vino departed and took the new location, there no longer was a store within walking distance for those residents. We submitted 19 letters of support from neighboring residents and businesses in the community, as well as the village, supporting the application and the desire and need for a store on Main Street in Catskill. I'd like to point out too that this is a very small store. The retail space is 550 square feet. The total store square footage is only 740 square feet. So in comparison to the neighboring stores, this is a very small footprint. My client intends to offer a very niche inventory of wine and very few spirits. So if you're looking to buy a bottle of Smirnoff, this is not your store to go to. We believe for that reason that we don't present significant competition to the neighboring stores because our inventory will be so niche and products that they likely do not carry in their store. I'm going to turn it now over to my client just to talk a little bit about his relationship within the community and the community building that they do.
Thank you all for for hearing me. Yeah, so about 3.5 years ago, we opened a store on Main Street named Cityet. My husband is the owner, but I've been very much involved. And that's a coffee bar, retail space, and we have a little gallery space. And it's very much focused indeed on the community, organizing events, pop-ups, allowing local artists, writers, etc. to partake in the activities that we organize for the local community. And indeed, it's the case that we would get a lot of questions from visitors in our store. Where can I find a wine store? Where can I buy wine? So we would send them out of the village, to the town, because there's no longer anything on Main Street, and that's kind of what sparked, our idea of opening a wine store. I think it's also important to mention, because indeed my attorney is completely right, that we are focusing on a niche assortment. I feel like the nearest competition, if you will, would be like 1 or 2 towns over rather. So I think people sometimes are really looking for natural wines, organic wines, and that's not something the stores, the other 4 liquor stores in Catskill focus on. So I feel like we really will, cater to, let's say, a different audience. And in addition, as we have that experience with Cityet as well, we aim to do a lot in terms of events, community building activities around the store.
All right, sir, or ma'am, sorry. I think the members.
I just want to point out the store, they do have stores in the village, Catskill.
I think the members are ready to vote.
Wait, they do have stores or they don't have stores? What's the
You said
story?
you are in the village of Catskill.
They have what stores?
Their stores are located in the village.
Oh, you're within the municipal.
You're in the village or not in the village?
We are in the village.
You're in the
They're in the
village.
town.
He's on Main
Excuse me.
Street.
Yeah, there's nothing on Main Street. It's in the town of Catskill, and honestly, the closest store people would have to access Route 23 to get to the store. So it's, I mean, you can get there ultimately, but for sure, some people that cannot walk very far, they would not be able to find something close by.
Was the
I'm just saying, I don't believe the reason for granting it would be to.
Counselor, you wanted to say something? The applicant?
I'd like to just point out as well that one thing that hasn't really been focused on is the increased tourism to Catskill. We're seeing a resurgence within Catskill, similar to what we saw with Hudson, and we're seeing within other small Hudson Valley towns a lot of upstate visitors on the weekends. There is increased foot traffic along Main Street, so there is the need and the desire for this type of store to promote tourism within the community.
If I may add to that, indeed, we opened our store in 2021, and we've seen a 30% year-over-year growth since we started. And obviously that's locals, but definitely, especially on the weekends, we see a lot of people visiting the area. And we see also that a lot of other stores have opened up on Main Street. So there's really a revitalization happening of Main Street that we like to add to.
CATSKILL woke up, right?
All right.
Could I just ask you, counsel?
Sure.
What was the former address for that solo vino? I don't know. 354 Main Street, right?
Main Street.
Okay. Perfect. And they're 408. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Members ready? Commissioner Maya's ready.
Got a note, nothing for solo just came in, so that's why I don't have anything for 2023. Guys, J and B, slightly down, maybe by 20. Oh, these two will be making it. $20-something.
Okay. The members are ready. Commissioner De Leon.
Oh, another one of these very close calls. First of all, I want to acknowledge all of the support, the letters of support that we've received, including the Village Board of Trustees and the 18 other people that vote in, businesses and residents supporting this application. Regarding the sales, I see a projected increase in 2024 for Marudi, maybe in the vicinity of about a little less than 200,000. And for Jefferson, maybe about 25,000. For JMV, I do see a projected decrease of about 20,000. And the store solo apparently moved and downsized, moved from that location and actually downsized, went smaller.
No.
Which may be an indication that there's just wasn't the demand there for that business.
I'm sorry to interrupt the increase.
This is a close call for me, but I'm going to have to deny the application just based on the fact that there doesn't seem to be the real demand there, and these stores are in such close proximity to each other.
Thank you.
Commissioner Maya.
But once again, on these package stores, it's always argued about somebody coming in because it might affect their business, which is not why we're here, I don't think. We're here for public convenience and advantage, and I want to make this point. Several doors down from 408 Main Street, 354, there was a liquor store previously, and now they've removed, and you can see it on the map. Are they within the village limits or not? That's really not. It's not so telling to me. But does that now give them? Is it their territory to have the primary area of Main Street, Catskill? I don't buy that. So number one, it's a smart looking place. The gentleman, the applicant has indicated qualitatively, I don't know how he might manage a package store, but seems to be on top of the game. It's smart looking place, there's village support. So I think it's to the public convenience and advantage to have a choice and to have a place downtown. So I say yes.
And Chair.
I'm going to vote to deny. This is close to, within 1.5 miles, there are 4 stores already. I really respect this applicant for having good community ties and received a lot of support. However, as Commissioner De Leon said, there was a store 2-3 buildings away from here, and it just proved to not be successful and went out of, and moved. Didn't go out of business, it moved somewhere else. And so I don't think there is demand here. I don't find public convenience an advantage and vote to deny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 17, DELMAR Provisions LLC.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Mark Wagner. I'm the attorney for the licensee DELMAR Provisions. I have Dave Hostig, one of the principals of DELMAR Provisions, with me for the meeting.
This is an alteration application. The applicant bought the store in 2023, is that right?
22.
22, okay.
Correct? Yes.
And you are seeking to increase from 7,900 square feet to 10,591?
Correct. It's an addition of 2,691 square feet.
All right, just for the record, I don't think there's any protest in the room, right?
That's correct.
All right, and the surrounding stores are, as far as I can tell, doing decreasing numbers.
And that's part of the reason for the expansion, Chair. Obviously there's market trends are changing in this industry. More people are consuming RTD cocktails and wanting more of an experience in retail in general. And the reason for the expansion is to add that. One is a 700 square foot walk-in cooler for RTD inventory. And then we're also going to be building custom brand displays for certain products to provide the experience to consumers. We hope that this expansion will draw more clientele to the plaza that this store is in, not only for the liquor store, but it's also retail partners.
Are you gonna lower prices?
Yes, we'll be able to have a higher purchasing power with with the distributors, so we'll be able to buy heavier, which will obviously decrease prices.
Can I hold you to that? You're gonna lower your prices for your consumers?
We're gonna try as hard as we can.
What is that?
He's just said that.
You're a little bit pregnant, I guess.
Any questions?
Do you carry New York products?
Yes, we have a big footprint. We actually have a whole New York section. It says like New York State of Mind over it. And
how many SKUs do you have that's New York produced products?
New
York produced.
I would say SKUs. I don't know the exact number. I don't want to misquote it, but we have a lot. I mean, it's over. I would say it's probably 36 feet of shelves that are stacked, like 4 high. So we have, between ciders, I think we're number 2 in our local New Scotland Spirits store by volume.
If you get more square footage, which is really big here, are you willing to double the size of that square footage for New York?
Absolutely.
All right. And you're going to agree to focus your RTDs also on New York products?
Yes.
All right. RTDs ready to drink.
Okay.
We see it as a real opportunity for the consumer as well. Like everybody's, here, they're working hard, they get out of work, they want to, stop and get their favorite New York RTD or cider or, maybe one that's outside of New York.
So I'm going to vote to approve with I'm going to vote to approve with your commitment that you're going to double the footprint of your New York product display and also focus your RTDs on New York products. I'm going to vote to approve.
And Commissioner De Leon.
I mean, all the figures I have indicate upward trend for 2024 in sales. We got no response from one, but 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. 7 out of 8 show an upward trend. This is a mammoth store, but the store is also, spread out, going from 1.2 miles to 3.9. I concur with the chair. I vote to approve with the stipulations as stated by the chair.
And Commissioner Maya.
I vote to approve. Stipulation that I would have is you make efforts to promote the New York products to the best of your ability and trade. And that's how I would state it, but.
When are you going to have your upgrades done, sir?
We're gonna go back and get started right now on, we've done most of the improvements. Some of the displays and features we're waiting on vendors that wanna, partner to kind of, provide their signage or, marketing materials to go along with it. So I would say, very quickly, we just have to take a wall down.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna come take a look, so don't not do what we just agreed on.
Yes. Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Next is 40 Monticello Liquors Inc.
Yes.
Monticello.
Yes.
No.
40.
Sorry.
Good afternoon to the full board. Mayor Fakori from Monticello Liquors Inc. And to my left is the president owner, Mr. Bahida. The application was for to relocate from 33 Pleasant Street, Monticello to 35 Pleasant Street, Monticello. We submitted to the board numerous letters of support from local town supervisor, assemblyman, chambers of commerce. I don't know if the board received those.
Yes, we did get those. You're adding storage. You have a warehouse license, like elsewhere?
No, he does
No,
not.
you don't have a warehouse right now?
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I think the members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, there's significant amount of support for this application. The town supervisor, an assembly member, the town manager, district legislator, Sullivan County president, sheriff, and board of commerce, chamber of commerce, an honorable somebody, I won't mention the name, and two distilleries. There's a significant amount of support in the community. The figures that I have do show an increase for 3 out of the 5 stores that we got information for. And also, there's a significant amount of financing here. So I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya and Chair.
I'm gonna find public convenience and advantage. The store has been in operation for a while and has a exemplary track record here. So I'm gonna vote to approve along with the support that Commissioner De Leon mentioned on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Sorry for the long wait.
Next is 12 Prakodi Wine and Spirits Corp. Number 12.
Good afternoon again to the full board. Mayor Fakori from Mr. Tao, president of Prakodi Wine and Spirits Corp. We had presented this back in 2023 for a relocation. The only place that is, if you look at the Google Maps, it's literally right behind the building that they're in now. Our argument back then was the egress, ingress, and it just was such a tight area. So they just need a little bit more room, but the only at that time the only area was behind their building is a nice plaza, and so the only space they had was something that was really big. So I know the board said, listen, if you get a small space, we'll reconsider it. So luckily a space did open, and it's about 1,250 square feet. So not much.
Sir, I think the members are actually ready. So.
Oh, okay.
No, it's okay. Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, I'm going to vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya. And
All
Chair.
right, this is the second time this applicant has applied. As council was mentioning, they come back with town supervisor support, an adjustment in the square footage to a smaller size. And so I vote to approve as well. I'm going to find public convenience and advantage.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to cut you off, sir. Just,
No.
you know.
So if you're approving it, you can come here up anytime you want.
All right, thank you.
All right, so Ellery, is Route 7 Wine and Liquor LLC there?
Paula?
The applicant is here. He just texted his attorney, has not heard from his attorney.
So it's taking more than an hour.
Yeah, that is correct.
All right, let's go to Manhattan.
Sorry.
All right, let's hold for another half hour. Let's see how that goes. I'm sorry, everybody. All right, let's go.
All right, we're moving to New York City. Next is 10 FRESHTOWN Liquor LLC.
Unfortunately, Mr. Katz had a flight. I
Is
told him
anyone
he would be out of
sorry,
here, but
I know, Mr. Romano. Is anyone here in opposition to Freshtown? Are you? If you can come up to you, just so you're here as well. But you can.
If
you can
my
also-
application was on today's full board, I wouldn't have planned a flight. I just want to,
thought a 3 o'clock flight would be.
How is that even reasonable? 3 o'clock flight?
Hi, my name's Letitia Bates. I own the Cascade Spirit Shop in Amenia. It's located in an agriculture community in Dutchess County with an approximate population of 4,000.
You're protesting, ma'am, right?
I am.
And what store are you representing?
Cascade Spirit Shop. 5058 Route 22.
So the applicant is not here, ma'am. I know you've waited all day. You can certainly you can choose to go and speak and put your objection on the record. But I'm not sure if we're necessarily going to decide on this because the applicant is not here. So you can choose to speak now, or you can come back. But you've waited all day, so I don't want to waste your time. Where are you guys at?
Well, when would be the next?
It would
The
be the
next
20th,
meeting
February
is
20th.
February 20th. You are the closest store, so you are the only closest store, so it's most relevant to you.
Correct. I'm between 300 to 400 feet from entrance to entrance to theirs.
It's crazy close.
I don't know what to do.
Y'all wanna?
He left. I mean, this is on him.
Want to put it over? Or,
But then we're wasting her whole day. What's fair here?
Mr. Romano, you have a position?
Unfortunately, I requested adjournment.
What position?
It's not something I'm happy to do. It's just I thought it would be. I've never stayed this late previously.
I know, but that's not a reason. You can't tell your client to plan a flight. It's just not reasonable. It's not reasonable to her.
So, if the applicant's not here,
It's Armonk. It's not close to Albany. It's Armonk. It's not close to Albany. It's not close to Albany at all. Duchess.
Oh, it's Duchess.
What do you want to do? She's doing down numbers for sure.
like.
Oh, you're showing up.
Yeah, but only like.
So it's flat. She's just very close. How close is it, you said? It's 300
From
feet?
entrance to entrance is 300 to 400 feet away.
Ma'am, how big is your store, ma'am?
Pardon me?
How big is your store?
Mine is approximately 2,000 square foot.
It shows that it's 5,000 with the storage.
With the storage, and
The
also there's
retail is 2,000.
there's a store attached to mine.
What does that mean?
I bought the building and I have a renter next door, which is 1/4 of my square footage.
So you don't use the 5,400?
No.
Oh, okay, because it's showing that you have 5,400 in our
I think I
records.
misunderstood when you asked me that question before. That's why I
Oh.
sort of redrew it and resubmitted everything.
I understand. So that's why you subsequently reported 3,600.
Right.
Okay.
And the letter of support is from an adjacent supermarket? You know,
My client also owns the supermarket, but he doesn't own, it's president.
Can we have him move over to the mic?
It's an employee-owned company.
yeah, I think you want to be heard on the mic?
Yeah, if we can have Mr. Romano on the mic.
Oh.
Thank you, man. Yeah.
All right,
just
we're
so
going to
we
have
can
to
answer.
adjourn this.
Robert Romano, it's an employee-owned company next door. He's the president of the
He's the
company,
president of the supermarket,
of the supermarket.
so he supports his own application for the liquor store next door?
I didn't see, you have a letter of support from the
That's
supermarket?
what I have, letter of support, adjacent supermarket.
Oh, that's,
He doesn't own that. He's like the manager of it,
Yeah.
or he's the VP of it. But yeah, you're right. He's
Yeah.
supporting himself.
I don't
But that happens.
Yeah, okay.
and this is directly adjacent and, but it's not 400 feet. And I have explained to the board, it's actually, if you're driving legally without making any illegal turns, it's actually a 2-mile drive. We had that confirmed by 2 state troopers. And he had it confirmed yesterday by Trooper Kushner.
I mean, I could vote, or you could put it over, whatever you want to do. All the other stores are significantly far away.
Right.
You know, we're talking from 8 to 11.5 miles.
Pardon me?
All the other stores that we have figures for are significantly far away. You know, they're
Right.
between 8 and 11.5 miles. Yours is the,
But my
But-
store is not a mile, would you say 2 miles away?
If you go from the proposed store to your store without making an illegal left turn on Route 22, which is a 45-mile-an-hour road, and I could show you fatalities that happened on that stretch of road because people were making an illegal turn, not at your
I
store.
get that, but Mr. Romano, you have to also be fair. Like, the people shopping for alcohol is not driving from one store to the next. That's not the judgment. The
No,
standard
but
is.
the people that are shopping in the 20,000-foot supermarket to get a bottle of wine don't have to get back in the car, go south, make an illegal turn and park in front of your building, unless you could tell me a different
Why is
way.
it an illegal turn?
It is an
You just
illegal
let your
turn
in?
because it's not considered a driveway according to New York State troopers. You have just a pathway in front of your
I
building.
have a parking lot with curbs.
Anyway, we
It's
checked it.
paved.
Yeah, I know. I
I
know.
mean,
We're coming back, right? Are we?
Yeah, we're coming back, so we
Wait,
can.
hold on, we haven't even voted on that. Are you,
Oh, yeah.
or are you Commissioner De Leon?
How the
It's
chair feels
one-
about it.
It's 1-minute drive.
But if we.
Whatever
If we're coming
turn,
back though,
turn.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
we're voting on that.
Yes,
Vote
you
on what
can
to
vote
do,
on it,
yes.
whatever you want to do.
If you, I'll say something.
Yeah,
If
go
we're
ahead.
coming back,
Mhm.
there are certain factors. And you watch me, I seem to, I might appear to be pro-business,
very
but I'm having troubles
Yeah. I don't
hearing
see if
arguments
there's anything.
just because something is nearby. Okay? If there's supposed to be evidence that that gentleman doesn't have the proper character. Okay? Since you don't have a lawyer, and I'm not giving you legal advice. What's the traffic pattern? There's no parking. He has to park on a cliff to go to the new liquor store. I'm just saying that since we're coming back, there are certain factors, and it's not to preserve someone's business, which is unfortunate. We wish everybody could have. That's what they'd like to have, okay?
Okay, I would like to add something there because when I did all the research on this, I did a Google map. If the crow flies, it's 800 feet. If you go from entrance to entrance, it's 400 feet. And I don't know where he's getting the 2 miles from. It's where I can see, like everyone has been saying, I can see the store from my store.
Maybe next time, you'll have something that you could submit, you could depict it for us.
Yeah, so we're gonna hear this February 20th.
Thank you.
February
And
20th or 28th?
20th. It's a Thursday.
Is that okay with you, Commissioner De Leon?
2:20.
my apologies to the board for this.
Sorry, you know, the 20th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. All right, next is 68 RHCC Inc.
Oh, no.
68.
Okay. This is a conditional no contest plea. I had submitted a offer of cancellation and bond. This license actually was surrendered and canceled by the board, by the authority months ago.
All right, cancel for the record.
But I was going to offer if, because he does want to apply for a new license somewhere along the line, if you would consider a small monetary fine.
No, it's
No?
already been canceled. I can't go back.
It's expired. When was it canceled?
It's canceled on bond.
It's been- okay.
canceled. It's canceled for the record. It's already been canceled once.
Yep.
So I don't know why you asked for a fine.
So there wouldn't be a cancellation in bond on
No,
the
but
record.
it's already been canceled once, so.
But not bond. In other words, if he applies again for a new license, he'd rather have a clean slate. But, okay.
When was it canceled?
I don't know. He said this thing has already been canceled and somehow
I
for some
checked with
reason we
licensing
canceled
this-
without the bond, which makes
When
no
was it?
sense.
2.5, 3 months ago, maybe, if you,
It's already been canceled once.
I have a letter, I have an email saying we were.
That's fine. I'm sorry. That's my own
Wanna
office
look
and
at
me
it?
not knowing my own office, but just, I don't know if there's been updates since the agenda sheet, because the agenda sheet says expired. It doesn't say anything about cancellation, and the only adverse.
No,
Do you
we'll
want us,
surrender.
do you want to just sit down and let them look?
Sure.
Can you
Whatever you
just
want.
look at this?
Just
'Cause we
quibbling
may,
whether or not we get the bond
we may
claim.
be able to get back, send it back
That's
to
what it
council's
is.
office.
Okay, we'll work it out, whatever you.
He said it's already been canceled. Yeah.
It says expired, but I can double check. We'll call someone. Yeah, you have to wait around anyway, Mr. Romano. Next is 18661 Driggs LLC. 18.
Busy day.
No.
Robert Romano again. I'm here with Jennifer Sesu and Chat. So, well, I can't, yeah, it says Fong, 661. This is should be relatively easy, I believe. This was a negative finding from the administrative law judge on the 500-foot questionnaire, who felt they did not significantly or appropriately discuss the vehicular and pedestrian traffic that would be affected by the granting of the license.
All
This
right.
is
What are your hours?
your 11 to
12 to 11 and 12 to 12. 12 to 11 Sunday through Thursday and 12 to 12 Friday, Saturday.
They have two other
What
licenses.
did you say about the traffic?
The administrative law judge felt, the LJ felt they didn't properly address the impact for vehicular traffic and pedestrian traffic
And how-
that opening a 75-person restaurant would have.
And how are we addressing it now?
It is, I explained it in my submission, it is a 75-person seated restaurant. They are experienced operators and know how to deal with the crowd flow. This is in the heart of Williamsburg. If not for their restaurant, which they're, again, experienced operators for over 20 years without a blemish of combined years, I think. License, yeah. And
Is it 4 to 5 employees, or did I write this wrong? 4 to 5
I
employees?
had the same reaction. They have a lot of employees because they're 2 shifts, you said, and open 7 days a week.
Wow.
So overall, there'll be 45 employees, not working at once,
Okay.
20 at
You're-
once.
You're okay with no outdoor space?
Yeah, we're okay with it for now.
Okay.
We'll come back
I'm
to
okay
it
with
if
it.
we must, but right for
Wait,
now,
I think you committed to them that you're not going to apply for the outdoor structure.
no
or
outdoor
the-
structure.
No outdoor service.
No.
Okay. So try to go at least a year before you reopen that conversation with them, because otherwise it's kind of
Okay.
disingenuous. With that, I'm going to vote to approve with the community board stipulations. I'm going to do midnight across the board, doors and windows closed at all times, and note outdoor service until at least 1 year from now,
That's fine.
if the commissioners would agree.
Mr. De Leon
I vote to approve, and I adopt the chair's condition.
and Commissioner Maya.
Approve through the chair.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Sorry for the long one.
Back to 68 for RHCC Inc.
Okay, here we go.
The record's 68 RHCC Inc. Our records show expired, not canceled.
I have an email. I can.
Well, if you want to forward me the email, we'll call you back.
Okay.
But
It
either
doesn't
way-
matter.
Either
All
way,
right.
if we can't get the bond
Item
claim-
68, let's
Cancellation
send
of
it
bond.
back to, no. Let's not do that. In case you're wrong.
Okay.
I don't want to say, because I don't want to cancel something in case you're wrong. So it's going to go back to council's office, and Shannon and Donald are going to sort it out, and then
Okay.
we're going to hear it again on 220.
And we'll cooperate for
Do
Thank
you
you.
want to hold it over? So instead of returning, hold it over.
No, it's going to go back to council's office. They will send it again if it's ready. and then you can make another offer, because
Okay.
he's withdrawing his offer right now.
Well, your offer is
Withdraw-
canceled. Go on. Okay.
No, he's withdrawing his offer, so go back and figure out the money, go
Okay.
to council's office. Okay?
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you.
Commissioner De Leon
Okay.
Yeah.
and Commissioner Maya.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. What am I doing? Next is 80I. It's a request for a declaratory ruling. It's for the Gramercy Park Hotel.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Donald Bernstein from Bernstein, Rado, and Savitsky. On behalf of MCR Hotels, with me is Tyler Morse, the owner of MCR. This is a request for a declaratory ruling that the Gramercy Park Hotel is grandfathered and thus exempt under both the 500-foot law and the 200-foot law. I know we gave you an extensive letter, but I do want to summarize, just hit upon some important points that I think make it clear that the property is exempt. The Gramercy Park Hotel opened 100 years ago in 1925. It was an integral part of Gramercy Park and the larger community for over 100 years. MCR acquired it in August of 2023. Before that, there were a long line of owners. The closing after the hotel could not survive COVID was well publicized, as was MCR's acquisition in 23. The good news is that the hotel is expected to be completely redone and open by the fourth quarter of this year, which is a tremendous relief to the community. Tyler has done outreach. I have also spoken to the Gramercy Park Block Association. They are widely supportive of the hotel opening. They thought that the closure was a blight. This is an iconic hotel with a storied history. I put some of it in my letter, and you may be familiar with some of it. Let me deal with the 500-foot law. The statute, section 64.7C of the ABC law, says that if the premises have been continually licensed since prior to November 1, 1993, it is grandfathered and thus exempt from the 500-foot law. We have some records over the past 80 years of it being licensed. We do know anecdotally and from documents that are easily accessible online and in libraries that the hotel was licensed right after prohibition was repealed. It was licensed since 1933. And as far as we know, there has been no gap in ownership or operations during that period. Obviously, neither we nor the authority have records going back to the 1930s, but we do have records going back to 1980. In the late 1950s, the Weisberg family acquired the hotel. The first application we have specific knowledge of was filed in 1980 by a member of the Weisberg family. The applicant was Gramercy Park Hotel, Inc. They were issued a hotel license on March 1, 1980, and they operated it until 2002, at which time it was sold to Stephen Greenberg. And over the ensuing years, Mr. Greenberg, Ian Schrager, and the most recent owner, A.B. Rosen, all had interests in the hotel. It could not survive COVID. Danny Meyer was also involved in the last opening of the hotel. And the last license at the hotel expired in September of 2023. So even though we don't have details on the licensing prior to 1980, clearly that was prior to the key date of November 1, 1993. And we can show that it was licensed since prior to that date up through September of 2023. Then we have a gap, and I'll deal with the gap in a second. First, let me just go to the 200-foot rule because the gap issue applies to both the 200-foot law and the 500-foot law. The 200-foot law is implicated because there is a school, the Manhattan School of the Future at 127 East 22nd Street, just a block to the north. Now, it's interesting because we don't know, and the key fact of related to that school is it existed, or a school existed in that building since 1918. So even before the hotel was there. Yet the hotel has been licensed for 80 years. How can that be? The answer is we don't know. We can speculate. And the reason why we can speculate is because if you look at the history of the school, and we spent a lot of time doing that, when it first opened, it was not a high school or grammar school. It was the Manhattan Trade School for Girls. It then in 1929 became the Manhattan Industrial School. In 1948, the Mabel Dean Vocational School. And it wasn't until the 1990s that it became a high school and the school of the future. Now, there are two exceptions to the 200-foot law that were grandfathered. One was a law that was originally from 1933 that said if the premises have been licensed since the repeal of prohibition, it's grandfathered. That law was changed in 1957 only to apply to renewals. But the second exception is the law that you're familiar with that says that if the premises were licensed before the school came into existence, it's grandfathered and continues to be licensed. The point here is that while we can only speculate because we don't have those applications, we know from your own divisional orders, from your own declaratory rulings, that a vocational technical school is not a school within the meaning of the 200-foot law. There's a divisional order number 176 that says business schools, nurse training schools, and similar training schools are not schools within the 200-foot law. A ruling from 2012, the citation is in my letter.
When did the School of Future start?
In the 1990s, as far as we can tell. I don't have the exact year, but sometime in the 1990s. 93, there we go, okay. The ruling from 2012 says a technical school is not a school within the meaning of the 200-foot rule. We don't know if those are the reasons, but we can speculate. Here's the important part about that. There have been other instances where applicants have come for rulings where the school seems to have pre-existed the space being licensed, and the authority has not had the records to put together what happened. And what you've ruled is that the members of the authority will presume that the location was properly licensed in the past. And that is very important. In declaratory ruling from 2013, there was a previously licensed location within 200 feet of the Manhattan High School for Girls, and the authority reasoned that despite there being murky records, it appears from the authority's records that a determination was already made that this location could be licensed, notwithstanding the school, and they assumed that it was properly licensed. That's the key. The assumption was if we licensed it all those years, we are assuming it was properly licensed, and then found that it was grandfathered. And that same rationale applies here. There are other rulings that I've cited. It's all in my letter. The point is that because it's had this history, we have to assume it's been properly licensed and therefore grandfathered. The only question that is left then, and I'll be very brief on this point because you're well familiar with it, is under your advisory 2022-35, any gap in licensing requires it to go to you, the full board. Licensing cannot approve it. Here we have a gap of 1 year and 3 months since the time the last license expired until the time that we filed our ruling, our request for a ruling last month. There have been a number of rulings on this issue. A year is been consistently ruled to be, okay, that's fine, as long as there's no intervening use, it's still deemed continually licensed. If the gap is more than a year, then you look to see if there have been extenuating circumstances, and one of them relates to either COVID-related or problems with construction and the state of the building that would make it impossible for us to open within that period. The ruling, by the way, that you made that determination in, the gap was 2 years and 4 months. Our gap is 1 year and 3 months, so much shorter.
Are you ready to file for the license?
I think in February, yes. We still have some operational issues to deal with. We have reached out to the Block Association. We are going to notify the community board in February, and then shortly thereafter, we will be filing the application. Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have questions?
And I'm not going to review the condition of the building. We've well documented that in photographs.
Photographs.
Yes.
You know.
4 floods already.
Yeah. I mean, for me, first of all, it was a very interesting read. I'm a history buff, so reading all the history is very interesting. And I commend your advocacy on behalf of your client.
Thank you.
I really do. I also want to take a moment to commend our counsel's office for the work that they do and the memo that they put together. So Shannon and to Lawrence Schwartz, who wrote the memo that I read, but I also read the papers that you submitted. And I agree with you. And I do believe that you are exempt. As you know, and as you hinted at towards the end, though the analysis could change if there is, as is worded here, you don't apply for the license in a timely manner. But that would be my finding.
I agree with the statement of Commissioner DeLeon.
All right, so this board is going to find that this premise under our declaratory ruling decision here is deemed to be continuously licensed, and we're going to instruct you to file the application within the next 8 weeks.
Yes.
And on the other side, as you know, once you get the conditional approval, you have a 6-month extension, and then you can ask licensing board for one more. That's 12 months, and then this full board can give you one more, so you have 18 months after you get the license to actually start operating. I believe, even with the time frame that you're thinking, you're saying fourth quarter of this year, which we certainly hope is the case, but just to give you enough time, you should have about 2 years from now to actually open.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you very much.
Good luck. Thanks. And yes, I agree with the commissioner. I want to commend you on your letter, which is very interesting. We look forward to visiting the location and also to council's office.
Savitsky wrote the letter just to give him.
Oh, well, good job back there.
You did research on prohibition.
I know, I love that stuff. We should all collectively write a book about this. The 30 people that care about this stuff will write a book for each
I
other.
will add, I know it's busy, but I will add that I read something that said the hotel was serving before prohibition was repealed. Can't blame him for that.
No, they didn't do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next is ADF LRJ Brooklyn Holdings LLC.
All right. Are you okay with this?
Good afternoon. My name is Frank PILITA, and I have with me
Ryan Strass.
It's before you because the prior license was canceled.
Right, but they did meet with the community board, right?
Actually, no. The community board did not call them in.
Oh.
It's a very relaxed community board in Brooklyn.
We notified the community board, is that correct? And I think we got a response.
No, they notified the community board and they chose not to opine, presumably. The 500-foot hearing came out in positive.
I kind of read it as the ALJ notified. Tried to get the community board's input for the administrative hearing.
This is Sheepshead Bay. It's my old stomping grounds. It's a different.
Yeah, you'll be surprised though, then sometimes, then I hear about it on the other side.
No, I understand, but this is Emmons Avenue. The water is the whole.
So what happened here? Who's the applicant? There are two applicants here?
No, this is the applicant's brother who's here.
Oh, you're the
I just
applicant.
sent, yeah, he did.
And then there's one more applicant.
Yeah,
You have a partner?
Both brothers on? Yeah. I'm sorry. Both brothers on that I just sent away.
I'm sorry, who's the applicant? He's the applicant.
Correct.
And the other person is also the applicant?
Lawrence is also the applicant, his brother.
You didn't know that?
I did not.
You his lawyer?
I am. I'm doing 2 applications for 2 places. I think you'll see me in about 45 days on the other place. So I did get confused for a second.
Okay. All right, so you guys are both applicants and one was disapproved somewhere else. What happened?
No, just so they want to.
Tatiana Rest was disapproved because one of the principals did not report an arrest that she had during.
Right, but that's not you, that's your partner on the other restaurant and
Mother.
that got disapproved,
Mother.
right? Is that right?
Yes, mother.
Okay, and then that's the mother.
That's the one you'll be seeing me in about 6 weeks or 8 weeks.
Oh, got it. Okay, so you're Ryan and you're Lawrence.
But yeah, let them know about it.
Okay, and for Lawrence,
Sure, with uniforms.
The spouse got arrested? No, that's the
No,
mother.
The mother.
The mother got arrested.
Did not disclose.
I'm sorry, it's
No.
so rude.
You understand my confusion?
Yes. So, and someone was arrested?
Yes, Oksana was arrested. Charges were dismissed, but she failed to report.
Oh, I see, but you guys were not arrested?
No.
Okay, all right.
There's one. Oksana's the mom, yes.
Okay.
There's one glitch here, though. There should be a DJ also.
Okay. I mean, this is a nightclub essentially, right?
Recorded live music and dancing.
It's a restaurant lounge, but, you know, there are elements, there's dancing.
I mean, this is a huge location, 7,500 square feet on the ground floor, and then there's a second floor. How big is the second floor?
Second floor is maybe 1,000 square feet, just storage.
Okay.
There's no DJ on the application?
Did you say you wanted a DJ?
Yes,
Okay, was it on the community board?
I don't think so.
Okay, so,
I can re-notify the community board, but they're gonna do the same thing, they're gonna just not respond.
yeah, we'll just need proof of that.
Not a problem.
So you will not use a third-party promoter?
Correct.
That would be a condition of. Because the
And
state that they
you're
want-
not doing complete private events, right?
Correct. We're not doing buyouts. The
Yes.
premise is big enough that we can have private dining rooms.
Okay, so I'm gonna not put private events on it. Okay?
Is there a reason we're putting stipulations on it at all?
For a club, right?
Is this a restaurant or a bar tavern?
Yeah.
It is,
I'm not putting stipulations on it. I'm just agreeing with what you said in your application, sir.
A restaurant?
Right?
If you're agreeing to
Here
what
it
I put in the
says
application,
here,
then
What
I
you
have,
told the community board is background music only,
correct?
doors and windows closed at midnight, patron dancing will be allowed, no DJ, no jukebox, no karaoke, no dancing, no topless exotic dancing from employees, no third-party promoters.
You're reading from the advanced 30-day. I never told them no, that the doors and windows would be closed. I did include that in the 500-foot hearing as an accommodation to the neighbors, but I never, and I have no problem with it now.
You now have a problem with it? It
No,
also
I have no
says-
problem with it now.
Okay, it also says 2 a.m. here.
Where? Oh, hours of operation in the 500-foot. Yes, those are the hours.
Well, you can't do that. You can't submit a document to the 500-foot hearing and then now tell me these conditions don't apply
I
because
didn't say that.
you just told me not to put stips on it.
I thought you were putting, if you're sticking to exactly what's in my application, I have no problem with that at all.
Yes, exactly.
Then I have no problem with
I'm
that
just
at all.
repeating back what
That's
you
fine.
told us.
Well, you asked me about private parties.
Yeah, which said that you will only rent out part of the premises for private events 3 to
Correct.
4 times.
My application as it stands is what we're agreeing to, yes.
But I just asked you if you plan to do full buyouts and you just said no.
The answer is no.
So
I didn't know
can
you were
say
reading, I didn't know you were reading from the 500-foot. I thought you were just.
know
Eh,
what you submitted, sir.
Well,
Like, this is,
Madam Chair, I'm used to you saying this is what I want and this is what I don't want. If what you're saying is what's in my application, I have no problems.
okay. All right. But you want to change the DJ, right?
I would like to add a DJ, I'll notify the community board.
All right. Are we okay?
Yeah, it's okay with, we can do that later, right?
yeah.
All right, so you got to re-notify the community board with the DJ, and I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions, if the commissioners would agree. 2 a.m. across the board. Security guard and manager as needed. DJ recorded live music with patron dancing. No employee dancing. Windows closed at 12 a.m. no private parties, no third-party promoters. Is that okay?
Yes, clarification, Maureen, this is OP temp, right?
This is a temp, yeah.
OP temp.
So do you want the name to return to the members?
No.
Commissioner De Leon.
I vote to approve and I adopt the chair's condition.
And
Approve on the chair's conditions.
All right, thank you.
approved, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry for the wait.
Next is 15, Old Country Wine and Liquor Depot, Inc.
15.
I'm also told that that attorney for the one in Albany.
Thomas C. Burke from the Law Office of Stacy L. Weiss. This case is Old Country Wine and Liquor Depot, Inc. With me is Mr. Roy Leal, the general manager of the liquor store. His wife, Tracy Zhao, is the principal, and she wasn't feeling well this morning, and that's why she's not here. But Mr. Leal runs all the operations of the store, and he can answer any questions.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve.
Great.
Move to, because the lease expired, smaller space.
Yeah, he's received a termination notice. He's month to month.
Yeah, I vote to approve also.
Yes, I vote to approve.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
you can move.
Sorry.
Okay, you win. I'll see you
Yes.
outside.
We're sorry for the long wait,
Okay,
sir.
you win.
Next is 28 and 29, 1965 Coney Island Avenue, LLC.
Okay, this was a CNC for these two cases. The first case from September of 2023, the licensee was charged with 2 counts of failure to conform to the application. And that was the licensee used the service of a promoter, and the licensee hosted an event that was open to the public. Now, his father, who was the licensed principal, I'm sorry, this is Aaron Kaddish. He's the manager. His father, David Kaddish, is the owner, and he's elderly, and the trip from Freeport would have been very difficult for him. But Aaron runs the day-to-day operations. Okay, so but I did speak to Mr. David Kaddish, and he informed me that the event at that time was presented to him as a birthday celebration, but the individual that booked the party was actually selling tickets to the general public without the licensee's knowledge. The licensee does not use outside promoters, and the licensee does not host any events that are open to the general public. So the licensee admits, Mr. David Kaddish, admits that he was not exercising proper supervision of the business at the time. His health is not 100%, and for that reason, he has made his son Aaron the general manager of the business. And in the second case, from February of 2024, the licensee was charged with failure to comply with local regulations. It seems that there were 4 certificates that weren't displayed when the police came. However, those 4 certificates had already been applied for and approved, but there was some kind of a glitch where there was a delay in sending the certificates. Those certificates are now included in my mitigating letter for the CNC. Okay, the case also charges, now this is a bad one, right? Also charges that the premises have become a focal point for police attention. So the incident in question that really triggered this was a case of robbery outside the premises. And it was definitely outside the premises because I included in the CNC plea supporting documents from the victim and from his mother, who was with him at the time. And they stated that the victim was assaulted and robbed as he was getting into his car. Now, those assailants were subsequently arrested with the full cooperation of the premises staff and Mr. Kaddish, and they provided the police with videotape that led them to the arrest. Now, the reporting officer states in his report that incidents at the premises that require police attention could be avoided by using increased security. And that's exactly what Aaron Kaddish has done since he started to manage the place. And he can speak to that better than I can, the changes he's made in security to avoid any of these things recurring in the future.
Hi. They do. So I've been working in the place since I was 2-3 years ago, 23 years old. Since then, I've worked from the bottom, bartender, sold parties, all that stuff. And then I now within the last 6 months, I've been given like management, like position from my father because he's getting older. And, I've done a couple new changes, one of which being that, on the contract that people book, like that we sign with the clients, we make it so they have to have one security per every 50 guests, regardless if it's liquor or not liquor. We make security also involved in like controlling traffic outside the events establishment. Okay, like the cars parking out front, we make sure the traffic flow is okay. And we're doing all that because since the previous 6 months, I've been in contact with the police. Hold on, can I check my phone for a sec? I have it written here.
By the way, how old is your dad?
My dad's like 70. So I've established a relationship with Officer Florio. He's solely the officer that like manages the mile, right? And we coordinate our events with him. We tell him like, most of our events are not many people, but we have the capacity to do so. We have usually our events are like 75, 100 people max. But, we coordinate with him to make sure all of our events run smoothly. We have a lot more staff as well,
right.
with bartenders, security, all
So
that.
you were not here
No,
when
I worked the event, but I wasn't a manager.
Okay, I was just gonna say, this licensed premises have been in front of this board 3 times since I've been here, since 2018. The business has paid $31,000 in fines total, and they've really only been licensed not for that long.
There was a change in the licensing.
Yes, I understand that. When you went from an OP to a catering facility, I believe that was in response to some of our action because you were running it like a nightclub.
Correct.
And the locations and the owner at the time said, we're not going to do that. We just want to do parties, private parties, weddings, showers, birthdays, etc.
Right.
And that's
I gather from these charges that we are essentially trying to go back to a nightclub, running Hot 97 events.
Definitely not.
I see on your website that you advertise nightclub,
No.
which is ticketed events, which is not allowed under your catering license.
We don't advertise nightclub events.
Okay, have you seen your own website?
Yeah, I've seen it. I mean, there might be multiple, but the recent one that we use doesn't advertise ticketed events at all. I made it, so I know.
Specifically says nightclub.
Oh, but nightclub, we can change the wording, but it wasn't with the intention of being ticketed. We can change the wording, but if you look at the gallery, all of the gallery is bar, bat mitzvahs, communions, business events. None of it says nightclub events. I can change the wording today. That's not, it wasn't our intention to be a nightclub.
I know, but this is, you have being charged for failure to conform to your application. That happened in 2018, and then again in 2018, and then in 2021. And then subsequently, you filed for change of method of operation. And then in 2023 and 2024, you continue to get charged for failure to conform to application. You see the difficulty here? Because
I understand.
at some point,
It did happen
we have to
again.
just call it what it is instead of just saying, oh, you can do whatever you want and we'll just take a fine, because that's not the purpose of this exercise.
It did happen again in 2023, but the violation in 2024 had nothing to do with selling tickets or.
It was just.
Okay. Right, fine. It was focal point.
Yes.
And then also the licenses, the catering hall licenses that were.
But when you see this amount of fines, and the continued nonconformance, it kind of leads me to believe that, this is just a cost-benefit analysis.
I
All right,
mean,
I'll pay a fine because, hey, I'm coming out ahead of the game.
That's really-
That's the impression that I'm
yeah,
left.
I understand you would get that impression, but it's really not the
Yeah,
case. That's
I
what he's
know, but
managing.
sir, did you listen to what he just said? He
Yeah.
said that he's requiring security for every 50 people.
Yes.
I have never had anyone who runs a wedding hall that says you need a security.
Well,
Like,
we
if you're
did.
really doing baby showers, weddings, funerals, birthdays, you wouldn't need security.
Honestly, we did that because the policeman told us that it would be beneficial to control traffic with more security. We're doing it as a favor to the mile, because in the summer, the mile gets very packed and there's a lot of traffic, especially if you have like 50 cars coming in, right? The mile gets a bit crowded and you have to control traffic, direct them into the parking lot. But the security, like honestly, we don't have many problems at all. We don't have, this was the last thing in 2023, 2024, and it happened outside the venue. So for over a year, there hasn't really been an incident that had anything to, I mean, we can't really control something like that, but we try our best with the precautions of the with the stipulations of the
again,
contract,
The fines have been severe here, and the behavior doesn't seem to change. Kind of tells
The
me that.
management changed.
Kind of tells me that, I'm all right with it because I'm coming out ahead of the game.
Definitely not.
Because we need compliance.
I understand where you're coming from, but that's not, we changed management.
There has been a
changed-
management change.
Changed staffing.
Maybe it
changed
was the case at
management, we
one
changed-
time. I can see where you see that.
Yeah, and actually, believe it or not, it doesn't matter.
Are the members ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote, and I'll accept a $10,000 fine.
Also 10,000?
5. So
Yeah,
you're
but do you
countering
want
at
to counter
10.
it?
I'm
10?
countering at 10, excuse me.
Commissioner Maya
Yeah, counter 10.
and Chair.
All right, I'm gonna counter at 10.
Thank you.
And if this happens again with the non-compliance,
Cancel and bond.
you said it.
All right.
Just have a seat. Have a seat.
All right, next is 58, 102 West 86 LLC. There
What
was
happened
a-
in Albany? Is there one more? Is there still coming?
The
back?
last email I received was that the attorney was on his way. I'll follow up.
58, you said, right?
Yeah.
58, yep. And there is a supplemental.
Once again, Thomas E. Burke from the law office of Stacy L. Weiss. This is 102 West 86 LLC. This is an application for an on-premises license. And the problem here seems to be that the applicant had a previous application for Tangy Noodle LLC, and it was disapproved because he was found to be availing the license of the previous licensee. He came to our firm at that point. We did a request for reconsideration, and our excuse was that the landlord was the owner of the premises. He was renting him the premises and also selling him the restaurant. And he said to him at that point, move in right away and you can use my license until you get your own. He listened to him, he did it, he was wrong, he got caught. Now, he's come back before you, and I just want to bring your attention to, when this case came before the board in November of 2023, the chair stated that Mr. Liu could apply for a liquor license in 1 year. That's in your memorandum. So it's over a year, we're back, and now he's lost a lot of money for his mistake. He lost a very good business opportunity, and now he's back and wants to do everything correctly. So Manhattan Community Board has recommended approval.
I think the members are.
Are we ready?
We're good.
I think we're good. Commissioner De Leon.
I'm always glad when you shut me up.
What time do you close?
We close at 9:30 on the Sunday to Thursday and 10 o'clock from Friday and Saturday.
Okay. All right, I vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya.
Approve. I'm gonna vote to approve, midnight across the board, background music only.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioners are okay with that?
Yeah. I've got those, yes.
All right, next is number 4, Plum Restaurant and Lounge LLC. There is a supplemental in the share drive. Where's number 4? We signed up for that. Mr. Burke.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
yes.
Plum Restaurant.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. You asked for a letter from the community board and they're still trying to hammer out stipulations, so they asked for an adjournment. Would that be okay?
Yes, 2:20.
Thank you very much.
All right, next is 14 Eagle Open Kitchen LLC.
We're not doing 4?
No, they don't want to adjourn 2:20.
Over to 220.
You agree with that?
Yes.
And Commissioner De Leon?
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
good.
All right.
14?
Sorry,
Yeah.
guys, for the long wait. We're on 14.
Ready? Martin Mailer, Mailer Buscemi. Good afternoon, everybody. I have Robert Burke with me. He is the co-owner of the Eagle. This is interesting in this sense. We put in a 30-day notice, the community board. I did not hear anything from the community board. I then, somewhere in, I guess, the middle of October, asked the community board why we hadn't heard from them. It was sort of sheepish to me, and they said, "Oh, can you come in like now?" So within a week, we came in, or he came in. They said, "Thank you very much. This place has been an institution for over 30 years. It doesn't cause anybody any problems." They said, "Okay." And then I see that this thing is on the full board, and it was on the full board. We got a letter saying, "Please have the client come with you and get to the full board." So I asked for the agenda sheet, and I got it, and it said that the community board had disapproved this on October 1st. I'm telling you, we never got notice, but once we did, we came in, they approved. Hopefully you got my letter saying that, there was a stipulated agreement. We signed it, they signed it, and we're asking that you approve the alteration. The alteration basically is for the employees. It's a it's locker area, office area, and they're reconfiguring the bar. But that's it. The place has been around for 30 years, doesn't cause any troubles, and we're asking that you approve the application.
All right, I'm going to approve with all the stipulations from community board 4.
That's fine.
I also want to approve the same conditions, same stipulation.
Mr. Meyer?
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks.
Next is 41 Express Wine and Liquor, BSD Inc.
Good afternoon, Francis Buscemi, Mailer and Buscemi.
41.
For the applicant, Express Wine and Liquor. With me today is Mr. Lowen, the principal of the applicant.
I'm sorry.
No. You ready for me?
41.
So the applicant desires to have a retail liquor store on Route 42 in Kiamisha Lake. The proposed store is 414 square feet with 343 square feet of retail space. Mr. Lowen has owned and operated CATSKILL Kosher Express, which is a kosher grocery store since 2018. The proposed liquor store is directly next door to the grocery store, giving a one-stop shopping experience for consumers. Now, the liquor store is only going to be carrying and only kosher products. Since 2003, Mr. Lowen has lived year-round in the ultra-Orthodox Vitsnitz community.
I moved out in 2000.
In 2000, in the ultra-Orthodox Vitsnitz community located in Kiamisha Lake. The Vitsnitz Hasidic community was established about 22 years ago when about 20 families moved to Kiamisha Lake to take up year-round residence. The community has grown substantially. Currently, they're developing another 90 housing units are being built to serve the community's increasing population needs.
No protest here, right? I have 2 protests on the record.
2 letters were submitted by other
And are they also kosher products only, or?
The store is specifically kosher.
No, the others.
The other stores.
All those aren't kosher.
Oh, no. They may carry some, a very small selection. And Mr. Lowen went around and shopped the stores, checked them out. And I put in my paperwork what he found in those specific stores.
All right, I think the members are good.
Okay.
Commissioner De Leon?
So you have a grocery store, sir, and a special needs education business also?
No, special needs education. I also help out someone. I have someone that's he's in special needs, so he works together with me as one of the organizations that you have sometimes someone that has special needs he works together with me. I help him grow in life.
Says, well, he also does some, he also does, as you can see in my letter, he does, he's been working with other organizations, not-for-profit organizations as well.
That's fine. The numbers here, in terms of the two protests, one protest, I will show an increase of almost 400,000 in 2024. The other one, I can see a slight decrease of only 100,000. I think the numbers do support this application.
Commissioner Meyer
Approve.
and Chair.
I'm gonna find a public convenience advantage. The store will offer exclusively kosher products for the community. The next store away is 2.3 miles, and this is a very small store, one employee, and obviously the licensee is in the retail business, so I'm going to vote to approve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good.
Thank you.
Have to travel back.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
have a good trip.
Have to travel before the rush
Oh,
hour.
yeah, sorry.
Don't worry.
Sorry
I
for
wish
the
I
long
was
wait.
going too.
Don't say that.
Thank you. Be in touch.
Okay, congratulations.
Bye.
Good luck. I signed in for the next item, which is evolution. There's going to be a substitution on this, so I won't be speaking.
61.
So what do you want to do?
No, fine, but just call it, it won't be me.
Oh, okay.
All right, have a good day.
Gonna be the surprise. 61 Evolution Entertainment Inc.
61.
61.
This one you've seen.
Yeah, several times.
You want to listen?
I want to go home. Have a martini.
Don't tell us.
Dry January.
All right.
All right, if you want to go ahead and put your names on the record.
Good afternoon, Catherine Hallett for Evolution Entertainment, and I have the two principals with me as well.
Okay. You're aware that we continue to have a recommendation to deny from the community board?
Yes, we're asking for you to reconsider the disapproval.
Okay. But you're aware that we continue to get a don't approve from them, right? I just want to make sure you.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, got it.
Well, the community board continues to allege certain things and they have never provided any evidence. I submitted, both myself and Mr. Buscemi also submitted, and we have emails from the NYPD stating that there is no evidence for any calls. I believe it was adjourned at the beginning of January.
Was it a hearing on January 10th, 2024?
It was supposed to be 2025. It would have been a few weeks ago, but it was adjourned to today.
No, the 500-foot hearing he's talking about.
It was adjourned. They already told us that it's okay because it's further than 500 feet the school, and then in the same block they have.
No, that's 200 foot. There's a 500-foot hearing where your business was found not in the public's interest. So you're aware of that?
I am not aware of that. I had asked I sent a FOIL request and I didn't receive that, so I'm not aware.
Okay.
But in the same building is three other people that have the liquor license.
Oh, that's right.
Just decide facts. You're not taking testimony or looking at evidence, And somebody did that. I think somebody heard the evidence and somebody listened to the testimony and made determinations.
At the community board, you're saying? At the 500, and that was in January 2024? Here?
Yes, there was a 500-foot hearing that was in January of 24.
Okay.
And it's not an actual hearing, it's on paper, but an AJ determined that this business is not in the does not serve the public interest.
Okay.
And so subsequently, this application was denied. And so,
Or it wasn't denied, it just was forwarded here.
What continues to be an opposition.
I thought she said this is a reconsideration, isn't it?
No, I think she's confused about the disapproval from the community board.
Yeah,
Thinking we're
I am.
reconsidering
Oh,
the
I see.
disapproval of the community board.
Oh, okay.
So really, it hasn't been disapproved, but the community board recommends disapproval, so that's why.
I understand what you're saying, yeah.
But there was a 500-foot hearing that Mr. Buscemi submitted materials in support of the application, but despite that, and with the community board disapproval, the ALJ on the 500-foot hearing recommended disapproval. So that's why it's now here.
Are you guys operating on a temp right now?
No.
Oh, no temp
No.
because it's 500 foot. And in 2023, you guys were operating?
No.
No, they've never been in operation at all.
Why is all this advertising with your name on it?
It was purely marketing. They didn't have anything at their location. They had hired somebody to run their social media, and it was more for show, but they didn't have anything.
But that makes no sense. Like, there are parties that are at your location with your address on it. You're telling me these parties didn't happen?
No.
They didn't happen.
Frank
Yeah.
sent a video of the parties that are done in another place. There's a ticket in there that
When you
says
say
that.
Frank, you mean Mr. Buscemi?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Sorry. It's another, it's another, it's like a.
They were
sale
at
ticket.
Majestic Hall.
And then he says, that, it was an event, and then, that they, I'm looking at the pictures now, then I was at in my birthday, and then I have pictures when I was that night, from like 11 o'clock to 4 a.m. I was at my other location.
I'm sorry. We have police emails indicating that there was an entity with the same name that was operating. And I want to ask you
Police
something.
emails.
The community board apparently might be willing to reconsider. Would you consider meeting with them again? Trying to meet with them?
I mean, I don't know the issue. Every time Mr. Buscemi send an email over there, they always keep ignoring and never answer. I had seen one of the members and by the area, and I asked them. They told me then the only issue we would have is the hours that you.
Okay, look, I mean,
yes.
you've seen the documents we have. It's
Yes.
very hard for me to believe when you have multiple advertisements out there with dates on it, with your address on it, and you were trying to tell me it didn't happen, and that on one day you have pictures showing you were somewhere else.
No,
it's not convincing.
It
So I
always
don't know
comes-
what's going on here, but if you really want to have something at this address, I suggest you start over, try another name, or do something else, because we're just going in circles here. So I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner De Leon,
I also vote to deny.
Mr. Ryan.
Council, they could reapply at some point.
Yes, of course.
Okay, and they need to see the community board, so deny, okay.
I have a question. You said the NYPD has evidence of.
Ma'am, you can foil all
I
the
did, but that's
documents.
why I'm asking. We didn't receive that. I have the alternative from the NYPD.
I would.
So-
You didn't get anything from the 500-foot hearing either.
No, I didn't. That's why I didn't, yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So I understand. So.
You can ask for it
I'll-
all again, and then you can ask for reconsideration if you want to submit something in writing in the future.
Okay,
But
thank you so much.
something has to change. You can't just ask for reconsideration, like there has to be a different condition or something.
I understand.
Is happening differently, because I can't, I'm just looking at this evidence. It's your business name, it's your address. I don't know how to overcome that for you.
Seems incomplete.
Yeah, I didn't have the information from the 2024 500-foot hearing. So I was operating on a very different assumptions. So I.
Okay,
apologize.
when that
Yeah.
hearing comes out negatively, that's why you didn't get a temp, and that's why the presumption is that you cannot open this business unless you overcome that. So,
I understand.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, All right, thank you.
All right, next is, thank you. Next is 54 Filoricia 2 Inc. That's, I'm butchering this. Can you say it? How do you say this? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
54.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, excuse me, my name is John Mitchell. I'm an attorney, Queens, New York. I represent Filoricia 2 Corp. I have with me Vincent Quinjaro, who is the applicant here. This is an application for a corporate change. I just want to make it clear that this is an application, basically, it's a family situation where.
What's the family situation? What does that mean?
Well, one of the principles is basically the significant other of the applicant's godfather. She's basically like a second mother to him.
So the person who's applying or the person who's selling the business is his
The person who's selling the business is essentially like a second mother to him. She basically has as a significant other that she's been living with for many years, his godfather. And essentially, it's a family relationship.
Okay,
So
so you know that's not helpful, right?
Not helpful in what sense?
In the sense that there was shootings that happened here. He worked as an assistant manager and he's now buying the business from his godparents. And this has been not operating in the way that would be in compliance with the law.
Well, I believe that there were some difficulties in the past, and essentially a big part of it was the financial aspect of it, that it was not operating financially successful. I think now that Vincent is going to be taking over the business, I think that he has a better idea of how to run
You
it.
aware of the problems? Police referral for individuals slashed from shoulder to lower stomach. And then another person while leaving shots were fired, exactly. Two times shots were fired.
I don't believe they were in the premises, by the way. I believe that those incidences were outside of the premises. They do hire security
It's
guards.
patrons that are leaving the establishment.
He's been there since April of 20.
There were no incidences of that sort, to my knowledge, that occurred in the premises. Okay, and I
It
believe.
doesn't have to be happening inside. If someone is drinking inside and then walking outside and getting shot, that means that the location is unsafe. I think you agree with me on that, right?
Of course, I agree with you on that. However, that was not the situation. I don't think it was ever determined that the incidences that you spoke about occurred with patrons of the premises. I think the premises itself has never had any instances of those sorts whatsoever. They hire adequate security guards. They're careful to make sure that nobody drinks more than they should. There are other places within close proximity. There's also a parking lot in close proximity that other establishments use, and whether or not incidences happened at those locations, I don't know, but nothing ever happened within the premises, nor was there ever any finding that any of those instances actually involved patrons of this establishment.
All right, can I speak now, sir?
I believe the community board.
Sir,
When you finish, let me know.
I'm sorry.
He's been there since April of 2021, okay? You had 120 311 calls and 911 calls. You had fightings, assaults. In October 16, 2022, a slashing that was referred to by the chair. On May 31st, 2021, patrons left after COVID restrictions. Were seen leaving after COVID restrictions. There was a firing of rounds outside the location. On December 31st, 2021, shots fired outside the location, 4 gunshots. 1 victim was fatally wounded. These things are documented in the record. You're saying none of them are attributed to his running or the previous owner's running of this establishment. There's just no connection, you're saying, no finding.
I don't believe there was a finding that those incidences occurred within the premises. or involve the parties involved. However, I believe that the
Why
corporate
are you
change,
doing a corporate change and not a new license?
I'm sorry?
Same corporation?
I believe the corporate change will be beneficial. You're gonna have new blood in the premises. You're gonna have somebody new running the premises who will be occupying it full-time.
How much is he paying for the business?
It's a gift. He's not. Basically, it's a gift. Basically, his so-called second mother is gifting it to him. She's walking away from the business. And I believe that will be beneficial because at this particular point, like I say, he's a young man. He's going to be devoting his full time to the business. I think, not anything else, but I think that it's going to increase both the protection, the security, the content of the business, and I think it'll be beneficial.
How does it change?
I'm sorry?
How does it all change?
I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm asking because he was the manager for those years, so how does this suddenly change? What's the sudden change?
The sudden change?
Yes.
Well, first of all, he has not been managing the business, okay? So at this particular point, once he is in there, he's going to be managing the business hands-on, giving it full-time attention. He's a young man. He's ambitious. He's looking to make a go
Doesn't
of
matter.
it.
Why don't you tell us what exactly he's doing differently?
Yeah.
Well,
Telling us he's a young man who's ambitious is not going to change the fact that there are people getting shot when they walk out of the business.
Well, number one, he's going to be there full-time. Number two, he's going to be hands-on. He's going to be supervising every aspect of the business. He's going to be putting in essentially 7 days a week. He's going to beef up the security. He's going to try to increase the food kitchen, what they're serving, basically making it more of a restaurant type atmosphere with Greek food and so forth, which they don't have that right now. So I think doing all of those things, I think will certainly increase the business and certainly making it better than it was prior. And I might say that Anna, that his so-called second mother, who basically is running the business now, is basically under
Are
some.
they still going to be involved?
No. The only way that she is going to be involved is basically she is a principal of the landlord, so that as such, basically, she will own the building. He'll have to pay rent to her. But other than that, and the reason she's not here today is because she has a medical emergency due to a pregnancy, and basically she's going to step away completely from the business itself. I think putting new blood into this can only help. And I think the community board was in favor of this. I think the community is in favor of this. And I think.
He said in his application, sir, that he overlooked the employees, handled daily operations, and payroll supervision since April of 2021. It's not new. He's been there for years.
Yeah, however, you've had two other people that were owners that basically supervised him, and he had to listen to basically what they do.
Yeah, but you also are calling them godparents. He's 37 years old and they are 43.
When he was 14 years old,
they're 7 years apart. That's the mother that you're talking about, right? I just want to clarify for the record.
No.
No.
You want to answer?
My godfather is the significant other to Anna's.
Is Hercules?
No, Hercules is another partner that's been absent for the last 2 years.
He's walked away from
But
the business.
those are the people that are actually on the license. It's not even these godparents that you're talking about.
Excuse me. Anna
is the significant other to my godfather.
So Anna basically is planning on marrying his godfather. They've been living together for quite a number of years, and she's been basically.
Yeah, but the godfather's not on the license. Anna is the one who is pregnant, and now the supposed mother.
Not the mother. No, he has a mother. She is going to be, I believe, the wife of his godfather. And for the past, 10 years. Basically, they've treated him as family.
What are they even talking about?
Can I also add
Then who owns the building?
So the building is owned by a corporation. Anna Kellner Harris basically is the principal
the godfather is Hercules, or that's somebody
No,
else?
that's somebody else.
But that's the person who's selling the business to you.
The two parties that are principals now are Hercules Kaloginaris and Anna Kalinaris. They are the two people that are principals of the business right now.
That's not my godfather. That's
Yeah, Hercules basically has walked away from the business. Anna basically is running the business, but wants to give it to basically, I'm calling him her godson because she's been with the
Business is
godfather.
operating otherwise, right?
If I may add something, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Upon the renewal of the liquor license, which was, I believe, in December, we went to the community board. We worked hand in hand with the 114th precinct, and they advised them that all our calls are being on decline, and we're actually going in the right direction as far as moving forward.
All right.
And are the members ready to vote? I think they are.
And I think you'll also see that there have not been any recent occurrences that have occurred at the premises.
Could I just, just before I'm ready? His godparents own the place. No,
Here's the
I
so-called-
understand. I'm not looking for too many details. I'm just making a macro statement.
One of the parties, one of the so-called godparents, is the principal of the owner of the building.
Right. He would like, with this corporate change, why wouldn't he just, even if it's for $10, why wouldn't there just be a sale and he just has his own application with the sale?
It doesn't matter. This is how
He's
they
not,
choose
he's
to
not
do
paying,
it.
he's not paying anything for it. It's basically a gift. I mean, you know, basically she has says to him, look, I don't want the business anymore. I'm not making money at the business.
I mean,
You
the
think you
restaurant is
can run it
operating.
properly? It's a gift. Do the best you
No
can.
violations on the restaurant, right?
No, not that we know of. There's some bad
Commissioner
history.
He has a clean record. He's never been arrested. US citizen. I believe that he'll be an asset to the business.
Mr. De Leon, are you ready?
I'm ready if my colleagues are ready.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
You know, I've heard your arguments. Based on this record, respectfully, I must deny the application.
Commissioner Maya.
I'm having trouble grasping this, but we have a business that's operating without any violations that I see. That's correct. There's 133 police calls I've heard today. And there's a person who was an assistant manager who apparently, I'll say this, if he was managing the situation when there's 133 police calls, that's kind of,
Well, he wasn't full-time at that time.
okay. And to me, it would seem like he would just do a straightaway purchase of the place, even if it was for $10, although I don't know how much of a difference in the analysis it would be. So I'm very, I don't even know what to do with this case.
Can I just add this to it?
Yeah, but the record's closed.
The members are voting.
Yeah,
sir.
and I'm trying to articulate how I can vote this, and I'm actually thinking about this as I'm going. I don't understand. I don't like the business structure here. It leads to questions, and I'm not sure. I just don't see any violations by the business. I don't see any liquor authority actions against the business. Am I incorrect on that?
No, it's already been prosecuted. I mean, they paid
Yeah,
the
they
fine,
did that. They
all
did
the
that.
things that
So
happened.
they're just trying to
It's
bring in
already been
somebody
settled.
else.
Yes, and if you deny the corporate change,
Yeah.
it doesn't actually help them because she is trying to get out of the business, and apparently there's already an abandonment from the other partners.
Yeah,
So
she's trying to get out of it by
some ways,
transferring shares rather than going
this
through the whole
just put them
transaction
back
process.
at
So,
the bad people are running it.
okay.
At
And
least
you
he's
are
a
the
new
only,
guy.
he's the only, who will be the only?
He will be
principal
the
then?
sole owner.
That's it.
That's
Only
it.
him.
The other principal, the other parties are
On
out.
that basis, I would vote to approve the corporate change.
Thank you.
I'm going to vote to approve the corporate change as well. You know, this is the one time, and I hate to say this, is that you actually didn't help him. I just want to tell you that. Coming in here and telling me, oh, well, you know, the people got shot, it all happened outside, like, we're not responsible. That's not the answer, especially if you've already submitted CNCs on these issues. So,
But what I did say also is is previously, he also had a job working in insurance.
It's been approved,
Now
sir.
he's gonna be full-time here.
It's been
It's been
approved, so we
approved.
can move
So
on.
he's fine.
It's approved. Thank you.
Good luck. Do better. We hope that you're good, and I
Thank you.
appreciate that you're saying that the community board is supporting them now, and you have a good relationship with police, so just keep it up, okay?
Thank you.
All right. So it's been long enough. Call it back 50, Route 7 Wine and Liquor LLC in Albany. So an hour ago. What was that? Yeah, if you want to come on. So this is 50, Route 7 Wine and Liquor LLC. An hour ago,
Sorry, everybody.
I was
Mr.
informed.
Romano's in opposition.
Yes. So, yes. So an hour ago, so that's not the applicant. So an hour ago, the applicant,
Hold on.
the applicant's attorney said that he was on his way back from court in Troy. That was an hour ago, and that he would be there shortly. He's not there, and the applicant has disappeared. So,
All right, sorry, everybody. We've tried, so, because the applicant is, disappeared, and from my judgment, all the numbers are down. There's a very close store, 0.8 miles away. I'm going to, also with the evidence that this store is next to a gun store, I don't find public convenience an advantage and think that there's a serious public safety issue here, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner De Leon
I concur with those findings and vote to deny.
and Commissioner Maya.
I'll deny.
All right.
All right, sorry for the long wait, but this is denied.
Do you serve lunch next time?
Yeah, I know. I wish I
They
could.
get lunch,
Thank you.
you get lunch.
Thank
How
you so
about
much,
that?
guys. I
All
appreciate
right,
your
we'll let
time.
you know,
Thank
we'll let you know if this gets reconsidered, okay? Sorry for the long wait.
Thank you, no problem. Thank you, guys. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good things happen to those who wait, apparently, as they say.
Are we done?
We're done. Yeah,
There's no
sorry.
one else
Yeah,
in that
thank
room,
you,
right?
Paula.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Paula. Sorry for the long day.
Oh, she got out quickly.
Yes, you
Next in New York City is 23 Northern Boulevard Deli and Grocery Corp.
Thank you. Good day. Thank you.
Which
Good afternoon.
number is this one?
My name is Mohammed Al Ashmali.
23?
23. And can you put your name? What your name?
Mohammed Al Ashmali.
And the licensee, the owner? Are you
Yeah.
the owner? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Got a sale to a minor, unauthorized trade name, SLA offered $4,500. Have you submitted an application? You haven't submitted an application to change the name yet?
Yeah, I think you mean the sign?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was the sign that was damaged and old, and one guy, he was cleaning the sign, so he took the name. Well, I put new sign.
Okay. So you have to file an assumed name.
Yeah, I put new sign and with the right name, Northern Boulevard Deli.
He corrected it, like put it back to the
What does the new,
original
what does the new sign say?
Huh?
What is the name now?
Northern Boulevard Deli, same thing. Because,
Northern Boulevard Deli.
right,
You put it back.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Okay, all
Oh,
right.
you're going back to Northern Boulevard?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, the guy who was cleaning the sign, so he took the sticker, Northern Boulevard, the name, and I don't know. So, it was a mistake.
All right. So since you put the name back, I'm gonna take this down to 4,000, okay? Just don't do another sale to minor, because
Right.
that's very serious. Next time it's gonna be 6,000, okay? So I'm gonna put this at 4,000,
All right.
all right?
I'll go.
Thanks for waiting.
I'll go 4,000.
So you're gonna send me a letter or I can't give them?
Yeah, we'll send you a letter.
Oh, I can't give them?
All right, don't sell to minor, okay? Very serious.
All right, thank you.
4,000.
Next is 56 K&L Manor Court.
I'm gonna cry when I see 56.
Oh, you want a conference? Yeah.
56 K&L Manor Court.
I think we need a little conference on this for a second.
All right, let me just put their name on the record and then we'll go.
Okay.
Good day, everyone. Commissioners, my name is Patrick Agard. I'm the representative for K&L Manor. And with me, I have the principal, Juanisha Caballero.
Hello.
Come here.
All right. So I need a conference with council on this one. So
Okay.
let's
We're gonna go
have a
off the record
conversation.
for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly.
All right.
Colin?
Okay, great.
All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council. Again, this is item
Is that yours?
56, K and L Manor Corp.
Okay.
Okay, once again, my name is Patrick Agard, the representative for K&L Manor Corp. And with me today is the main principal, Ms. Juanisha Caballero. But I'm going to ask the board to request for an adjournment.
Okay, that's great. So
Till-
we'll kick it
till
over
March?
to March 12th?
March 12th, yes.
All right, March 12th.
Okay,
There's a chance that it may not be actually March 12th, so just double check with Secretary's office
Okay.
before you come back, okay?
very good. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Next is number 49, Louis Restaurant Corp. Lewis Restaurant Corp. 49. And there was a late supplemental for the
Oh, Louise.
49 is that, right?
49.
Yes, good afternoon, Board. Adam Clayton Powell for the applicant Luis Restaurant Corporation. Let the record reflect the applicant principal is here with me to my left, Mr. Luis Salvador, who, by the way, has a stellar record as a retired NYPD, New York City Police Department detective. He was actually the first Dominican-born first-grade detective in the history of the NYPD, 9/11 hero, and many other things. He's also very active in Club Deportivo Dominicano, which is the oldest Dominican club in the United States. His father was one of the co-founders, and he himself, Mr. Luis Salvador, has founded a couple of law enforcement organizations. This has always been his dream, to open a restaurant, and hopefully we can make that dream a reality. I saw the memo that was prepared for this here today, and it deals a lot with the previous operator, the previous licensee, but that was before the pandemic, literally closed over 5 years ago. We just started talking to a landlord a year and a half ago, so we have no connection, didn't even know the history, which is part of the reason why the memo says we had no knowledge of adverse history, which is true. We had no knowledge of any adverse history. If there was, I apologize, but we did not know the previous operator. It's fully supported by the community board. It's an average size restaurant with 18 tables, 52 seats, and additional 9 bar seats. That's a regular basement and a mezzanine, which is not used for dining, just the ground floor used for
Right,
dining.
so you've been, you were the one who filed the original application, sir?
The only application,
You
yes.
filed the application?
Yes.
Did you file the temp permit application?
They
as well?
did, yes.
Did you file it? or
I
you-
did file a temp application, yes.
Okay.
They had, by the time they approached me, they had done the 30-day to community board, but I moved forward with the
Okay.
full application to the,
Were you all
Liquor Authority
aware that the temp had restrictions on it based on what the law is? Because it's a 500-foot case. Therefore, you were required to close at a certain hour and had certain limitations to your method of operation while you're on the temporary permit? Were you aware of that?
we were aware of that, and the limitations, I believe, to my best of my knowledge, have been adhered to.
And what are those conditions?
No live music, I think 12 midnight on the alcohol.
Right.
But he does get a lot of NYPD, especially the 4 p.m. to midnight shift. They get the 12:31, so he wants to stay open for food past the alcohol,
Okay.
which is why in the first place, we have requested additional hours to the community board. But he has been on a temp for a year without any issues, and
And are
in
you
fact,
aware that the location has received multiple complaints? August, September, November in 24?
were any complaints?
Hi, how you doing, board?
Hi.
The only complaint that I'm aware of is that there was a situation in which someone came into my place and thought that they can come in and drink whatever they want at the time that they want. Based on that, that person was taken out of the restaurant, and that person told us in my face that they were gonna make a complaint against us. The other complaint that we have is another person that was told to walk out of the restaurant because we were not gonna serve alcohol to that person. And that person went outside and started screaming, saying they were gonna make a complaint against us. One person was arrested that came out of the restaurant outside because that person became physical with the security guard. The plan is security guard cannot touch another customer. They got to call 911. If there's any other complaint, I'm not aware of.
Yeah, also Mr. Salvador recently completed his ATAP course, and he will require all the employees that are handling alcohol, like the waiter, waitresses, and bartenders, to also complete an ATAP course.
Good.
And again, the place will be closed just once or twice a month. The 34th precinct had their Christmas party there. The 24th precinct had their Christmas party there, and that sort of thing has happened, again, on a once-a-month basis.
All right, did the community board know that? Did you ask that when you went to the community board?
Yes, we asked for maybe once a month, as we put in the full application.
You asked for once a month?
Yes. The Christmas holidays might have been closed twice.
Right.
But the rest of the year.
I would like to mention this to the board. My wife is a teacher. I get a lot of teachers come over and they make the reservation, 15, 20 of them. As you know, I have a VIP spot, especially for teachers and stuff like that, city workers. Most of my co-workers, they do come with their family. They come, we have brunch Saturdays and Sundays. That's when most of the cops and fire department comes in with their family. During the day, at night at 12, some of them come late. And one of the reasons why I created the restaurant, I want the restaurant to stay open, is to give that little feeling, because when I was on duty, I never had the opportunity to go to a place after I came out at 12 o'clock at night and go somewhere, at least drink one beer. I said that in my business, every law enforcement person that comes in there legally is allowed to come into my business. So my business is basically city workers, MTA, law enforcement, teachers, fire department, and also nurses and doctors. It's legit. I give freedom in the sense that anyone who's in my business is being protected while they're inside and while they come out outside. That's one of the things that I told, and that's one of the things that I did.
Been in that life, so I know all about it. You could do that.
It's up to you.
The members have any questions?
Look, I mean, I commend you for your service, you know.
Thank you.
As I commend all public service persons, not just military persons, you know, not just officers
Yes.
and firemen, but everyone who serves the public. I commend you for that. We got a concern. We have to be straight about it, you know. There's too many things going on under a temporary license. And that temporary license, I may have this wrong because, you know, I haven't been here as long as some of my colleagues. But it's kind of like, you know, a privilege, perhaps in my mind, somewhat of a lower standard. Kind of we're putting our trust in you, you know. We want to get the backlog cleared up. We want to get people in business and doing their things. The flip side of that is we need your cooperation.
I understand that.
We need your cooperation.
I truly understand that.
You know, and when you come from that world, and there's no secret, I retired long time ago, 1999. That's how long ago I've been out, you know. So I know the world that you come from and the pressures that come with that world, you know. I'm okay with this, but I really need you to be aware of the fact that there are too many things going on that have come to our attention under the temporary license. Do we want this to come back for the full? To see if there's any other.
This is a new on
going to be
premise.
checked.
This is the full.
This is the full?
Yeah.
This is the full, yeah. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, if I may, as far as we're concerned, there's never been any NYPD response inside, right? Correct? Never been in a police response to an issue inside the restaurant. The only letter that we received from your agency was a warning that allegedly there had been some sales to minors, but it was very ambiguous. It did not state a date or anything. And honestly, they have no idea how this could have come about, other than somebody, you know, sour grapes calling in to try to put in a false complaint. But they are now ATEP trained, and they will have they have had the ID scanners outside, the security does.
All right, so let me just tell you,
Mhm.
I concur with the commissioner here. You've been operating under temp. You know, you've been serving past midnight. You've been using DJs, which is,
If I may cut you off, some of that on the website is promotional. It really has not happened yet. It's just video promotional so that,
using DJs.
promotional.
I gotta say, that's one question that I asked him today. I said, since we started the business, we have been using people to promote our business, not only in the internet, also through our different platform. Based on that, and I will tell you, this is the first time that I own a restaurant. When I was a young man, I used to be a bartender, and I said to him, if I made a mistake, because I didn't read anything else in regard to that, I would do the correction. The only thing that I read was what he just told you. I had no idea that this thing was going on. Now, I do have DJ that comes once in a while, and they stay there. And the problem that I have with that is that sometime I have to go somewhere. If the DJ stay past certain hours, it's my responsibility.
Yeah,
And
but
I
first
take the
off,
fall.
stop,
I take the
stop.
fall.
When you were on the
Yes.
temp, the rule was to end service at midnight. No hookah service, no DJs. It was supposed to be recorded music only, and we didn't create those rules. The legislature did to allow you to start operating, but then in a limited fashion so that complaints don't start coming in. And this is exactly what happened to you, where you didn't go like way outside. No one got killed or anything like that. But now internally, we've registered 4 complaints, and you're saying it's people that
We didn't hear about
maybe
them.
don't like you, but you've been
We
here all
literally-
day.
yeah.
This is not happening with everybody. Like, I do take complaints seriously when we have them on record. I can't ignore them, as you
No, I
understand,
understand.
right? So,
We didn't know about the complaints.
however, I respect your service. I respect you as a professional and a public servant. Like, if we are going to say no to someone with that record, then who are we trying to license here? So I don't want to say no, but you understand the difficulty. That's why we're keep talking and won't vote.
Definitely so.
Can we talk?
Yes.
Okay, let's just talk.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a brief conference with council. We'll be back on shortly. I heard that. I heard that big sigh. No, I'm just kidding.
Tampoco les doy, no, el único complaint, pero el único complaint que conocemos es warning letter about the possible sale of minors, which is very.
Pues una gente envidiosa, ¿cierto? La misma gente de la comunidad.
Pero siento disfrutando.
Yeah.
On the record.
There was some,
All right, we're back on the record.
by the way, there was some confusion between him and he's got three sons, one daughter. They all help him in the business. He leaves around 10, 11 o'clock at night, and there was some confusion between them. But he is adamant about following the rules, following the law.
Let me just.
That's his nature.
Let
I'm
me just
saying.
put something out there
Yes.
that I would like you to have an opportunity to speak to, okay?
Mhm.
So when an individual is operating on a temp, we want to make sure that they're compliant for the reasons that were described by the commissioner. It's kind of a trust situation. So we do send investigators out to make sure individuals are compliant. So are you aware that there's an investigator there on the 18th? Okay.
No idea.
Okay, so we're hearing reports of dancing, hookah smoking, DJ playing music, alcohol service after midnight. So these are the things that I would like you to speak to in terms of what's your game plan?
My name is Louis Hall.
No, your game plan.
Your game
My
plan
game plan
moving
is
forward.
correct. It's correct, everything that you just told me right now. Like I said, maybe it's my age. I try not to stay late. So I got three siblings. My daughter, who went to culinary school, she helps out in the kitchen. I got my other son, who is an MTA engineer, who also works for bartender. He works from time at the bar, the bartender's late. And then I got another son of mine, who's an airplane mechanic. He's an administrator. He's the older of them. And when I'm not there, they come in and they help out. So if something's going on like that, I will correct it as soon as possible.
Well, how are you going to correct it if you're not there late?
Well, that's one of the things that I'm going to do. I'm going to have to be there. If he's not, I'm going to have to bring someone also to assist me.
You really want to do that? Because
Yes.
you can't argue both sides, sir. Either you run the business or you don't.
I want to run the business. Like I said, the possibility that what happened there is something that I was not aware of. But at the same time, I'm the one to blame. I take the blame because I should have been there 24/7.
I think the question was posed, not that whether you were aware of it or not, but that it seems to be in practice there.
I'm going to correct it.
Okay.
Give me the chance to correct it. I had no idea there was investigating involved or anything like that.
All right, so, I mean, there are a couple options here. We can either adjourn it and let them correct it and see if they're in compliance 6 months from now. Give them another temp, or we could vote and put limited conditions on it, which would sort of mirror the temp ones, and then see if they can comply.
And, there's no secrets here. There will be follow-up investigation. You won't know that they're from the State Liquor Authority, but they'll be there. So you have to be aware of that. That's how this came up.
So what do you want to do? What do you guys want to do? You guys want to adjourn it and you live by your temp, which is, a
You
cheaper
want
license.
6 more months of the 12 midnight temp, or do you want a license now?
Or you can get a license now, but I'm gonna put all kinds of conditions on it.
Right.
Maybe with longer hours than the temp.
What do you recommend?
Take a full license and see what hours they give you. I mean, the temp is until midnight anyway.
Yeah, I'd take
Yeah,
the
we'll take whatever restrictions, stipulations you impose at this time.
All right.
And
So,
we promise, just as an editorial note, we promise this will be followed to the letter of the law, so we can hopefully come back and add some of those things with the change in method of
What
operation.
time did the officers get off their shifts?
12 midnight, some of them.
Okay.
So they don't come in till like 1.
Okay.
I got another one here.
And he'll have plenty
yeah,
of
but if you're really closing at 12, you shouldn't even know that, right?
Understood.
So, okay.
They're
All right,
coming for
so
food.
I'm going to, despite my better judgment, because it's late in the day, we're going to vote, I'm going to vote to approve with recorded music only, no DJ, no live music, no promoters. And outdoor service, it's 10 until 10 p.m. across the board. And
No outdoors.
inside,
No outdoors, or chair.
well, it says that if you can apply, you can
Yes, yes.
continue to move forward with that application until 10. And then I'm gonna say 2 a.m. across the board for now,
7 nights a week.
7 nights a
Okay.
week.
And hopefully we'll come back in a year to try to add if we have followed those stipulations, which I'm sure, knowing him, he will.
All right, so
They're gonna check.
it's gonna
Thank
be
you.
recorded music only.
Mhm.
No DJ, no live, no event promoters. That means no third-party promoters, no ticketed events. 2 a.m. across the board, outdoors until 10 p.m.
Okay. You
Commissioner
good with
Daly.
that?
But yeah, I mean,
Otherwise, they give you a temp until midnight for 6 more
Oh,
months. And even that's no guarantee that at the end of the 6 months you will get.
yeah,
But she just,
I will be okay.
You don't want
with the
the.
temp,
No,
you
no,
can't
no,
do any of
no,
it.
whatever. I
Anyway, it's
just
the
know,
same
I didn't know
thing.
if you had that in your brain.
Yeah, no,
One way or the
Exactly.
other, so.
We good over there?
Yeah, we're
You
good.
want,
We're good.
and I will do still the private parties, one a month. It's fine.
Once a month, thank you.
Because if he's gonna come back in a year, he needs the private parties
yeah,
for the
yeah.
holidays, so one a month.
Commissioner De
All
Leon.
right.
I vote to approve with the conditions and I adopt the conditions stated by the chair.
Commissioner Maya.
Approved per the chair.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay.
All right, you gotta rein those kids in, sir.
Next is 34 and 35, Shadwonk MTK LLC.
What's that, what number?
34 and 35.
Wait, doesn't he have to go last?
Who?
This gentleman.
He had people come in before him to sign in.
What number are we at?
Their strategies.
34 and 35.
34, 35.
wasn't my strategy to ask. Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. This matter is here because there was opposition, but it wasn't opposition at the 500-foot hearing. Just bear with me because I'll be as brief as possible. The application was filed in '23. We had a 500-foot hearing, no opposition.
Why are you filing? You used to run this place?
He's still there. We're filing because
You
there's
own this place, and then why'd you file a new application?
because the new partner's attorney and accountant wanted him to have a new entity going forward. So they filed a new entity and filed this application with that entity.
All right.
So what essentially happened here was 500-foot hearing was held, no opposition, it went through, we would met the burden of proof. Sometime subsequent to that, the village put in an opposition.
Did you find a date on that anywhere? Because I don't.
No, I didn't even know there was an opposition until I read the memorandum to
And then
prepare
why
for the
was
board.
there litigation around this?
Well, this is the point. So for the past couple of years, the village has been saying you have a non-conforming use.
The village of Montauk?
Town of East
Town
Hampton.
of East Hampton, so
Sorry.
not the village.
Right, I apologize, Town of East Hampton. So we took it to court, and the Town of East Hampton found that we were correct. Our use was proper. We
No,
were
the
allowed-
court found it.
Right, the court, yes. The court found that we were correct.
The writing is much more cohesive.
Yes, sorry, I'm tired, and I just had surgery 2 weeks ago, so.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that.
No, that's right, I have my hip replaced, I'm doing great.
Oh, shit. I know, you see me wearing reading glasses. I'm sure everybody noticed that. It's like, oh, look at her aging.
So all the reasons that the town had opposed before are all gone now.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
So there's really no reason to oppose the application.
All right. Your letter was very coherent. It was actually very convincing. So I'm going to vote to approve 4 a.m. across the board. DJ, jukebox, karaoke, recorded live music, patron dancing, security guard as needed. No third-party promoters. Private parties are okay with me.
Commissioner De Leon
I vote to approve and I adopt the chair's conditions.
and Commissioner Maya.
I approve per the chair.
All
All
right.
right,
Thank you, thank you very much.
Next is 62 and 63, Cork on Emmons, Inc.
Terrence Flynn on behalf of the applicant. I'm here with Boris Stefanov, one of the principals. The only reason this is up here is because the previous license at this location was canceled. We had nothing to do with that operation, and I brought the principal here to tell you that in person, should you wish to hear it.
All right, the members are good. Commissioner De Leon
I vote to approve.
and Commissioner Maya.
With the community board's letter of no comment, I'm going to vote to approve. This is not a 500-foot case, so the standard is good cause. Recorded music, DJ, are acceptable, 4 a.m. across the board. No third-party promoters, private parties are okay.
Thank you very much.
And Commissioner De Leon,
I adopt those conditions.
and Commissioner, I guess, and Commissioner Mayo.
Yeah, adopt.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're not next, sir. Next is 6.
Oh, come on.
Is that again?
I have one more. I'll come back.
I
in a
mean,
second.
it's a disciplinary.
But
Do you
isn't
want me
it,
to-
wait,
Yeah,
isn't
let's
it
just
gonna-
get through it.
it's
Let's just
going
get
back
through
to
it.
council, right?
19 Essex Market Leasing Corp. You said back to
What number?
19.
19.
19.
19 council.
Back to council's office?
Wait, just if you could hear me for a second, please.
Okay.
There has been an underlying alteration application for this premise for a while that's being held up because of this. Now, I understand council wants a little more proof as to the fact that there is food prep area, which I gave pictures of, but wants more, and a more specified menu, which we have no problem putting together. If you put this over to the 20th, I'm away that day, but I have full faith that I can give you all that proof in writing, and you can entertain that offer with the additional proof that
There
the
is
council's
a-
asking for.
Sorry, what do you have filed?
An alteration application?
Alteration.
Yes.
So have the alteration come here, Maureen. I'm gonna accept the 4,500.
And when will that come here, just so I know? I'm just, so you know, I'm just away the 20th. That's the only reason.
It's not gonna come here. Tell Mark Down he's not here on the
Okay, but
20th.
20th, it's not
Okay.
already with us, right?
You filed it already?
Oh, it's been pending for a while. Yes, yeah. I think because of
So ask for
589. Right.
reconsideration.
No, we did. We sent the letter in. I think it was disapproved for 589. We sent the letter in saying that we had submitted the offer in this manner and that it should be reactivated once the offer is accepted.
Oh,
So
it
we-
said that, it said
Yes.
589 in the
Yes,
letter. Oh.
yeah, I believe so, yes.
So ask for
There was no other
reconsideration
reason. The community board
and
approved
then
it.
send that here. And it won't be next time, don't worry. We've
Okay.
got a lot for next time already.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Everyone have a very nice day.
Bye, you too.
You just sent an
Thanks.
email about reconsideration on that one?
Sure.
And can you show the proof
I was
of the
gonna make
food?
you walk
Can
all the
you
way back and all the way back up
Can
with
you
your new
show the
hips.
proof of the food also, or the menu? Submit that. Perfect. Thank you. I
Right.
appreciate it.
I hope you recover
That
well.
doesn't need a Department of Health. anything.
Not that one. That wasn't that one.
Okay, which
All
one are we
right.
at
All
now?
Next is number 3, Talia Beer Inc.
Okay.
Sorry, they waited this long.
Oh, Jesus, I know.
Long day.
Oh, this is great.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
my name's Leanne Darlin. I'm the co-owner and operator of Talia Beer Inc.
Why is this here?
You executed a stipulation with the community board, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And they withdrew
There
their,
wasn't one before, right? So they're on board now.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay.
All right. Sorry you waited this long. All right. You still agree with no dancing, no DJ, no live music, no third-party promoter, no cover fee, no ticketed events?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There's a dispute in the hours, or yeah, you've now agreed to 11 and 1?
11 and 1 on, just on Friday, Saturday.
Yeah, Friday
Yep.
and Saturday, 1 a.m., Sunday to Thursday, 11 p.m.,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And outdoor service end by 10
10
p.m.
p.m.
and no sidewalk.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And it's just recorded music only. Okay. All right. So sorry, I'm going to vote to approve with the following conditions: Sunday to Thursday, 11 p.m., Friday, Saturday, 1 a.m. Outdoor service will end by 10 p.m. And the applicant is agreeing to no sidewalks, cafe, recorded music only, no dancing, no DJ, no live music, no third party promoters, no cover fee, and no ticketed events. And windows will close.
They can't open anyway.
Yeah, windows will be closed. Okay.
Commissioner De Leon,
I vote to approve and adopt the conditions stated by the chair.
Commissioner Amaya.
I approve per the conditions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for the long wait.
And last but never least, 46 Lima Restaurant Corp.
46.
46.
Okay.
Oh,
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Thank you for waiting staying this long to hear. Aurelia Tavares, rep for the, for Lima Restaurant Corp. We're offering a $6,500 fine for not conforming to the application.
46.
Where's your client?
46.
His wife had surgery and he could not be here. And most of the, this was that Lehman license was, I was here about 2 months ago because they had the license said one thing and then the police department kept giving him summonses because his closing hours weren't in line with what the license said. So finally we cleared all that up. You guys reissued a new license and I just think this is all, he has no dancing signs up. He has removed all of the hookah and he's going to conform to his application.
It says that the tables were cleared to create a dancing floor, and there was advertising on Instagram regarding the same.
That will no longer happen.
A lot of failure to comply, failure to comply, failure to comply. You know, just.
But they had been coming in because of that issue also with the hours on the license, which they kept coming in and said, if you don't fix it by next week, but it's all, it's all by hearing. So unless we come in and get a license, they can finally fix it. And this is all just, I think once we clear this all out, I think you'll see that he'll be operating per the way he's supposed
Stuff
to.
goes back to 2020, 2021, 2022.
Old stuff.
Yeah. 2003, that far back. 2020, 2024. Yeah, it just gives me the impression like this guy's just not going to play, follow the rules.
I mean, I'm surprised he didn't come. This is a cancellation.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
What do you want to do? You want to adjourn and have him come?
If that works better for him, I would love that.
Yeah, I'd like to see. I would.
Can we do March 12th, not February 20th?
Yeah.
It's my
March
birthday.
12th.
So, okay, great.
Commissioner Maya, you okay with
Yes.
So March 12th is your next one?
Yep.
Great. Thank you, members.
Yep.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that? All right. No one else is here, correct, Jonathan? And Nikki?
All right.
All right.
Wait. Wait 1 second before you go.
Yeah.
We'll go to the next one, just wait.
No,
10 more
take your
seconds,
time.
okay?
Take your time. Take your time. We're not going anywhere.
Okay, I'm ready, Donald.
All right. So number 1 has been adjourned to February 20th. The attorney was unavailable today. Number 9 was withdrawn by the applicant prior to the meeting. 20 is an offer of $6,000.
Oh, no.
Accept 6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
21 is a default at hearing.
I'm at 15,000.
Improperly stamped cigarettes. He's got some weed too. Attorney submitted not guilty plea. Licensee in jail. Attorney withdrew. Licensee's wife was the one availing. Licensee pled guilty to an felony.
Oh, okay. So you want to
Yeah,
cancel?
This is a cancel.
All right. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
22 is a default at pleading.
I'm at cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
24 is an offer of $6,500.
6,500.
5,500.
500.
25 is a default at pleading.
I'm at 1,500.
I'll go 15.
Commissioner De Leon.
They miss. No response. Okay, 1,500.
26 is a default at pleading.
I'm at 6,000. Can go higher.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Did not question or
6,000.
ask for ID.
They defaulted as well.
Defaulted.
Commissioner De Leon.
All right, 6,000.
27 is an offer of $7,500.
7,500.
7,500.
7,500.
30 is an offer of $6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
6,000.
31 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
On 31?
31.
Yeah.
I don't have, oh, yes, I do. Okay, yeah, cancel and bond.
33 is a default at pleading.
This is the no DOA, Department of Health.
Yeah,
permit.
no health permit.
Cancel and bond.
Okay, wait. I gotta look at this one.
Yeah, that's okay. Take your
This
time.
is, what did you say?
33.
Is what?
License expired
Department of
December
Health.
31st.
The license expired.
Your license expired?
Yeah, they didn't, this is not one of those class change ones, is it,
Okay,
Maureen?
why I'm asking.
No, it's expired.
It is.
Why I'm asking is if it expired and there's a cancel and bond, because they've been there for almost 20 years, how does that affect their future? If it's a cancel and bond?
It could impact it in terms of it would come to the board and have to be considered. However, it's expired, they haven't renewed it,
Yeah.
and they also defaulted.
So if there's a letter of warning in their record, is that's better than a cancel and bond, right?
It is, but they're not engaging on their license at all.
So I can't do that if I want.
I mean,
And
you
you
you can, but then they
I
have to,
can't?
they have to take the, go ahead, sorry.
No, you go ahead. You're counsel, so
Yeah.
you go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go
No, I
ahead.
don't, I just need to understand
Counsel, do
these.
some counseling.
I just need to understand these things. Go ahead.
You can technically vote whatever you want.
And then what is that, what's the implications of that?
I mean, they'll get a letter they'll probably never receive.
Yeah, okay, I'll say letter of warning then, okay.
But you were canceled.
Because they haven't had,
I'm canceling
and I'll
bond.
state for the record, they haven't had trouble since 2017. They've been there for 20 years. Okay,
Chair, were you at cancel bond still, or?
Yes, I'm at cancel and bond.
okay.
So really it means nothing.
And they will, but it's closed, right?
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, since December 31st.
Okay.
And again, you guys would read the record and probably see what really happened.
Yeah, but it does make a difference, John, if you were really wondering, because in the event that they fight, they get cancel and bond and go to court, it will be reflected on the record that one of the commissioners,
Okay, okay.
voted differently.
Differently.
I see.
It does make a difference.
Okay,
Thank
you.
Yeah.
37
I'm
is,
surprised they didn't come.
37 is a package tour application.
What do you guys want to do?
I will go first, I suppose, then. I had a yes on this.
I'm at no. I see no projected growth out of
All right.
none of the figures that I got.
I'm going to hold this over to 220.
Okay.
Can you guys hold it over?
Yes,
Okay, I can go to 20.
220.
Yeah.
42 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
43, this went to hearing, the ALJ sustained the charge.
Forcible touching, sexual intimate parts. I'm going to,
Notify, so it's just the notification part.
right, but we don't know what the resolution was.
It's a misdemeanor charge.
Okay, so I'm going to sustain charge one, 2,000.
2,000, charge one.
Mr. De Leon?
Yeah, I'm just reading one thing. Licensee says SLA knows his attorney. That attorney said he was not representing him. Whatever. What did you say, 2,000?
Yeah.
2,000.
44 is an offer of 4,000.
This feels spontaneous to me. I would be willing to lower it if
Yeah,
you guys.
Me too, me too.
Okay, so I'm gonna lower this to 2,000.
2,000. I
Commissioner
say
De Leon?
2,000.
Fight with a knife, escorted out by security guard. That's it. Okay, 2,000.
45 is an offer of 2,000.
This was a bad check situation. I was gonna go to 1,500. If you
1,500.
guys agree with that. 1,500.
1,500, got it.
Commissioner De Leon?
Yep.
1,500?
Nope, not yet. I'm just,
Oh, sorry.
Back in court on January 23rd, 2025, but it was a B misdemeanor charge. Okay, 1,500.
47 is a no contest plea.
Victim stab, fight.
I was at a pretty high number.
I'm at cancel and bond dancing, although not on the method of
Okay,
operation.
where are you at?
Instagram ads,
I was-
120
All right,
people.
let's hold this over at 220. Donald, tell them to come, please.
Yeah, good idea.
You okay with that, Commissioner De Leon?
Oh, no, I'm at cancel and bond, but if we're holding over, we're holding over.
you want your vote on the record to be cancel and bond, or do you want to vote for hold it over?
Are you counseling me?
I'm making sure the record is clear when I enter these votes.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Look.
As the chair.
All right, well, all right, let's hear what he has to say.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be a lot of, we'll hear what he has to say.
48 is offer of 1,500.
Did we do 47?
That was the one.
Yes, that was the one we just did.
Held over.
Oh, held over, that's right, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, what, catch me, please?
48 is an offer of 1,500.
Okay. Did everybody-
1,500.
1,500.
People found dancing, right, 1,500.
57, that's been adjourned to February 20th. 64 has been adjourned to February 28th also.
64?
64, yep.
That's 220 also?
220 also. 66 and 67 adjourned to February 20th. So 69, this was a late request to adjourn the matter to March 12th.
Okay.
Are you guys okay with that?
Yep.
Yeah.
What happened with 68? I forget. Sorry.
Is that one we just had?
No, what
No.
what is that? We did that
Did
already.
it cancel for the record? Yeah, I'm sorry, never mind.
No, 68 was
Oh,
It's back to council's office.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay.
That's the one you have to clarify whether that it was already canceled or not.
I saw
He
my
showed me
note
the
on
email,
side.
by the way.
He did?
The email said the license was surrendered, not
It's not
canceled.
canceled?
Yeah, I know.
All right.
What an idiot.
That's such a pain in the ass.
Dude.
'Cause we could have been done. But that's okay.
70 is a default at pleading.
Says,
I don't understand how Romano can get that wrong.
Yeah, well.
see agenda 71
Nice,
also,
just
for
tired.
additional charge against. the
Cancel and
license.
bond.
What did he do?
What are we
wrong?
on, 60? What number?
We're on 70.
70 and 70.
No, he told
He
us
said
that
it
the
was
license was
canceled.
canceled, but it's surrendered.
So we're gonna do 70 first, right?
And we're showing
Okay, cancel
expired,
and bond.
surrendered,
Yeah,
but he
Oh, I remember
he wanted
that
to take the fine,
yeah.
and we refused
Wisely
to give
tell him to
it
go back to
because
council.
we didn't
Thought
know.
it was canceled because he's had an email.
Yeah, but he's gonna change his plea anyway.
Yeah, he wants, it doesn't matter.
So
'cause
it's
he
a
wants to do
surrender,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's the right thing to do.
All right, I'm sorry.
No,
we
patting
didn't
myself
really
in the back.
get that
It
first.
was the right thing. It was.
I was right. On the record, I was right. So 70, Commissioner De Leon's at cancel and bond,
Right.
chair,
Yes, I'm a cancel and bond.
and Commissioner
Cancel
De
and
Leon, cancel and bond?
Yeah.
Yep. And then 71 is the same licensee.
Right, same licensee who has a felony conviction, so cancel and bond.
Or just cancel?
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, different licenses, right?
Is it, yeah, different
Yeah,
license.
I'm sorry.
Same guy.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you don't want us to take their bond.
No,
we
no,
could.
no, money.
I'm
Just kidding.
It's that money.
Commissioner De Leon
Yeah.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, absolutely.
and Commissioner Maya.
All right, go ahead.
72 is an offer of 6,500.
Um,
I'm gonna go 65.
65 is good.
65.
Sorry. 73 and 74 is an offer of 5,000. There was a late supplemental on this.
There was a what?
A late supplemental.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That was no gambling
Clean
was
compliance.
found, machine was removed. So I'm gonna counter at 8,000.
Yeah, I'll go 8,000.
Commissioner De Leon.
8,000.
75 is an offer of 2,500.
I actually thought that this was spontaneous. There was a fight and
Yeah.
Fight outside, participant died. Altercation started inside. No licensed
No
security
charges.
guide, no evidence that they
All
were
right, all right, all right,
patrons.
all right, all right.
39 years on
1,500?
39 years. No
15.
crime committed, found. No intent to harm, deceased.
Oh, wait.
Licensee not aware of fight.
I'm going to do a letter of warning.
Okay, yeah, letter of warning.
Commissioner De Leon.
No evidence that they were patrons or began inside. No crime committed found. No intent to harm deceased. Okay, letter warning.
All right,
76 is an offer of 10,000.
I'll accept 10,000, but the fourth is a cancellation.
Commissioner
10,000.
and Commissioner Maya. 77 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
No, bond's not available,
It
so
was already canceled.
Oh, cancel for the record.
Cancel.
Commissioner Maya.
Cancel.
78 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
80B is a new temporary permit application.
All right, the problem was we didn't have the certificate of relief, which we have now. So I'm going to approve this temp, but I'm gonna ask the actual license to come here again, just because they didn't show up today.
Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah.
you okay with that?
Oh, no, I'm just finished reading. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So we have the certificate of relief of disability. Okay, and what are we doing, putting it over?
No, we're going to approve it.
And then main license to
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
Commissioner Maya.
Approved through the chair.
80C is a new temporary retail permit.
I'm gonna vote to approve. Are you okay?
Applicant principal had a previous application at the proposed premises denied for cause, February 26, 2023, selling cigarettes without current registration. Pack had a counterfeit stamp, failed to disclose his previous disapproval. I don't like it when people are not honest with us. I'm gonna vote to
Okay.
deny.
Wait.
Which one did you vote to?
86.
86.
Yes, I've got the right one. Okay.
So Commissioner De Leon's at deny and Chair, you were at approve.
I was at approved through the chair.
Yeah.
Okay, for the main license.
I'm
This is
okay.
a,
Yes.
oh, you want the main to return?
Shoot. You went with the main.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, since you voted no, so I think it's fair for it to come back, right?
Okay.
Commissioner?
Yeah.
I agree with the chair.
Okay. Okay. 80D was adjourned to February 20th, and 80E was also adjourned to February 20th. And I have nothing else. Chair, do you have anything?
No, I do not.
All right, meeting's adjourned.